Aye. Zhang Shuangying's lips trembled, and he stuttered. He could feel that the Tang's sword across his neck could kill him at any time. Hey, brother Ing, don't be afraid. After all, I'm not a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Turn around and talk. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Gurgle. Zhang Shuangying swallowed hard, smiled bitterly, and turned around stiffly under the threat of the other party, showing an expression that was uglier than crying, and said, You? What do you want? It's not me who wants to do anything to you now. It's you who wants to do it. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. I myself. Zhang Shuangying was confused. He didn't understand Jiang Cheng's meaning at all. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng was not impatient, but smiled patiently. Look, last time, you sent two-headed griffins to attack us and kidnapped my brother. Now, you led people to attack my base again. It's the second time. It's not right not to explain, right? Aye. Zhang Shuangying's body trembled more and more, staring at Jiang Cheng's eyes, and the fear of death enveloped her whole body. Finally, with a plop, he knelt on the ground in fear, and then kowtowed continuously. Brother, Grandpa, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you again and again. Please have mercy and spare my dog life. Hey, a man has gold under his knees. It's so boring to beg for mercy. You know what I want. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said. Zhang Shuangying was a smart man. He immediately heard the meaning of Jiang Cheng's words and hurriedly said, Luo Fan sent us here. He planted a traitor here. The traitor is called Zhou Shuaixing. He has the ability to change anyone's face, and his strength is at the first level. What else? Jiang Cheng continued to ask. There are 3 people coming here, named Wang Shi, Wei Ming, and Manhwa. Wang Shi has the strength of the first level and the ability to transform into a lion. Wei Ming also has the strength of the first level and the ability to. Zhang Shuangying hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Jiang Cheng impatiently, saying, Okay, I know all this. You know. Zhang Shuangying's pupils shrank suddenly. He suddenly realized a major problem. That is, the plan of this operation had obviously been known to the other party. Then wasn't his fate destined to be sent here long ago? Damn bastard, who leaked this plan? Just as Zhang Shuangying's brain was working frantically, Jiang Cheng continued to speak. Okay, don't think about who leaked the secret. I just want to know one thing now. You say? Zhang Shuangying smiled apologetically. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and asked, What's the name of the boss of Tian'an base? How strong is he? What are his abilities? Besides Zhou Shuaixing, are there any other traitors you have planted in our base? Zhang Shuangying shook his head and said, No, there is only Zhou Shuaixing. Also, our boss is called Luo Fan, who is at the second level and has telekinesis. What else? Jiang Cheng asked. That's all, Zhang Shuangying said, and looked at Jiang Cheng expectantly. Since I have told you so much, can you? As soon as the words fell, poof, Zhang Shuangying felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a suffocating feeling came from his neck. If you look closely, you will find that there is a thin red line on his neck, and the whole person is frozen in place and no longer moves. Sorry. No. Jiang Cheng shook the blood off the Tang sword and said lightly to Zhang Shuangying, who was dying. But the next moment, a strong wind came from the side. Jiang Cheng glanced and drew his sword again. Bang! A huge eagle head fell to the ground. Put away the knife. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, I'm so sorry, I forgot about you. After dealing with the man and the beast, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and put the 2 corpses into the space ring, then walked towards the sanitary area. The battle should be over. At this time, the battle in the sanitary area has reached the most intense moment. Forget it. If you continue playing, Jiang Kid will curse his mother. Father Yang curled his lips, and after punching, he suddenly pulled away, looked at Wei Ming on the opposite side, and said loudly, Hey, kid, let's decide the winner with one move. The voice fell. As expected, a playful voice sounded behind him. Old man, can you do it? If you can't, I can do it for you. What the hell? You can't do it? I'm still strong and healthy, as strong as an ox. It's no problem to plow dozens of acres of dry land. Old man Yang turned around and cursed, then said to Wei Ming impatiently, Hurry up. You, after fighting for dozens of moves and failing to defeat the opponent, his physical strength dropped significantly. Wei Ming was already impatient. Now that he was provoked by Old Man Yang, he was even more angry. "Old man, I think you are really looking for death." As he said, he murmured to himself, "I didn't want to use this trick, but it seems that I have to use it." After speaking, he took a deep breath. Between breathing, Wei Ming calmed down his restlessness, slowly put his hands together, and whispered, "The secret of steel, the wrath of steel." As he spoke, his chest began to rise and fall violently, and his heart beat at a crazy speed. Under the rapid operation of the heart, the human body's blood pump, his blood flow rate began to accelerate. Suddenly, a cloud of white mist rose from the dark gray metal surface. "Huh!" A loud shout. Wei Ming's Schwarzenegger-like explosive muscles began to shrink, and his height also began to shrink. His original height of about 1.8 meters shrank to about 1.2 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye. Because of the substantial shrinkage in body shape, Wei Ming's pants I couldn't hold it any longer and just slipped down. However, unlike the change in height, the dark gray metal on the surface of the body has become as black as ink, which seems to be more defensive. The low height and skinny build also allow for greater agility. At first glance, he looked like a child under 10 years old. What exactly is it? Jiang Cheng looked at it and secretly opened the eye of data to investigate. Name: Wei Ming, furious. Race: human race. Level: first level or above. Wisdom: 5, 2. Strength: 100, 150. Agility: 20, 30. Spirit: 5, 2. Superpower: tempered. Comprehensive combat power: 130, 184. Really? Looking at the data, Jiang Cheng secretly thought to himself and couldn't help but remind him, "Old man, be careful. There is something wrong with this thing." "Old man, you forced me to do this." Wei Ming's eyes were blood red, and he stared at Father Yang. Swish, disappeared in the blink of an eye. "What's the need to be afraid? It's just burning your own energy and blood, greatly increasing your physical fitness. It's the way to die," Father Yang said with disdain, but he didn't dare to underestimate it. A loud shout. "Become a Buddha." Father Yang's muscles began to swell. In the blink of an eye, the skinny body suddenly grew to 3 meters tall. His body was glowing with golden light, and his face showed compassion like a giant Buddha. "It's not over yet. Hard Qigong." There was another loud shout. The inner energy in Yang's body began to boil, and his height of 3 meters skyrocketed again. 4 meters. 4.5 meters. 5 meters. He didn't stop until he reached 5 meters. The muscles of his arms swelled and he assumed a fighting stance, like a giant, with incomparable power. "Go to hell." At this moment, a black figure flashed out from behind. One hand turned into a claw, pointing directly at Yang's lower back. On the other hand, Father Yang seemed to have expected it. When the other party was less than half a meter away, he suddenly turned around and waved. Snap! In an instant, a little black man was held in the palm of Yang's hand. "Let me go, let me go." Because Wei Ming had transformed into a dwarf, his voice was extremely shrill, just like that of a young child, and he kept struggling in the palm of Father Yang's hand. Father Yang just glanced at Wei Ming lightly and shook it hard with one hand. Feeling his body tightening, Wei Ming stopped struggling and laughed wildly. "Old man, do you think you can do anything to me if you catch me? My steel armor is comparable to the defensive capabilities of a second-level awakener." Suddenly, click, Wei Ming's expression suddenly changed. The next second, a sharp pain came from his waist, and he could clearly feel that one of his ribs was broken by the other party. This is impossible. My steel armor's defense is invincible. There is no way you." In addition to being frightened, there was disbelief in his eyes. Noisy. Father Yang opened his mouth slightly, turned his head and glanced at Jiang Cheng, asking for his opinion. Jiang Cheng nodded. After receiving the order, Father Yang no longer held back his strength. Veins popped up in his right arm, and he squeezed it hard. I was wrong, please." Wei Ming screamed and immediately begged for mercy, but he hadn't finished yet. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs was spat out. The body was deformed, the waist was directly pinched, and the organs and bones in the body were completely crushed into dregs. Seeing Wei Ming dying of anger, Yang opened his hand in disgust. In an instant, Wei Ming, who turned into a pile of rotten flesh, was thrown out like garbage. Wei Ming's tragic death had a huge impact on his teammates, especially Wang Shi. Looking at the minced meat on the ground, his stomach was churning, and he almost vomited it out without holding back. He had killed quite a few survivors, but this was the first time he saw such a disgusting puddle. However, he still suppressed the urge to vomit. After a brief exchange with Lin Ro, he retreated continuously to create a long distance. No, if this continues, I will definitely die. I must retreat and tell the boss the news. Thinking about it, before Lin Ro could attack, the Lion King looked up to the sky and roared. Animal transformation, second form, Lion King. With a low roar, Wang Shi's body changed again. He put his hands on the ground and transformed his human body towards the lion. A few seconds, he transformed into a lion with a length of 4 meters, and his golden mane made him look extremely powerful. After transforming into the second form, Wang Shi turned his head and glanced at Lin Ro and the others, then looked at the horse country where the battle was in full swing, and shouted, "Sixth, retreat. Receive." Manhwa no longer wants to be entangled with Li Qingwan. To be honest, this woman is simply a match for him. He is all about thunder and lightning, but both of them are long-range attacks. The other party's flames seem to be free of charge, spraying wildly. But although he has lightning powers, but every time he summons lightning, it consumes a lot of mental energy. If he continues to fight, he will definitely suffer the loss. "Wanna run?" Seeing that the two of them were ready to retreat, Lin Ro shouted angrily, "Shui Chang, stop him." With one hand raised, on the city wall of Shuguang Base, one side was more than 20 meters long and more than 10 meters high. The wall formed by the water blocked the opponent's escape route. Li Qingwan also opened her giant golden beak, and a golden ball of flame energy slowly formed in front of her mouth. The next second, it turned into a pillar of flame and spurted out. Flame destruction cannon. The two women's attacks came so fast that Wang Shi and Manhwa, who were already thinking of retreating, had no intention of dealing with them. They simply rushed towards the outer wall of Shuguang Base in an attempt to break through the water wall. But they forgot. There were 3 other people nearby. Seeing that the two were about to dodge the attack, Jiang Cheng shook his head slightly. The combat trial ends here. If he doesn't take action, these 2 guys may really run away. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng took a step forward, and the blade of the sword turned into a silver light. At the same time, half of Wang Shi and Manhwa's bodies had already rushed into the water wall, and they were about to break through. "Lao Lu, try harder," Wang Shi roared. "I've worked hard." Manhwa suppressed his blush and said. The next moment, swish, a silver light flew past. The eyes of the two of them blurred, and their eyes began to fall. "Is this?" Wang Shi had a look of doubt in his eyes. Manhwa also looked at the falling scenery in confusion. Bang bang. Twice. The 2 round heads fell to the ground, and the lion's beast transformation was also released the moment it hit the ground. Looking at the 2 heads on the ground, without saying a word, Jiang Cheng put the 2 corpses and the 2 heads into the space ring with a wave of one hand, and then turned to look at the 2 women. "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop them," Lin Ro said with some frustration. Li Qingwan also nodded the flaming bird's head and said in frustration, "I'm sorry." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Actually, you have made great progress by being able to fight to this point, but you can still see big shortcomings, such as small security." Looking at Lin Judao, "Xiao Jian, your ability is to control water. Water can not only be condensed into water shields and water walls. For example, Wang Shi's special ability is to transform into a beast. Your speed is far behind the opponent, but you can definitely use your strengths to avoid weaknesses, use water to create trouble for the opponent, slow down its speed, and then condense giant water balls to trap the opponent until it drowns. So water can still be used in this way?" Lin Ruo realized something. Jiang Cheng laughed dumbly and said, "Of course, water has many uses. For example, when water vaporizes, it can be used to obscure the enemy's sight. When it liquefies, it can form a water spout. Water spears can be used to attack. When solidified, it can turn into ice. All these functions are needed. You can dig it out yourself. You can even think about it this way. More than 70% of the human body is composed of water. If the human body is drained of water, Lin Ro was immediately shocked when Jiang Cheng reminded her. If she could strip the water from a person's body, wouldn't it be? Lin Ro couldn't imagine it. Then there's Qing Wan. After talking about Lin Ro, Jiang Cheng looked at Li Qing Wan and said, Qing Wan's ability is to transform into a phoenix. The phoenix is an ancient divine beast, a sign of auspiciousness, and has super recovery ability. So in addition to long-range attacks, you also need to practice more melee combat to improve your short-range fighting strength. Of course, in addition to close combat, there is also the understanding of flames, such as increasing the temperature of the flames or controlling the shape of the flames. After saying this, Jiang Cheng changed his seriousness and said with a smile, with today's battle, the strength of the Tian'an survivor base will be greatly reduced, and there will be no more aggression in the short term. So I decided that we will have a celebration banquet tonight. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Dawn Base cheered. And right now, the satellite phone on my waist also rang. It was Li Feng who came with the good news. All the deserters from the defeated Tian'an survivor base were captured by them. Brother Jiang, look. Jiang Cheng naturally understood what Li Feng meant and said with a smile. Since it was captured by Brother Li, it will naturally be handled by Brother Li. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Li Feng thanked him quickly. There are currently more than 200 people in the Linxian survivor base, and a large number of survivors are needed to supplement it. Moreover, many of this group of deserters were recruited by Tang Yong before and were forced by Luo Fan and others, so there is a high chance that they can persuade, which is also their usual style. Looking at the dozens of prisoners, Li Feng said into the phone, in that case, I will go back to the base first. No problem. Jiang Cheng nodded. After hanging up the phone, arranged for guards to clean up the battlefield. He led everyone directly to the base. However, when he just entered the base, a figure in a pink skirt rushed over, like a swallow returning to its nest, and jumped into Jiang Cheng's arms, and then said playfully, Uncle Superman, you defeated the bad guy. Of course, Superman will never lose to a bad guy. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Miaopa next to him seemed to have seen Gu Tuanshuan's actions, and rolled his eyes in a humane manner, then stretched out, jumped lightly, and jumped onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Said softly, meow. Listening to this soft moan, Jiang Cheng rubbed Miaopa's head and said, Thank you very much, Miaopa's. Return to base. Jiang Cheng handed over the prisoners of war to Zhou Sheng and others for handling, including post-war cleaning of the survivor base outside Dawn, etc. After explaining, Jiang Cheng took out a large amount of ingredients from the storage space of the base and enjoyed a barbecue feast with everyone. One night passed. Tian'an base. Luo Fan sat in front of the base gate and waited all night. As the second-in-command of Tian'an base, Shi Dong and senior officer Yin Bin have always been with Luo Fan, until the first ray of light appeared in the sky. Forget it. No more waiting. Let's all rest. Luo Fan said extremely irritatedly. He understood that the team sent out this time was probably in danger. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth children? Yin Bin couldn't help but ask. Luo Fan's eyes were bloodshot and he said in a low voice, Rest first. We will discuss everything until noon. Yin Bin still wanted to speak, but was stopped by Shi Dong beside him. Lao Chi stopped talking. Lao San and the others may not be able to come back. How is this possible? July 29th, 2022. Dawn Base. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The first-level Doomsday Warrior has been cracked. Xin Yuan Gong has been cracked. The Xiaohuan Dan has been cracked. The 3 demon-killing swords have been cracked. Listening to the system's beep, Jiang Cheng rubbed his swollen head. At the celebration banquet last night, I broke the rules and drank a lot. Drinking is harmful to your health. With a sigh, Jiang Cheng silently mobilized his internal energy for a week. Soon, the alcohol in his body was immediately expelled from his body, and then he looked at the system prompts. After seeing the cracked items, Jiang Cheng's face lit up. It's all been cracked. He immediately got up and walked towards the energy conversion room downstairs. After entering the conversion room, he took out the ordinary zombie crystals that he had been hunting in the base in the past few days, as well as the zombie crystals that he had been hunting in the past few days. A total of 13,214 ordinary zombie crystals. There is also a second-level Awakener crystal, a second-level monster crystal, and 3 first-level awakener crystals from Jiang Cheng, who was killed yesterday. Put it all into the reformer. Energy points plus 184,996. Energy points plus 21,000. Energy points plus 28,000. Energy points plus 10,500. Remaining energy points, 561,946 points. Looking at the remaining energy points that had exceeded 500,000, Jiang Cheng's face gradually became excited. He couldn't wait to say, "Open the permanent product column." Permanent product column. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullets, 20 energy points / shot. Power can penetrate level 1 mutants. Price of first level sniper bullets, 50 energy points / shot. First level gene enhancement potion, 100 energy points after use. Each attribute will increase by 1 point, and it has a certain antivirus ability. Level 1 Ancient Zombie Virus, 640 energy points. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 4,000 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 622:48:57. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 160 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 400 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 80 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior, 1,600 energy points. Xianyuan Gong, 50,000 energy points. Xiaohuan Dan, 3,000 energy points. 3 Demon Killing Swords, 50,000 energy points. Secondary Laser Gun Power Supply Block, 500 energy points / block. Jiang Cheng looked at the first-level Doomsday Warrior. Nowadays, the combat power of Lin Ro and others has reached the level of the first level to the first level, but in this era of rampant zombies, it is still not enough. In order to ensure the safety of everyone in Dawn Base, especially Xiao Tuanchuan, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Buy 6 first-level Doomsday Warriors." Ding. The purchase is successful. 9,600 energy points will be deducted, and the goods will be distributed within 2 meters of the owner. Please check carefully. Soon, a white light flashed around him. 6 liquid robots appeared around Jiang Cheng. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior 2, serving the master. 3, 4. The names of the 6 Level 1 Doomsday Warriors are from 2 to 7, and 5 of them are female, and only 1 is male. It can be seen that the mall made humane treatment when he bought it. Looking at the 6 Doomsday Warriors, Jiang Cheng ordered, 2. You will protect Lu Xinru in the future and be responsible for her safety. Yes, master. 2 knelt down and replied. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then said in order, 3. You are responsible for protecting Lin Ro. 4. You are responsible for protecting Father Yang. 5. You are responsible for protecting Zhang Ya. Lu. You are responsible for protecting Li Qingwan. 7. You are responsible for protecting Gu Tuanchuan. After speaking, Jiang Cheng added, Remember, you can die, but they must not be hurt in the slightest. Yes, master. The 6 Doomsday Warriors immediately knelt on one knee. Okay, you guys go to wait outside their rooms in order. After arranging the Doomsday Warriors, Jiang Cheng continued to look at the permanent commodity column and said directly, By Xianyuan Gong, by 18 Xiaohuan Dan, and by the 3 swords of exterminating demons. Ding, do you want to consume 154,000 energy points to buy goods? The system immediately prompted for large energy point expenditures. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, Buy. Ding. Purchase successful. Please pay attention to the host to receive. As soon as the voice fell, a familiar white light lit up, and 3 items appeared under his feet. 2 white boxes and a small milky white porcelain bottle. Martial Arts Inheritance Treasure Box. Jiang Cheng immediately picked up one of the treasure boxes and opened it impatiently. As expected, after opening it, a light green transparent crystal lay quietly in the box. He was busy holding it. In an instant, a large white word appeared in his mind, Xuanyuan Gong. Xianyuan Gong? Jiang Cheng murmured and immediately looked up the introduction to the technique. Xianyuan Gong. It is a product that combines a large amount of literature and future technology. The internal force generated is neutral and peaceful. There are no side effects during practice. The internal energy has no attributes and can reach the innate state. It looks a bit like Taoist exercises. Jiang Cheng murmured, suppressing his desire to practice immediately. and then looked at another white treasure box. After opening it, it was still a light green crystal. Pick it up. In an instant, the light green crystal turned into a pool of green liquid, pouring into the palm of the hand. Soon, a set of sword skills appeared in Jiang Cheng's mind. There are 3 sword techniques in total. They are slaying demons, subduing demons, and destroying demons. The first sword, slaying demons, can explode with twice the power attribute. The second sword, subdue the demon, can explode with twice the power of the previous sword. The third sword, to destroy demons, can explode with twice the power of the second sword. In other words, the first sword is equivalent to doubling the strength attribute. The second sword is multiplied by 2 on the basis, and the third sword is multiplied by 2 on the basis, which means a total of 8 times the power is superimposed. After reading the introduction, Jiang Cheng became excited. With such power, he can definitely defeat the second level or even the third level with his first level attributes. But take a look at your remaining energy points. 398,346 points. Another long sigh. If it weren't for the fact that this sword technique was so expensive, he would really like to buy a set for everyone in the base. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask, "System, can I teach the martial arts I have learned?" If possible, he would have a large amount of energy points left. The martial arts skills purchased from the treasure box cannot be taught and can only be granted through redemption. The system replied in a cold and impersonal voice. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded helplessly. He knew the system wouldn't let him take advantage of it. But Jiang Cheng was in a good mood, and he immediately adjusted and continued to look at the last item. This is a milky white porcelain bottle. Although it has not been opened, you can still smell a faint fragrance. Just smelling it makes people feel refreshed, and even the internal energy flow is much smoother. No matter how many times you smell it, good stuff is always good stuff. Jiang Cheng sighed. He remembered that he had redeemed a second-level martial arts elixir treasure chest before, and a small return elixir was found in it. It's just that it was packed in a box that time. I don't know how the effect will be this time compared to before. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to remove the cork. Suddenly, a strong medicinal fragrance floated out from the mouth of the bottle. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately poured out one pill from the bottle. It was milky white, exactly the same as the last pill. He picked one up and swallowed it eagerly. I saw. As soon as the elixir entered the mouth, it turned into a stream of spiritual liquid and slowly flowed down the esophagus. Wherever the spiritual liquid passed through, there was a faint coolness. After a few breaths, the coolness gradually disappeared, and then a stream of warmth suddenly emerged from his dantian and flowed towards his limbs and bones, constantly washing his meridians, making him feel a little stirred when he stayed at the 7th level of acquired life. But it is a pity that the acupuncture points all over his body form their own dantian, which requires an extremely large amount of internal energy. The internal energy brought by this small returning pill is completely consumed after just surrounding it for 1 week. Throughout the process, Jiang Cheng squinted his eyes and enjoyed Xiaohuan Dan's soothing transformation of his body. Call. A long time. Jiang Cheng let out a breath. Although the effect of the medicine this time is strong, it is far less than the first time I took it. It seems that Xiaohuan Dan also has restrictions on taking it. After muttering to himself, Jiang Cheng still asked, "System, can you explain the precautions for taking Xiaohuan Dan?" Xiaohuan Dan. Taking it can increase Jingchuan's internal strength for 10 years. Each person can take it up to 3 times in a lifetime. The first time it strengthens the effect is the best, the second time it is halved, the third time the power is only 1/10, and the fourth time invalid after taking this time. The system explained. Really? Jiang Cheng thought to himself, but he was very satisfied with such an effect. Next, according to what the system said, Jiang Cheng took out another small return pill and threw it into his mouth. He experienced the same reinforcement again. The effect was exactly as explained. The potency of the medicine was much lower than before. But at least the bottleneck of his acquired 7th level was loosened a lot. He could feel that he would be able to break through to the acquired 8th level in just a few days, or even just 1 day. After the strengthening was completed, Jiang Cheng exited the energy conversion room directly. When he was about to go upstairs, he was directly stopped by Zhang Ye. Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng stopped, turned around and said, What's the matter? Zhang walked over quickly and whispered in Jiang Cheng's ear, Zhou. Sheng told me that the man named Shen Fu has been kneeling outside the door all night. How do you deal with it? Let him kneel first, Jiang Cheng said directly. From the beginning to the end, he felt that he was very worthy of Shen Fu's family, especially Shun Lian. According to her situation, it was impossible for her to be allocated a shanty by herself, but Jiang Cheng still thought about the friendship between classmates and walked out the back door. Later, he gave Shen Fu a first-level strength potion and gave Lu Kai treatment. Now, it can be said that he has repaid the favor of saving his life by the embankment. Shen Lian, just because she betrayed the base, she will definitely die. No one can persuade her. Okay, then I don't care. Zhanya curled her lips. Yeah. Jiang Cheng nodded, ready to turn around and continue to go upstairs. But just as he took a step, he thought of something, took out 3 small pills from the space ring, handed them over, and said, Here, remember to eat them when you practice later. It can increase your skills. They all have it. Zhanya took the pills and asked faintly. Obviously, the last incident made her a little jealous. Yeah, everyone has it. Jiang Cheng nodded. Zhanya continued to point to the silver bracelet on her wrist and said, What about this stupid guy? You're a unique one. Really? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up this time, and she unconsciously touched the bracelet like a little girl. But the next moment, you should practice honestly. After joking, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and left directly. Zhang Ye was left standing there alone. Her pretty face became even more resentful. She pouted and murmured, What? At this time, outside the base, a young man was kneeling at the back door of the yard with a pale face. Occasionally, a team of scavengers passing by saw this scene and couldn't help shaking their heads. Yesterday, they participated in the war as base guards and naturally knew about this young man. What a pity, you said. Our leader treated their family badly, but he took over and did that? Hey, don't say it. Shen Fu is still good, but his sister is hard to describe. Some people sympathized, some people gloated, and Shen Fu had heard all kinds of words for a whole morning, but the most common one was that their family was not kind. Thinking of what happened last night, he couldn't help but regret it. Sister, I should have stopped you. If it weren't for my indecision, you wouldn't be where you are today. I should have stopped you before you made a mistake. But you are my sister. My parents told me before they passed away that you are timid and fearful by nature. You are a little woman and asked me to take care of you, so I will never let you die. Thinking about it, Shen Fu knocked hard on the ground. Boom. In an instant, his forehead swelled up. Obviously, he had used a lot of effort. Every time he knocks, he yells, Chief, Shen Fu, was wrong. Please come out and see me. After saying that, he kowtowed again and continued to repeat what he just said. After several blows in a row, blood soon began to flow from his forehead. Seeing Shen Fu continue to kowtow like this, maybe the leader didn't see him, and the person might be killed. Lu Kai immediately ran forward and grabbed Shen Fu and said, Brother, I didn't tell you. Please stop kowtow. According to the leader's clear-cut nature of rewards and punishments, it's useless for you to do this. Shen Fu didn't reply a word, but broke away from Lu Kai's hand and continued to kneel on the ground, kowtowing. Well, seeing that he couldn't stop it, Lu Kai waved his hands and sighed helplessly. Then with a plop, he also knelt on the ground. Brother Shen, you saved my life. Since you want to fight, my brother will accompany you. Lu Kai said. With a thud, his forehead hit the ground hard. The next moment, hiss, he took a deep breath. It is actually because the ground in this backyard is poured with cement, and it is somewhat uneven due to corrosion from floods. Knocking down this head would kill you. However, even though the pain was severe, Lu Kai still gritted his teeth and persisted. Who said that Shen Fu was his brother? Watching the two kowtow, Zhou Xing also looked helpless. According to his observation, with the relationship between Shen Fu and the leader, he would definitely rise to the top in the future and be able to reach the top of the base. But he didn't expect that something like this happened. He didn't know whether it was because of his family's misfortune or the boy's bad luck. But no matter what, it was ultimately Shen's fault. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing thought secretly, it seems that my attitude towards this kid will change in the future. At this time, inside the gym, Jiang Cheng looked at the display screen on the wall, a trace of unbearability flashing in his eyes. But Shunlian's crime had violated his bottom line. If he hadn't had all kinds of means, I'm afraid he and the people in his base would have perished last night. Turning his head, Jiang Cheng said directly to the Dawn Elf, "Start training." "Master, are you sure you can train now?" Dawn Elf asked. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Why not?" The Dawn Elf said calmly, "If you force yourself to undergo mental training when you are feeling restless, I'm afraid that you, Master, will become a fool." "You?" Jiang Cheng was choked up and speechless by these words. "Okay, you win," Jiang Cheng said helplessly. This incident indeed made him unable to calm down, but it did not mean that he wasted his training time. Turning to look at the spiritual time hut that had finished cooling down, Jiang Cheng took off the t-shirt on his upper body, opened the door, and walked in. There's nothing a hardy battle can't solve. Just stepped in. A mechanical sound sounded. Ding. Welcome, Master, to enter the first-level spiritual training cabin. The current battle scene is a wave of zombies coming. Mission content. 1,000 ordinary zombies are about to arrive on the battlefield. Please destroy them. Mission reward. Start the next phase of the mission. Mission failed. Exit the spiritual training hut. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Don't we start with 1,000 reapers?" Ding. After death, everything is reset. The Master needs to start from the first scene. The voice explained. "Okay, come on." Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Anyway, for him, 1,000 ordinary zombies are just a matter of a few minutes." His eyes blurred, and he appeared in a huge playground. In front of the playground was a familiar teaching building, with 4 big characters written on the roof of the teaching building. Wenyuan School. Wenyuan? It seems that this spiritual time cabin will select random scenes based on the pictures in my mind. Jiang Cheng figured this out immediately. At the same time, a mechanical sound fell. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown fell, a large group of zombies rushed over from the teaching building in front of him and the dormitory building next to it. He even recognized the female zombie in a skirt who was running at the front. "Isn't this the girl from last time?" "It's interesting." Jiang Cheng curled his lips. Simply physically fighting 1,000 ordinary zombies in close combat can no longer improve him, so he might as well take this opportunity to practice his abilities. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng waved forward with one arm. Wind blade. Swish. In an instant, a half-moon-shaped wind blade formed by a hurricane formed in front of him, and then Jiang Cheng swung down one arm and quickly slashed towards the female zombie in front of him. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the wind blade easily chopped off the opponent's head, and the powerful impact chopped off the heads of several zombies behind the female zombie. The strength is okay, but I guess it won't be able to damage its roots when facing a first-order mutant. After analyzing the power just now, Jiang Cheng once again increased the input of mental power, creating a wind blade about 3 meters long and swinging it towards the corpses. Swoosh. Perhaps due to the large amount of mental power input, this time the wind blade actually made a sound of breaking through the air and slashed out at a very fast speed. Swish. At the moment of collision with the zombie group. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of heads soared into the sky, and there were also many broken limbs and arms mixed in. The mental power input is about 3, which is not bad to deal with more than 50 zombies at a time. Jiang Cheng nodded. However, if you just control the input of mental power, it is not enough to cause greater damage. What should I do? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. While he was thinking, a zombie had already arrived in front of him. He slapped it casually. The zombie that pounced on him flew directly more than 10 meters away, and its body even knocked down several zombies. Looking at this scene in front of him, Jiang Cheng's mind flashed. That's right. Quantity alone is not enough, it must have quality. In other words, it is completely possible to compress the power of the wind and reduce the volume, which may be more powerful. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng condensed a ball of wind with one hand, then slowly injected mental power into it, and then continued to merge the surrounding wind with the tornado. The next second, the volume of the tornado injected with wind began to increase. But this was not what Jiang Cheng wanted, so he increased the input of mental power and forcibly compressed the volume of the tornado. Bang! Before the compression was completed, there was a light explosion. The tornado in his hand exploded instantly, and the scattered strong wind blew on Jiang Cheng's body, leaving several fine and dense red marks. Fortunately, With the ability of super speed regeneration, the wound healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss, what a terrifying power. Come again. The power of the explosion just now is enough to prove that this idea is correct. It can cause damage to him now, and the power is at least above the first level of destructive power. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with excitement. He condensed a ball of wind in his hand again, mobilized his mental power to constantly shock the surrounding wind energy to inject it into the wind ball in his hand, and then forcibly compressed it. Condense it for me. After a lot of effort, a ball of green appeared in the palm of his hand, and the wind energy wrapped around it was even more violent. Looking at the violent wind ball in his hand, Jiang Cheng felt that his mental power had reached the critical point. If he forced the wind to change its shape again, it would probably cause it to lose control. Try the power first. Jiang Cheng held the wind ball and threw it towards the zombie group. Bang! The air made a burst of sound, like a cannonball shot out of his hand. At the moment it fell into the zombie group. Boom! The wind ball suddenly exploded. The energy inside was no longer willing to be trapped, and it was released immediately like a tiger out of a cage. One after another, violent tornadoes spread out in all directions, and all the zombies hit by them were shredded into pieces. Even Jiang Cheng, who was dozens of meters away, had his hair blown messy. The explosion lasted for nearly 20 seconds before it stopped. Wait until the surroundings were calm and the dust dispersed. Jiang Cheng looked at the tragic scene inside and couldn't help but take a breath. Hiss dash. The destructive power is too terrifying. He muttered to himself. I saw that where the wind group fell, a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared, and with the pit as the center, the zombies around were all shredded with broken hands and arms, lying on the ground and wriggling and struggling. The impact range directly reached 100 meters, and the zombies in the center of the pit were even more miserable, directly turned into a pool of minced meat, without even a chance to struggle. The next second, ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the first scene mission. In 1 minute, you will enter the second scene mission. Please be prepared. In the spirit time cabin, a mechanical sound rang out. Jiang Cheng came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh. This screen is cleared directly. It took him less than 10 minutes to clear the first scene last time, but this time, he solved the battle in 3 minutes. Taking advantage of the time, Jiang Cheng estimated the power of the wind group just now. It can instantly kill 700 or 800 zombies. The estimated destructive power is about the first level, but there is still a gap from the second level. After all, his awakening degree is only the first level. To reach the second level, the awakening degree must be 200%, and his mental power is also very lacking. Just the wind group just now consumed nearly 70% of his mental power. In other words, he can only use such a screen-clearing trick once at a time. Furthermore, the development of the wind group is not perfect. It can only be regarded as a defective product, and the power is not proportional to the mental power required. It is okay when facing ordinary zombies, but it is useless when facing zombies above the first level. Let's develop it here for the time being. Jiang Cheng muttered a few words, looking at the system time. There are more than 30 seconds before the triggering of the second scene. Directly, start the second scene. Ding! Are you sure to skip the rest time and start the second scene? Xiaotong reminded. Skip. Jiang Cheng confirmed. The second scene is open. Mission content. Kill 1,000 mutants. Death will terminate the trial and force you to exit the spiritual training hut. Success will automatically advance to the third scene trial. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown fell, a large group of gray-skinned zombies ran towards this side in the teaching building in front of them. They are more agile than ordinary zombies, with a running speed of about twice that of ordinary people and twice the strength of ordinary humans. If an ordinary person encounters it, unless he is extremely lucky or has extraordinary skills, he can only avoid it or sit down and wait for death. In less than a few seconds, the mutant has arrived. Jiang Cheng shook his head, turned his wrist, and said secretly, "Condensate." Suddenly, a black long sword condensed in his hand. Because props cannot be brought into the spiritual time training hut, he can only temporarily create a long sword, which is almost twice as hard as an ordinary Tang sword. and there is still a certain gap from the first level Tang's sword. The moment the long sword condensed, a mutant suddenly jumped up and pounced towards Jiang Cheng, with his mouth wide open, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and a burst of corruption came from his mouth. Looking for death, Jiang Cheng frowned because of the stench and swung the long sword in his hand at the same time. Puff! The shadow of the sword flashed. The head of the mutant was directly cut off. However, this is not enough. After Jiang Cheng killed a mutant, he lowered his body and silently said, "Thunderbolt." Swish! In a flash, his body turned into a silver lightning, shuttling back and forth among the zombies. Wherever he passed, a large number of mutant heads were chopped off. 10 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the second scene mission. In 1 minute, you will enter the third scene mission. Please be prepared. A mechanical voice announcement sounded. Jiang Cheng said lightly, "Skip, open the third scene." Ding! The third scene mission is open. Mission content: kill 1,000 crushers. Countdown to 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ding! Please be prepared. A large number of zombies are coming. After the voice fell, Jiang Cheng silently clenched his long sword. Last time, he was in the third scene, consuming a lot of physical strength, and died in the fourth scene. But even at this level, he also gained a gratifying physical enhancement. If he can survive the fourth and fifth scenes this time, what kind of enhancement will there be? It's just right, so I can try the power of the 3 demon-killing swords. With a sharp look, Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth, and his blood gradually boiled. The next moment, roar! A roar came. Then countless first-level crushers swarmed in. The huge bodies of more than 3 meters were connected together, and the moving speed was fast. From a distance, it looked like a swarm of locusts. Gulu! Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva, played with the long sword in his hand, and said silently, "Come on, roar." In 2 seconds, a first-level crusher had arrived in front of him, with its huge body covering the sky above Jiang Cheng, and its clenched huge fists covering Jiang Cheng's head. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be smashed into pieces under this blow. 3 swords to kill demons. The first sword, slay demons. Facing this punch, Jiang Cheng secretly mobilized the internal energy in his dantian, and the tip of the long sword in his hand was shining with silver light. When the giant fist was about to fall, Jiang Cheng jumped up and chopped down from the sky with the long sword. Kill! The first move of the 3 demon-slaying sabers, slashed the demon. The moment he roared, the long sword chopped down and landed on the neck of the first-level crusher. Poof! There was almost no resistance. The long sword entered from the back of the neck and chopped out from the throat. The blue viscous liquid slowly slid down the long sword. The head of the first-level crusher slowly slid down from the neck. A first-level crusher was killed. Good swordsmanship, Jiang Cheng exclaimed. He felt that the amount of internal energy consumed by the 3 demon-slaying sabers was not much. It paid more attention to the angle of the sword and the skill of the sword. Because of the inheritance crystal, he could avoid the learning process and directly obtain the 10 years of sword experience and skills of the founder of the 3 demon-slaying sabers. Compared with the Thunderbolt Flash, the 3 demon-slaying sabers can definitely be used as a martial art for sustained combat. Jiang Cheng shook off the blue blood on the long sword and immediately rushed towards another first-level crusher. The second move of the 3 demon-slaying sabers, subdue the demon, roared. According to the power of the first move, Jiang Cheng's power is 19,255 gene, so the power of the first move is 38,510 gene. That is 19.255 tons. The power of the second move, the demon-slaying move, is 38.51 tons. The power is comparable to that of the second-level mutants. Kill! Jiang Cheng swung his sword, and his internal force flowed into the blade like a trickle. Roar! As if it felt the threat from the person in front of it, the first-level crusher turned around inexplicably and wanted to escape backwards. But the companions who kept coming behind it made it panic and was directly stepped on by the corpses. Seeing this dramatic scene, Jiang Cheng was just slightly stunned. The direction of attack did not change. The only thing that changed was the target of the attack, another first-level crusher. Roar! The first-level mutant leaned forward and rushed, raised his right arm as thick as an elephant, and his fist came with a whistling sound. "Come on!" Jiang Cheng roared, took a step forward, and chopped the long sword in his hand from top to bottom. Swish! A knife fell from the top of the head. The whole body was cut in half from the middle, just like cutting melons and vegetables. What a terrifying power, but the internal energy consumption is also twice that of the first knife. Jiang Cheng felt the use of the second knife, but this consumption is more than 1/3 less than that of the unbreakable golden body. Try the third knife. After dealing with the second zombie, Jiang Cheng jumped up, dodged the attacks of several first-level crushers, and then quickly adjusted his state, bent his body slightly, aimed at a first-level crusher, and stretched out his hand with the long knife. The internal energy was like opening a floodgate and poured into the long knife. The third knife, destroy the demon. As Jiang Cheng roared, the entire blade of the long knife was wrapped in internal energy, like a giant long knife, dragging the knife straight to the first-level crusher in front of him. Puff, puff. Compared with the second style, the power of the third style is more terrifying. The aura on the blade directly penetrated the opponent's bones and cut it off the moment it touched the first-level crusher. It can be said that facing the third style of Demon Slayer, killing a first-level crusher is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. In less than 10 minutes, there were only a few left out of the 1,000 first-level crushers. Huh. After a light breath, Jiang Cheng swung his sword. Swish, swish, swish. A few seconds later, the headless body of the last first-level crusher fell down. The mechanical sound sounded at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the third scene trial. The fourth scene trial is about to start. You have 1 minute to prepare in the middle. Yes. This time, Jiang Cheng did not refuse. The consumption of the third style of Demon Slayer is not small, twice that of the second style. That is, it is equivalent to 2/3 of the internal energy consumption of the unbreakable golden body. Fortunately, the power is good. After 10 minutes of output, he still has about half of the internal energy in his dantian. The power is good. The first two styles can be used as persistent combat, and the third style can be used as a short-term one-on-one combat. Jiang Cheng came to this conclusion. In addition, the demon-slaying 3 swords are not suitable for group combat. If it comes to group attacks, the Thunderbolt Flash is still the fastest, but the Thunderbolt Flash has high requirements for the quality of weapons. After summarizing, Jiang Cheng recovered his physical strength and said, "Start the fourth scene training." Ding! The fourth scene training starts. The countdown is 3 seconds. Please be prepared. After it starts, you cannot leave unless you die. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. A strong wind suddenly hit his waist. FCK so fast. Jiang Cheng complained. He didn't expect that this time the first-level harvester would land directly next to him. In a hurry, he was busy swinging his sword to resist. Gotcha! The moment the long sword in his hand touched the giant sickle, it didn't last for a few seconds, and it split from the middle. With the last crisp sound, it broke into 2 pieces. Jiang Cheng swung the long sword in his hand and flashed back dozens of meters. It seems that the long sword I condensed cannot reach the strength of a first-level long sword. With a complaint, Jiang Cheng turned his hand and condensed the Tang sword again. He stepped hard and his body shot out. First move, slash the demon. This sword was fast and sharp. Jiang Cheng's agility attribute is 71.85, which is 502 meters per second, nearly twice the speed, while the agility of a first-level harvester is 856 meters per second. It can be said that as long as Jiang Cheng wants, he can play with the other party. But the uncomfortable part is being surrounded by a group of corpses. Unless you can fly or have amazing defense, no matter how strong your strength and speed are, you will be exhausted by the opponent. Last time, Jiang Cheng suffered the loss of being trapped. Puff! The blade quickly arrived in front of the first-level Reaper and chopped off the opponent's 8-petal head without any hindrance. 1. After getting rid of a first-level Reaper, Jiang Cheng was busy looking around. As expected, this time, the first-level Reapers did not come from only one direction, but from all sides. Seeing the encirclement shrinking, Jiang Cheng pulled his long sword and shot out in one direction. Thunderbolt Flash. Perhaps because of the high speed, a circle of black sound barrier was formed behind him. Bang! The sound of light explosion sounded. The wind was blowing, and the Tang's sword made a whistling sound in the air. Ah! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a first-level Reaper. Jiang Cheng slashed with his long knife. The first-level Reaper was immediately beheaded. Next, the second, the third. The 1,000 Reapers also did not hold out for too long and were all killed. Soon, a mechanical reminder sounded. Congratulations to the master for completing the 4th scene training. The 5th scene is about to start. You have 1 minute to prepare. Task content: kill 1,000 first-level killers. Task reminder: the first-level killer is mutated from the first-level Reaper or the first-level Crusher, or other forms of zombies. Therefore, the killers in this scene have different forms and strengths. Please be mentally prepared. Task success: start the 6th scene mission. Task failure: forced to exit the spiritual training hut. After the mission is completed, attribute rewards or other rewards will be given according to your combat performance. Listening to the mission introduction, Jiang Cheng's heart moved. Oh, this mission scene seems to be special. Come on, let me see what's so special about this 5th scene. Jiang Cheng's sharp eyes flashed with excitement. Ding! The 5th scene is about to start. 3 seconds countdown. 3, 2, 1. There was a beeping sound, and the mechanical sound fell. Jiang Cheng suddenly looked towards the roof of the teaching building 100 meters away because he just felt a faint killing intent. Sure enough, on the roof of the teaching building, a humanoid creature more than 3 meters high stood standing. Unlike the bloated body of the First-Order Crusher and the alien shape of the First-Order Reaper, the First-Order Killer was closer to a human and had a slimmer body. Data eyes open. Jiang Cheng directly opened the eye of Data. Name: Slayer. Race: Zombie. Level: First level and above. Wisdom: 0.3. Strength: 40. Agility: 45. Comprehensive combat power: 85.3. It's interesting. Jiang Cheng smiled. Should I say it or not? The first-level killer is indeed worthy of this title. His agility alone is far beyond the level of the second-level Death Crusher. There is only a slight gap in strength. While Jiang Cheng was sizing up the first-order killer, the other party was also silently sizing up the human in front of him. Then, as if it felt some kind of threat from Jiang Cheng, its eyes suddenly turned red, its body squirmed, and the bones in its body made a crackling sound like fried beans. After a while, the original height of more than 3 meters was compressed to 2 meters, and the muscles that swelled like hills turned into a more beautiful, streamlined shape, which was extremely explosive at first glance. There are also bone spurs about half a meter long on the elbows and knees, and a bony tail more than 2 meters long stretches out from the back. Swish! In the blink of an eye, there was a sudden sound of wind. The first-order killer disappeared out of sight. Seeing this situation, Jiang Cheng calmly conjured a 1-meter-long Tang Dao with one hand. With an agility point of 71.85, the movements of a first-order killer were like those of a jogging child in his eyes. The next second, a strong wind is coming. Later, with a slight shout, Jiang Cheng stepped forward with one foot, turned his body 180 degrees, and swung his knife backwards. Zheng. The bone spurs of gray matter hit the blade, making a metallic, buzzing sound. The power is pretty good, Jiang Cheng praised, feeling quite a bit of countershock force coming from his hand. The first-order killer was silent. After the attack was blocked, his body retreated continuously and then disappeared. At the same time, crackling sounds continued to be heard around Jiang Cheng. Do you want to confuse my judgment? You are indeed a zombie with an intelligence of 0.3. Jiang Cheng praised again. His eyes suddenly darted, and he shouted, "It's a pity that your speed is too slow." As soon as he finished speaking, another strong wind hit him, and a cone-shaped white bone spur appeared faintly, hitting his face. Well done. Jiang Cheng raised his Tang Dao and shouted, "Kill the demon." The inner energy poured into the Tang Dao. Under the injection of inner energy, the tip of the sword glowed with a faint white light, and he just waved it casually. Click! The bone spurs immediately made a crisp crackling sound, and the cone-shaped tail spurs were chopped off. But that alone is not enough. Just as the opponent retreated, Jiang Cheng reached out with one hand and easily pinched the opponent's tail, jokingly saying, "You've attacked me so many times, and you still want to run away? Now it's my turn." The words fell. Jiang Cheng's arm suddenly exerted force and pulled him back. The retreating figure of the first-order killer was immediately tightly restrained and could not move even half an inch. "Wake it up for me," Jiang Cheng shouted again and threw his arm upward. Hiss! The first-order killer let out a strange low cry, and his body was involuntarily thrown high into the sky. "Fall!" Jiang Cheng shouted loudly again and threw it to the ground. Boom! In an instant, the first-order killer's body fell heavily, cracking the cement-filled ground. The first-order killer was even dizzy from the fall, and his limbs were clawing in the air, unable to resist. After falling for more than 10 times in a row, Jiang Cheng saw that it was almost done. He raised his Tang Dao with his right arm and aimed it at his head. Puff! A strange-looking head immediately slipped off and hit the ground. As the head was chopped off, the first-order killer's body gradually became limp and motionless. 1. Jiang Cheng secretly thought. However, such a scene also made him a little strange. If these killers all come one by one like this, then no matter how many come, Jiang Cheng is confident that he can kill them. But telling him directly would not be that simple. The second the thought fell. Swish! Swish! Several sounds pierced the air and came with several strong winds, heading in various directions such as his front, back, left, right, and top of his head, leaving him almost no room to retreat. Sure enough, Jiang Cheng immediately thought of something. The killer just now was equivalent to a test subject withdrawn by his companions, used to test Jiang Cheng's attack methods. After knowing his strength, he made plans accordingly. Thinking of this, he put away his playful thoughts and his face gradually became serious. In a blink of an eye, several bone spurs were exposed. Jiang Cheng was not afraid and shouted loudly. Immortal golden body. Inner chi gushes out from the dantian, and a golden shield wraps it airtight around the body. The bone spurs hit the golden shield and were immediately bounced away. At the same time, 5 figures of different shapes whose bodies were covered with bone spurs were revealed. Data eyes open. Jiang Cheng glanced around vigilantly, and he found that the attributes of these 5 first-order killers were all specializations. Some had extremely high agility. The highest one reached 50. Some had extremely strong strength, and the largest one had 80, and depending on the attributes, the attack direction is also different. For example, the powerful one attacks his head, legs with high agility to attack. With such cooperation, if Jiang Cheng hadn't been training every day, he would have already reached the level of a first-level awakened person. If it were those awakened people under Zhang Shuangying, they would have had several big holes poked through their bodies. It's a good plan, but it's a pity that the attributes between you and me are too far apart. Only 5 first-level killers can't kill me. Jiang Cheng sneered, stepped a little, and made a gesture of drawing his sword. A soft drink. Thunderbolt, flash. Swish. A moment. Jiang Cheng turned into a silver lightning and flashed around 5 first-order killers. Immediately 5 heads rose into the sky. Jiang Cheng also revealed his figure, put away his sword, and stood up. 5 killers. The whole group is destroyed. In one moment, Jiang Cheng killed 6 first-level killers in a row. Jiang Cheng's confidence soared, and he directly challenged the people around him. If you want to kill me, why not come together? One by one, you are giving me a gift. Food. As soon as the words were shouted out, the killers hiding in every corner began to stir. In a blink of an eye, there were hundreds of first-order killers in Jiang Cheng's sight. At a glance, they were so densely packed that it made one's scalp numb. However, this just suited Jiang Cheng's wishes. Killing them one by one is a waste of time. With a flip of his left hand, another Tang sword condensed. Jiang Cheng held the 2 swords in front of his waist with both hands, and his inner energy surged out crazily. Now is his hunting moment. He shouted loudly, "Everyone get over here." In an instant, Jiang Cheng turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Swish, swish. Faced with Jiang Cheng's provocation, hundreds of first-order killers immediately flew out. In an instant, dense figures in the sky covered the sky, like flying arrows, heading straight towards Jiang Cheng. Linkat, a flash of thunder. Slay the demon. Conquer the demon. Destroy the demon. Immortal golden body. In the group of first-order killers, silver and golden light are constantly flashing. Wherever the flash of light passes, a first-order killer will be killed. The battle lasted a full 5 hours. In the end, Jiang Cheng was exhausted, holding the Tang sword, and stood on top of a pile of corpses of first-order killers. Opposite him, there was another first-order killer standing staggeringly. Both sides were exhausted. However, in order to successfully pass the fifth scene, Jiang Cheng bit the stinging body and shouted, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he staggered and walked towards the first-order killer step by step with his knife raised. On the other hand, the first-order killer also staggered over. One person and one corpse shot at the same time when they were less than 1 meter apart. Puff, puff, tick-tock. Bright red blood flowed from Jiang Cheng's chest. If you look closely, you will find that his body was penetrated by a white-boned spur, and his heart was directly pierced. On the other hand, the first-order killer was also pierced through the chest by Jiang Cheng's Tang saber. Both sides were seriously injured at this moment. "Grandma, you are worthy of 1,000 first-order killers." "I almost died." Jiang Cheng cursed and forcefully grabbed the bone spur that passed through his chest. Resisting the urge to vomit a large mouthful of blood, he pulled out the Tang knife in his hand and aimed it at the first-order killer's head and stabbed it hard. "Here, go to hell." Puff. A knife thrust out. Ding. "Congratulations, Master, for completing the fifth scene trial. Congratulations to the Master for gaining 10 points of Strength attribute, 10 points of Agility attribute, and 10 points of Mental attribute. Do you want to start the sixth scene trial?" "No, just quit," Jiang Cheng said. The voice fell, and his eyes blurred. When he opened it again, he was already in the gym. He looked at the time and saw that less than a second had passed. The spiritual time training cabin is really a terrible cheating tool, murmured. After taking out a large bottle of spiritual water from the space ring and drinking it, he felt that his physical strength had recovered a little, so he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and started to run Xinyuan Gong. Half an hour later, "Call." Jiang Cheng exhaled a breath of white air and then said quickly, "System, check my data panel." Ding. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, 7th level of acquired life, 1st level awakener. Spirit, 0.7, special 2.1. Normal state can increase combat power by 70%. Special spiritual burst can increase 210%. Wisdom, 38.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 202.55, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 81.85, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 74.2, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 3.6, can be immune to level 3 mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, creation, awakening degree, 199%. Super speed regeneration, awakening degree, 155%. Skills, Naki technique, hard qigong, meditation, Erduijin, swimming, advanced. Doomsday swimming step, fighting, special level. Thunderbolt flash, level 2 sword skill. Spiritual return, indestructible golden body. Destruction magic, 3 swords. Pet beast, Meowth. Comprehensive combat power, 343.1. My strength has increased to 20,255 kilograms, barely reaching the level of a 2nd level awakener, and my agility has reached 572.95 meters per second, which is equivalent to a 2nd level Death Reaper. In terms of overall strength, I have reached the 2nd level. Glancing at his data panel, I can say that my gains this time are huge, but it is a pity that the awakening level of my abilities has not yet reached the level, so I cannot further develop the existing abilities. Exiting the information panel, Jiang Cheng looked at the Dawn Elf beside him and said, "I have calmed down now. Let's start training." "Yes, Master." Shu Guang nodded, and then introduced. Today's mental training is very simple. It is a repeat of past training, but the moving objects have changed. As he spoke, he looked towards the center of the gym. A tray slowly rose up, with a metal ball the size of a billiard ball in the middle of the tray. Dawn Elf said, "This is a metal ball made of iron, weighing 1 kilogram. All the owner needs is to use his mind to circle it around the tray. If successful, he can throw the metal ball into another tray." "Good," Jiang Cheng nodded. He now understood the meaning of Shu Guang's previous words. The use of mental power requires a lot of concentration. If the mental power is not concentrated due to emotional problems, it can range from mental damage to the brain and become mentally retarded. With his previous experience, Jiang Cheng concentrated his energy and imagined that his mental power would turn into silk threads and extend to wrap around the metal iron ball. Thoughts arise. A transparent spiritual thread formed in front of Jiang Cheng, quickly wrapped around the iron ball in front of him, and then pulled hard. Hiss! At the moment when the iron ball was pulled, Jiang Cheng felt as if his brain was pierced by a needle. The pain was indescribable, but it was impressive and even unbearable. Fortunately, this feeling lasted only for less than a second. Continue. The training of mental power is a painful process. It is to train people's mental power to be more resilient. Otherwise, no matter how huge the mental power is, it is just tofu dregs and will break with a poke. Sister Shuguang said at the right time, as if she had predicted this result in advance. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded while enduring the pain and continued the training just now. As before, at the moment when the iron ball was pulled, the pain like a needle piercing the soul came. But this time Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and held on. Soon, the iron ball was driven by the silk thread to rotate in the tray, but it stopped halfway through the rotation. Master, train well. When you drag the metal iron ball to rotate a circle and it no longer hurts, the training will be successful. Shuguang said. Well, Jiang Cheng was not discouraged by the second failure, but insisted on continuing. Because compared to the first time, being able to drag the ball the second time was already a huge improvement. The next 2 hours, Jiang Cheng failed countless times, and finally, in the last minute when the time was about to run out, he successfully dragged the ball for a circle, and the pain was not as severe as before, and it was within the tolerable range. I finally succeeded in rotating a circle, Jiang Cheng said slowly. His eyes darkened, and he fell into a coma. Outside the backyard door of the Dawn base, with Shun Fu as the leader, Lu Kai and several other survivors knelt on the ground and kowtowed constantly, forming an eye-catching landscape. At the same time, the scavenger team outside also returned to the base one after another. When passing by here, they couldn't help but stop and watch, seeing more and more people gathering. Yi Siwen, the deputy captain of the scavengers, couldn't help but look at Zhou Sheng and said, Captain, this is not a solution. How about we notify the leader? Zhou Sheng shook his head, leaned against the wall with his arms folded, and said lightly, It's okay. Let them make trouble. If the leader needs to step in for everything, what's the point of us captains? Okay. Yi Siwen nodded weakly. Hiss, it really hurts. The moment Jiang Cheng sat up, he felt a stabbing pain in his head. He quickly sat cross-legged, folded his hands on his lower abdomen, and whispered, Meditation. The moment he opened his mouth, Jiang Cheng's body was like a black hole. With him as the center, a giant spiritual energy tornado formed, constantly replenishing the shriveled cells in his body. An hour later, this mental training is really painful. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes and sighed. But everything is for the sake of getting stronger. No matter how painful or tired you are, you have to endure it and look at your information. Strength. 202.55 plus 8.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility. 81.85 plus 1, 1 for ordinary humans. Both the strength and agility attributes have been slightly improved. Okay, close the information panel. After reading the information, Jiang Cheng turned around and exited the gym. After changing clothes in the room, he walked downstairs. Some things need to be decided earlier. At the same time, downstairs at Dawn Base, Zhang looked at the display screen on the wall with a headache. If this matter is handled well, the cohesion of the survivors can be better enhanced, but if it is not handled well, this group of people may have a gap in their minds about the base. As an excellent scavenger at Dawn's peripheral survivor base, Xin Fu is quite famous among the scavenger team. It's difficult. Just as she was frowning in thought, a voice suddenly came from the side. What is it that gives our sister Yi such a headache? Hearing the voice, Zhang came back to her senses and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. When she saw the person coming, she rolled her eyes angrily and said, I'm not someone's classmate yet. Then leave this matter to me. Jiang Cheng said directly. Zhang listened, her eyes slightly surprised, and couldn't help but said, Are you sure? Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then ordered, By the way, I would like to inform all the survivors that we will gather in the health area today. I will conduct a public trial on Shun Lian and the captured traitors. Good. Seeing Jiang Cheng's decisiveness, Zhang Ye immediately nodded in agreement, turned around, and walked towards the backyard. At this time, outside the backyard, Captain, why don't we call the patrol team over? If this continues, the amount of crystals in the afternoon will be reduced. Wang Xiaolong couldn't help but remind him when he saw more and more survivors watching. That's what happened. Zhou Xing nodded, turned to Yi Siwen and ordered, Siwen, go call the patrol team. Yi Siwen nodded timidly. She was also afraid that this group of people would suddenly cause trouble. If the situation could not be controlled by then, she, the deputy captain of the scavengers, might be doomed. Just when she was about to call someone, suddenly, the backyard gate opens. A woman wearing a white shirt, black pants, and a bun came out expressionlessly. When she saw Shen Fu, Lu Kai, and others kneeling on the ground, a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. According to her management experience, what she dislikes the most is people like Shen Fu who take the lead in making trouble. After a quick glance, Zhang Ye turned to look at Zhou Sheng and said, Captain Zhou. This is Captain Zhang. Do you have any orders? Zhou Sheng immediately trotted over and said respectfully with a smiling face. The leader said that today, all the survivors in the base will go to the living area to obey orders, where the leader will publicly try those who betrayed Shun Lian and others. Zhang Ye said calmly, Yes, please leave this matter to me. Zhou Sheng assured him, patting his chest quickly. After receiving the order, Zhou Sheng ran out in a hurry. It has to be said that Zhou Sheng still has quite good appeal among the peripheral survivors. As soon as he conveyed the order, with Wang Xiaolong and Yi Siwen as assistants, Jiang Cheng's words were quickly spread to every household. Almost 2 hours later, the living area was packed with people. Everyone looked at the man in the center and started talking. Why do you think the leader called us here? Don't you know yet? Captain Zhou has already said that he is going to put Shun Lian and that traitor Du Shui on trial. Shun Lian, my mother-in-law was chatting with her yesterday. No, I have to tell my mother-in-law to stay away from Shun Lian when the meeting is over. It's just pity that boy Shen Fu has such a sister. The survivors were talking among themselves. In the center of the crowd was a young man, followed by 5 team members with cold faces and lowly, who thought he was holding a kitten in his arms. Chief, everything is ready. Zhou Sheng whispered in Jiang Cheng's ear. Well, let's get started. Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, leader. Zhou Sheng nodded, then turned to the survivors and said loudly, Fellow survivors, be quiet now. A voice came down. The crowd gradually became quiet, and everyone looked over intently. Not bad. Seeing Zhou Sheng quickly take control of the situation, Jiang Cheng was very satisfied and signaled Zhou Sheng to continue speaking. Zhou Sheng nodded with a smile, and then said loudly, Today, we are calling everyone here. There is a big event. I believe you all heard quite a noise last night. Yes, yesterday when my mother-in-law and I were working hard, I heard a crackling sound. I was so scared that I almost fainted. A man in the crowd said loudly. Ha! For a moment, everyone was amused by this survivor. Someone immediately answered and said, I'm telling you, Ma Biao, you only have that little thing, so stop looking for excuses here. That's right, we are all brothers. It's not like we haven't peed together. Brother, if you want my help, I'm sure you'll have 3 babies in 2 years, and you'll have a full house of children in 3 years. A few others joked. Bah! Ma Biao spat. Everyone laughed, even more joyfully. Seeing this, Zhou Sheng continued to speak loudly. Just last night, the gang of bastards from the Tianan survivor base attacked us. Fortunately, the leader took advantage of the enemy's opportunity and was wise and powerful. The magic soldiers descended from the sky, and the crisis was resolved. What? We were attacked yesterday. As for those grandsons from Tianan, I have long disliked them. Grandma, if I had known, I shouldn't have slept so hard last night. The crowd started talking again, but their faces were full of indignation. Many of them were rescued by Jiang Cheng from Haiyang Hospital in Tianan City. When they learned about the chaos there, they were immediately filled with resentment. Seeing everyone's excitement, Zhou Sheng pressed his hands and said, Don't get excited, everyone, listen to me first. After shouting several times in a row, everyone slowly became quiet. Zhou Sheng continued, Although our leader resolved the crisis, Our base also lost several brothers in this battle, and we also captured 2 traitors, one of whom was Shun Lian. Having said this, Zhou Sheng shouted, "Bring the traitors and prisoners to my captain." With a command, the crowd automatically separated into a path. More than a dozen guards escorted a disheveled woman and several tied-up men. The woman in custody had disheveled hair, dark circles under her eyes, and a haggard face. It was obvious that she did not sleep well last night. The man behind the woman was not so quiet and kept shouting, "Jiang Cheng, Chief Jiang, I, Zhou Shuaisheng, am willing to give up the dark and join the light. As long as the chief is willing to spare my life, I, Zhou Shuaisheng, will follow the chief's lead for the rest of my life." As soon as he finished speaking, "Stop yelling here. Hurry up and get over here." His butt was kicked by the guards behind him. Because his hands were tied, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, Zhou Shuaisheng was not angry. Instead, he smiled and nodded and bowed, saying, "Brother is right." After that, he hurriedly walked forward in dejection. As for the few survivors behind Zhou Shuaisheng, they were not so active. Like the woman in front, they looked dead. After several people were brought up, suddenly, a young man rushed out of the crowd and rushed to Shun Lian at lightning speed. The guards on the side thought that the man was going to rob people, so they immediately raised their guns. What was shocking was that after the young man rushed to the middle, he knelt down with a plop, bowed his head to Jiang Cheng, and said loudly while knelt, "Leader, please spare my sister's life. She is not a bad person." It was Zhou Shuaisheng who fooled her this time. "If you are willing to let my sister go, my life will be yours in the future." Shen Fu cried. Jiang Cheng, however, had no expression on his face and gave Zhou Sheng a look. Zhou Sheng immediately understood and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and pull this guy aside to avoid disrupting the order." "Yes." Several guards received the order and immediately stepped forward. But as soon as they put their hands on Shen Fu's shoulders, he struggled away immediately. 5 or 6 ordinary men in a row were unable to hold him down in a short time. Jiang Cheng frowned even more at this scene. He never expected that the first-level strength potion he gave to Shen Fu would become his capital for making trouble. Moreover, the strength of the base guards was too weak, and they couldn't even hold down a person. It seems that it is time to improve the combat effectiveness of the guards in the outer base. As for how to improve it, all this needs to be carefully considered. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng looked at Shen Fu, who was in a stalemate with the guards, and lowered his head to say to Old Man Yang beside him, "Old man, look at that kid. I'll trouble you for a while." "No problem." Old Man Yang smiled cheerfully. He appeared next to Shen Fu quickly, and the survivors who were watching were also stunned. In the past, they only heard the guards say how powerful the people around the leader were. Seeing them today, it was completely overturned their cognition. How can this be powerful? It's like a god descending to earth. Is this the power that humans can have? Just when everyone was stunned, Father Yang put a hand on Shen Fu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Boy, I advise you to calm down. The leader will make a decision naturally. No, I can't just watch my sister die like this." Shen Fu's eyes were red and he wanted to struggle away. But the next moment, he found that no matter how hard he tried, the hand on his shoulder was like an iron clamp and he couldn't get away at all. "Okay, just be honest with the old man." Seeing that Shen Fu was still disobedient, Father Yang grabbed his collar and threw him to the side. Shen Fu was thrown several meters away in an instant, fell heavily to the ground, groaned, and couldn't get up for a while. The guards on the side saw this and immediately ran over to press him under them, which was considered to be restraining him. Seeing the commotion subsided, Jiang Cheng glanced at everyone and then said, "Everyone." As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone looked over. I won't go into details about the attack on the base last night. Today, we are here for 2 things. The first is to announce the verdict on those who attacked the base or betrayed the base. Jiang Cheng said this, cleared his throat, and read, "First, Shun Lian. The base provides her with food and shelter, but she colluded with the spies of the Tiannan survivor base. Last night, she secretly opened the base gate for the enemy and caused 2 of our guards to be seriously injured." Speaking of this, he changed the subject and said, "Many of us here came from the Haong base. I believe some people have heard about what these people experienced in the Haong base. I was rescued from the Haong base. It is simply a purgatory on Earth. A survivor from the Haeong base shouted. Yes, that eagle brother eats human flesh every day, and there is a butcher who specializes in slaughtering us survivors. I live in fear every day, said another survivor rescued from the Haeong base. After that, many people from the Haeong base spoke. Listening, Jiang Cheng nodded and continued. I believe that you have not heard of the Tianan survivor base, but you should have heard of Zhang Shuangying, brother Ying, and now he is in the Tianan survivor base. When Jiang Cheng said this, everyone immediately understood. Jiang Cheng said, if the gate of our base was opened by Shun Lian last night, everyone should be able to understand what the consequences are. So, how do you think I should deal with Shun Lian? As soon as the words fell, the crowd exploded instantly. I don't know who shouted, kill her. The rest of the people followed suit. Kill her, kill her. Jiang Cheng listened and raised his hand to press. Everyone was quiet again. Jiang Cheng looked at Shun Lian and said, Shun Lian, do you have anything else to say? Haha, Jiang Cheng, you are so hypocritical. You don't even think about my Shun Fu, who risked his life to save you by the river. If it weren't for my Ah Fu, you wouldn't be living your life now. Shun Lian sneered. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was silent for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he said, what do you think counts as consideration? At least a single-family house like yours, with 3 meals a day, no need to go out hunting, and treat his family well. Shun Lian said as a matter of course. Shameless, Lin Ro couldn't help but curse in a low voice. She didn't expect that there are still people in this world who want to repay favors. Lu Xinru and the other girls also agreed. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng also laughed, and the last bit of friendship he had for Shun Fu disappeared, and he turned to mock. Shun Fu saved my life on the levee, didn't I save you? When you were hungry for a few days without food, I took out all the food and gave it to Shun Fu. Doesn't it count? When your family was tied up by the people in the Haeong base and were about to be sacrificed, did I rescue you count? Bringing you back to the base and giving you food and drink doesn't count. Jiang Cheng said a few things casually, and Shun Lian was speechless. Then, Jiang Cheng said, if you just leave the base, I will turn a blind eye to it. But what about you? You actually tried to join forces with the foreign enemy to open the base gate and lead the enemy into the camp. You are repaying kindness with enmity and disregarding the lives of our fellow survivors in the Dawn Survivor base. Today, I will make the following decisions on you. As he said, Jiang Cheng said loudly, Shun Lian, today I will deprive her of her status as a survivor of the Dawn Outer Base and execute her immediately to appease the anger of the fellow survivors in the base. After the verdict was made, Shun Fu immediately struggled and cried loudly. Jiang Cheng, please let my sister go. I swear she will never dare to do it again. We have been classmates for 4 years and have been friends for more than 10 years. You can't do this to me. She is my only relative. There was no fluctuation in Jiang Cheng's eyes. He had already given the opportunity, but the other party didn't know how to cherish it. He immediately shouted, where is the guard? Yes, the guard replied. Kill. Please, for the sake of our relationship for so many years, please spare her life. I will do whatever you want, even if it means taking my life in exchange for hers. Shun Fu cried bitterly and knelt on the ground, struggling to get up, but several people held him down, making it impossible for him to break free for a while. Jiang Cheng's eyes were firm, and he said coldly, shoot. Yes, the guards ordered, raising their submachine guns and pointing them at Shun Lian's head. No, you can't kill me. Shun Lian panicked all of a sudden. She thought that for Shun Fu's sake, Jiang Cheng would at most punish her and not really take action. Who knew that Jiang Cheng actually wanted to take her life? She was so frightened that she screamed repeatedly. He came out and cried loudly. Jiang Cheng, leader, I was wrong. I don't want to die. My child is still young. He can't live without his mother. Haha, now you know it was wrong. Why did you go there earlier? Lin Ro looked at Shun Lian with disdain and muttered. Zhang Yo also nodded in agreement, but Lu Xinru sighed. If it weren't for the end of the world, it would be right for a little woman like her to make such a choice. It's a pity that it's the end of the world now. Li Qinghua nodded and agreed with Lu Xinru's point of view. In her opinion, this base belongs to Jiang Cheng, and he has no obligation to protect these survivors. But the reality is that Jiang Cheng not only sheltered these survivors, but also provided them with shelter, food, drink, and safety. To guarantee and enjoy these benefits, you must learn to abide by the base's most basic rules. Listening to Shun Lian's cry, Jiang Cheng looked indifferently. When the guard saw this, he no longer held back his hand and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! A blood flower bloomed on Shun Lian's forehead, and her crying stopped abruptly. The pupils of her eyes dilated, and pictures appeared in her mind like a revolving lantern. Am I really wrong? With a murmur, Shun Lian's vision went dark and she collapsed weakly on the ground. Sister! Shen Fu yelled at the top of his lungs and cried to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, you are so cruel. Ignoring Shen Fu's cries, Jiang Cheng continued. Cut off her head and hang it on the wall of the base for 3 days. After 3 days, it will be handed over to Shen Fu and he will handle it on his own. Yes. The guards got the order and dragged Shun Lian's body away. Jiang Cheng said, Everyone, remember, this is the consequences of betraying the base. I hope everyone will learn from it. Yes, Chief. Everyone lowered their heads and said in unison, Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded, then looked at the frightened Zhou Shuixing beside him and said with sharp eyes, Zhou Shuixing killed Du Shuai, the survivor of my base, and then pretended to be Du Shuai to lure Shun Lian into betrayal. Today, I will use Xu Guang as the leader of the base. I decided to execute you. Do you have any complaints? Aye. When Zhou Shuixing heard that he was going to be executed, his legs trembled with fear, and a smell flowed out from under his trousers, making everyone feel disgusted. But he quickly came to his senses, knelt down, and cried, Chief Jiang Cheng, please let me go. As long as you keep me alive, I can do anything you want. I don't dare to use a capricious villain like you. And you also killed the survivors in my base, so I can't keep you. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, before Zhou Shuixing could speak again, he flipped his wrist and released a ball of fire, condensed and formed in the hand. Go! The fireball immediately headed towards Zhou Shuixing. Bang! The flames jumped more than 2 meters high. Zhou Shuixing let out a scream and tried desperately to break free from the rope to extinguish the flames on his body. Unfortunately, the rope was tied too tightly. By the time he broke free, the flames had spread to his whole body. Jiang Cheng, you bastard, my boss will definitely avenge your death. Zhou Shuixing's whole body was covered with flames, and he was still breathing for a while, running towards the crowd with the tenacious vitality of a first-order awakened person. Even if he dies, he will take away several survivors from Dawn Base. Old man, kill him. Okay. Father Yang grinned, and before Zhou Shuixing could rush towards the crowd, he dodged and shouted, Vajra fist. Boom. With a punch, Zhou Shuixing didn't even have a chance to react, and his head exploded. He lost his brain, and the blood from his neck gushed out like a fountain. His body fell to the ground and twitched for a while, then stopped moving. Seeing this scene, the survivors at Shuguang Outer Base were shocked. Is it possible for normal people to create flames and blow people's heads off at will? If this person were himself? Everyone shuddered in New China and looked at Jiang Cheng and others with even more awe. When Zhou Shuixing died, the remaining betrayers were executed one by one, and their heads were hung on the base wall for public display. After dealing with the first matter, Jiang Cheng began to announce the second matter. In addition to executing several traitors today, the second thing is also a top priority and concerns everyone's future. Compared to last night, everyone also knows about Tian'an Base, and starting from today, everyone needs to train diligently and improve their own strength to resist invasion from outside. And within 3 days from today, I will provide a genetic medicine that can make the human body stronger and even surpass the limits of human beings. And these medicines, I will open them to survivors who have made great contributions to the base and are loyal to the base. It can be exchanged for crystals, so if you want to gain extraordinary power and occupy a place in this apocalypse, show me your loyalty and your abilities. Regarding how to exchange and who can exchange, I need to discuss with the captains of the Dawn Base, and will announce it in 3 days. After saying that, Jiang Cheng turned around and took Lin Ro and others away. Waiting for Jiang Cheng to leave, the survivors who were still standing there were instantly boiling. What did they work so hard for? Isn't it to survive and to have food for themselves and their families? If they have genetic medicine and obtain extraordinary power, they will have a foothold in this doomsday and can live better. Even Zhou Sheng, the captain of the Dawn Outer Base, was flushed and looked excitedly in the direction where Jiang Cheng left, muttering to himself, I want to become stronger. I must get the genetic medicine. Yi Siwen and Wang Xiaolong were the same. Jiang Cheng's words planted a seed of becoming stronger in the hearts of all the survivors of the Dawn Base. Only Xin Fu. He was lost at this moment, regretful and even confused. When his parents died, they told him that he must protect his sister. But what about now? His sister died in front of him at the hands of his best friend. He covered his head in pain and sobbed. How did things turn out like this? Dad, Mom, what should I do? After returning to the base, Jiang Cheng and all the core members of the Dawn Base sat together. Jiang Cheng took the lead and said, Let me talk about the potions to be provided first. As he said that, he directly exchanged a first-level gene enhancement potion and said, This is a first-level gene enhancement potion. It can increase the strength by 100 kilograms and the speed by 7 meters per second. A person can only inject 2 at most. When injecting the second one, the effect is halved. The third injection is ineffective, so the improvement is very limited. Now what I want to discuss is, how do you think we should provide such potions, and to whom? As soon as the words were thrown out, several people fell into deep thought. Zhangya, please tell me first. Seeing that everyone was silent, Jiang Cheng shouted directly. Actually, the matter of providing first-level gene enhancement potions is easy to handle, but the most difficult thing is the screening of the crowd. Zhangya said this, paused and said, For example, should we help people like Zhou Sheng? What they provide, and moreover, whether these people are loyal to the base and have the quality of dedication to the base, these are all rigid screening conditions. Jiang Cheng also nodded when he heard this. As for the loyal minister, it can be judged by the favorability, but whether this person has the qualities of a warrior is the key point. Sister Yu is right. Next, Sister Lu, please tell me your opinion. Jiang Cheng pointed out another person. Lu Xinru shook her head and said, I'm just a doctor. If we discuss medical skills, I can say a few words, but for this kind of thing, I really can't think of a better way than Zhangya. What about the security guards? Jiang Cheng looked at Lin Ro again. Lin Ro said carelessly, Let me tell you, it can be simpler. We can give ideological classes to those who have obtained the genetic medicine every week and carry out brainwashing education. After all, no one dares to guarantee that they will be 100% loyal to anyone, but everyone I will do this in a subtle way in the general environment. That makes sense. He deserves to be from the Public Security Bureau. Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. What Lin Ro said was extremely reasonable. Unless there is a deep hatred and you must take sides, no one is 100% loyal, and the definition of loyalty is very broad. He may be very loyal as an individual, but his family is abducted by the enemy. The enemy forces him to betray the base, otherwise he will kill his family. Given this dilemma, few people will choose to be loyal to the base. Jiang Cheng didn't want to let these people make loyalty choices because human nature couldn't stand the test. What about Wanqing? Jiang Cheng looked at Li Wanqing again. Li Wanqing was suddenly called out, and she stuttered. I think if you just improve a little bit, actually, you don't have to be so stuck. Yeah. Jiang Cheng nodded. There is really no need to get stuck. He has the absolute strength to suppress these people. Old man, what do you think? Jiang Cheng asked. Father Yang said indifferently. The old man is just a martial artist. He only has fighting in his heart. These things are no longer within the scope of the old man's consideration. Whatever you think, kid, do it. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded helplessly. Finally, after a discussion among everyone, Jiang Cheng concluded the best way. Say, first of all, it takes 500 zombie crystals to exchange for the first-level enhanced gene potion. This is the exchange aspect. Second, I will hold a hunting competition 3 days later. The person who hunts the most will receive 2 first-level gene enhancement potions, and the second and third place will receive 1 each. Third, I will establish an official guard team of Dawn Base. All members who join the base guard team can be injected with 2 first-level genetic medicines and learn the Qi absorption method. The guard team is divided into 4 teams. Each team has 3 people. The 4 of you will lead a team respectively, and you will serve as the captain of the base guard. while Father Yang will serve as the commander-in-chief of the base guard. What do you think? I have no objection. Linro said first. I don't have any objection either. The other women also replied one after another. Anyway, you kid has made your decision. I'll just do it, old man. Father Yang spread his hands and said, Okay, that's decided for now. Just when the discussion at Shuguang base was heated. Tianan City. Tianan base. Luo Fan sat on the main seat and was as deep as Mo. Glancing at the brothers in front of him, only the second eldest brother Sherdong and the seventh eldest brother Yin Bin were left. Tell me, what should we do? Sherdong pushed up his glasses and said, Boss, now we should consolidate our development, absorb the survivors of Tianan City, and then increase the number of combatants and material collectors to restore our combat effectiveness. Second brother, what do you mean? We were beaten, but we still dare not take revenge, while Goesaw is hiding at home. Yinbin couldn't help it, and stood up and pointed at Sherdong and asked. Sherdong was not angry, and looked at Yinbin expressionlessly. Old Chi, if you don't develop the base, are you going to fight Jiang Cheng at Shuguang base? Of course, if you go, I will never stop you. You? Yinbin was choked by Sherdong's words and didn't know what to say for a while. Let him seek revenge from the other party? What a joke. Even fierce men like third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother were left behind. If he was allowed to go alone, wouldn't he be going to die? Sherdong watched Yinbin shut up, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. He turned to Luo Fan and said, Boss, we suffered heavy losses in this raid for 3 reasons. First, the intelligence was vague. We only listened to the words of the fourth child and his family, and the opponent's strength described by the fourth child was inaccurate, which led to the failure of the battle. Second, there is the uncertainty factor Zhang Shuangying. For people like Zhang Shuangying who are disobedient to discipline, except for the boss, it is more difficult for the others to suppress them. During the battle, the third brother and the others may have been fooled. The third point is impulsiveness. We are too eager to seek success and obtain the resources of Dawn Base. This mentality is absolutely unacceptable. Well, what do you think we should do now? Luo Fan calmed down after listening to Sherdong's analysis. His original idea was to personally lead people to fight one-on-one, but in this way, without knowing the specific strength of the opponent, the chance of winning or losing would become 50-50, or even less than 50%. Once he failed and was killed, the future of Tianan base would be basically determined. Sherdong smiled and said, In my opinion, we should send someone to apologize and test the other party's attitude. If they are willing to make friends, it would be the best choice. Impossible. Yinbin jumped up in anger. Second brother, your brain is stuck in the door. He wiped us out, and we still have to apologize to him? Are you sure you went out to take medicine today? Luo Fan was also puzzled. How did developing the base become apologizing and making friends? Yinbin smiled faintly and said, Since ancient times, war has never been the standard for defining hostility. Interests are the criterion for everything. If there is an advantage, then unite. If there is no advantage, then separate. There is an old saying that goes, The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. In layman's terms, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Besides, sending someone to apologize actually has 2 benefits. First, we can test the attitude of the Dawn base towards us. If the other party accepts the apology, we can cooperate with it and slowly develop the base. Second, if the other party refuses but has no intention of attacking, we can take this opportunity to develop and then avenge yesterday's revenge. Hearing this, Luo Fan also understood what was going on. After thinking about it, he finally decided. Then Sherdong, you will go to apologize. Just let me know if you need anything. Yes, boss. Sherdong nodded and smiled. Then, he looked at Yinbin and said, Seventh brother, you are responsible for collecting supplies for the base and absorbing survivors from other places, but remember one thing, don't beat or scold them anymore. These people are the guarantee for our future growth. You'd better control your temper. Boss, are you kidding? To that group of ants. Yinbin said in disbelief. Do you need me to remind you a second time? Luo Fan raised his eyebrows. Yinbin immediately stopped. Of course not. Okay, let's get these things done as soon as possible. When the base grows stronger, It will be time for us to take revenge on the Dawn base. The last thing is the strength of you guys. As the future captain of the base guard, you must at least be at the first level of strength. At the end of the meeting, Jiang Cheng took out the milky white porcelain bottle. Before opening it, Father Yang, a martial arts master, was the first to notice the clue. He sniffed it with his nose and couldn't help but said in shock, "This is it. The martial arts holy medicine Shaohuan Dan." Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "Martial arts holy medicine?" Father Yang almost jumped up with excitement, and then said with a look of disbelief, "You kid, don't fool the old man. This kind of item is definitely a rare treasure in today's Gu family. How could it be? Old man, you'll know if it's true or not if you try one." Jiang Cheng didn't explain, but opened the cork of the white porcelain bottle, poured out a milky white pill, and handed it over. Father Yang couldn't wait to take it, bring it to his nose and smell it. Just smelling the medicinal fragrance emanating from it, he felt that the realm of the fifth level of acquired nature that had been stuck for many years was loosening. Looking at the elixir, he couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. What a good thing. Even if it is not a small return elixir, it is definitely an excellent holy product for martial arts. If the old man had obtained this item back then, I don't know how many years of hard work would have been spared. After saying that, swallow it in one gulp. As soon as the elixir enters the mouth, it is stained with saliva, and it immediately turns into a stream of spiritual liquid, which carries a refreshing feeling and enters the abdomen along the esophagus. Not long after, Father Yang's dantian felt a sense of expansion, and the bottleneck became more and more loose. A breakthrough. Father Yang looked surprised, quickly closed his eyes, ducked into the backyard, and started to use the chi receiving method. The girls nearby had never seen Father Yang in such a posture, and they were all amazed. Xiao Jian Lin Judao. Is this pill really that magical? Looking at the old man like this, it seems like he has a treasure. Lu Xinru's eyes flashed with inquiring light, and she nodded. It's more than a treasure, it's simply the root of life. I really don't know what the ingredients of this elixir are, and I really want to study it clearly. As the chief doctor of Shuguang Base, the more she treated people, the more she discovered that during the treatment process in the medical warehouse, nutrient solution would be automatically injected, which contained a large number of plant ingredients. According to the explanation of the medical robot, the nutrient solution extracted from it the essence of herbal medicine and the metabolites of special microorganisms. Although she still didn't understand some of it, she at least understood one thing, that is, the ingredients contain medicinal herbs. This also made her have a strong interest in herbal medicine after practicing Western medicine for many years. Li Qingwan and Zhang Ye saw the magic of the elixir from their father's state, but they couldn't understand the rest. Boy Jiang, two more. Suddenly, Father Yang shouted loudly in the yard. His eyes suddenly opened, a light flashed in his eyes, and an aura was released from his body, and it was still rising. Old man, pick it up. When Jiang Cheng saw this, he immediately opened the data eye to observe Yang's condition, and at the same time threw out 2 small return pills. Level 5th level the day after tomorrow, promoting. When Jiang Cheng saw the 3 words promoted, he showed a hint of interest. He is currently at the 7th level of acquired medicine. He has taken 3 small pills in a row, but he has only reached the bottleneck of the 7th level of acquired medicine. He knows very well that this is because his foundation is still shallow, his training time is too short, and his accumulation is too little. On the contrary, my father has been in the 5th level of Hotian realm for decades, and has a deep foundation. Coupled with the blessing of Shaohuan Dan, he will definitely accumulate more and produce unexpected results. Thank you. Father Yang reached out with one hand, took 2 pills into his hand, and then stuffed them into his mouth. The next moment, break. Father Yang drank loudly again, and his momentum climbed again. After breaking through for an hour, his momentum reached its highest point. Look around. Father Yang's hair, which was originally full of black hair due to his awakening, became more shiny, and the skin on his body was also shiny. He no longer had the old look of 40 or 50 years old, and his whole person looked full of vitality, like the scorching sun at noon, exuding strong vitality. Data eyes open. Name, Yang Jianan. Gender, male. Age 78. Friendliness, 100. Level, 9th level acquired. first level awakener. Spirit, 0.9, can increase combat power by 90%. Wisdom, 10 plus 5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 69.55 plus 20, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 24.95 plus 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 16.6 plus 20, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 2 plus 0.6. When it reaches 2, you can be immune to second-level mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, transformation into Buddha, awakening, 125%. Gong method, Naki method, hard Qigong, Vajra fist. Comprehensive combat power, 167. Good guy. The moment Jiang Cheng saw the data, he called him a good guy. With just 3 small return pills, Father Yang was promoted from the 5th level of the day after tomorrow to the 9th level of the day after tomorrow, and his combat power increased by a full 55 points. No one knows what 55 points of combat power means to Yang. Only Jiang Cheng understands. Transforming into a Buddha himself can double Yang's physical attributes, and the spirit's 90% increase in attributes can further strengthen the body. Finally, there is hard Qigong, which reaches the peak of body strengthening. Such a father with full combat power is comparable to a second-level awakener. Not long after, Father Yang's realm has been consolidated. Opening his eyes, he looked at Jiang Cheng with excitement in his eyes, and his lips were trembling. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that he didn't know how to express it. Jiang Cheng couldn't understand what Old Man Yang was feeling at the moment, but he still smiled and said, "Old man, everyone is turning their backs to each other's companions, so there's no need to say thank you." "Yes, companions." Old Man Yang nodded heavily. His mood was much calmer. Next, Jiang Cheng looked at the girls and said, "Okay, Dad has been promoted, and the rest is your turn." After that, he took out 12 small huandan and distributed them to the 4 girls. Remember, wait until the power of a small huandan is exhausted before swallowing it. Jiang Cheng instructed. Yes. After taking the small huandan, the girls came to the backyard one after another and started to break through by practicing the qi-absorbing method. Old Man sighed on the side. He had never seen anyone take out the small huandan like pouring beans without paying. Watching the women break through, Father Yang sighed. "Boy, do you know those ancient martial arts families, big sects? A small pill like this is enough to make them fight to the death? If they knew you used the small pill like this, they would probably be angry to death." "It's just a small pill," Jiang Cheng said disapprovingly. Hearing this, Father Yang's mouth twitched, but it also strengthened his belief in following Jiang Cheng. Almost 2 hours later, with a few cries, the 4 auras began to rise. Jiang Cheng's face became serious. He knew that Lin Ro and the others were about to break through. "Break!" Lin Ro shouted, her momentum reaching its peak. Even though Jiang Cheng was in the rest area, he could feel the pressure from the 4th level of the acquired realm. "I have data." Name Lin Ro. Gender, female. Age, 22. Friendliness, 100. Level, First Order Awakener, acquired 4th Order. Spirit, 0.4, can increase combat power by 40%. Wisdom, 10 plus 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 61.2 plus 15, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 19.2 plus 5, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 10 plus 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.8 plus 0.2. When reaching 2, it can be immune to second-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, water control, awakening degree, 105%. Kung Fu. Qi absorption method, hard Qigong. Skills, elementary firearms, elementary fighting. Comprehensive combat power, 140.8. Not bad. Jiang Cheng nodded. Although Lin Ro is not as good as Zhang Ye in making big decisions, she is undoubtedly the most talented woman in the Dawn base. She also has a good understanding of martial arts. Apart from Jiang Cheng, she is the second person to reach the 1st level of the acquired realm through her own efforts. Now that she has broken through 3 small realms, her comprehensive combat power has reached 140.8, which can be regarded as a small surprise for Jiang Cheng. Then, Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Xinru. Name, Lu Xinru. Gender, female. Age, 28. Friendliness, 100. Level, First Order Awakener, acquired 4th level. Spirit, 0.4, can increase combat power by 40%. Wisdom, 19 plus 10, ordinary human is 1. Strength, 58.35 plus 15, ordinary human is 1. Agility, 21.75 plus 5, ordinary human is 1. Spirit, 17.8 plus 10, ordinary human is 1. Virus resistance, 1.8 plus 0.2, when reaching 2, it can be immune to the second-order mutant and the following common zombie viruses. Superpower, healing, awakening degree, 105%. Kung Fu, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong. Skills, advanced medical skills, elementary cooking. Comprehensive combat power, 157.3. Lu Xinru's talent is basically in the profession of doctor. Although she has also broken through to the 4th level of the acquired realm, she is still slightly inferior to Lin Ro in momentum. Next is Zhangya. Name Zhangya. Gender, female. Age, 30. Friendliness, 98. Level, First Order Awakener, 3rd level acquired. Spirit, 0.3, can increase combat power by 30%. Wisdom, 12 plus 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 50.6 plus 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 14.15 plus 2.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 10 plus 5, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.2 plus 0.1. When reaching 1, it can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, charm, awakening degree, 102.5%. Kung Fu, Qi absorption method, hard Qigong. Skills, master of cooking, intermediate agriculture, intermediate tailoring, advanced management. Comprehensive combat power, 114.55. Zhangya started late and only broke through to the 3rd level of acquired. The overall combat power is just over 100, which can be regarded as barely reaching the level of the 1st level. Finally, there is Li Qingwan. Name, Li Qingwan. Gender, female. Age, 23. Friendliness, 100. Level, First Order Awakener, 2nd Order acquired. Spirit, 0.2, 20% increase in combat power. Wisdom, 10 plus 5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 35.4 plus 5, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 10.35 plus 2, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 10 plus 5, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.2 plus 0.1. Immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, Phoenix, awakening degree, 101%. Kung Fu, Qi absorption method, hard Qigong. Comprehensive combat power, 82.95. Li Qingwan was the last to arrive at the base, and she only broke through to the 2nd Order acquired. Overall, everyone's strength has been greatly improved. Old man, I'll leave their consolidation of realm to you. I have something else to do, so I won't stay here for long. Jiang Cheng said. Go, go, the old man is here to guard. Old man Yang waved his hand indifferently. It was just a piece of cake. After giving a few more instructions, Jiang Cheng packed up his things and ran directly out of the base and towards the levee. The Yanghe levee was built by the older generation of Linxian City in the 1950s and 1960s, shovel by shovel. It stretches for hundreds of miles and can be said to be the crystallization of the wisdom of the older generation to prevent the flooding of the Yanghe River. Green trees are planted on both sides of the levee to prevent soil erosion and consolidate the riverbank. However, the efforts of a generation were destroyed on June 24, 2022. The floods soaked a large number of tree roots on the levee, and a long green ribbon turned into a withered yellow color. From a distance, only bald tree branches can be seen. The weeds on the embankment are also withered in large areas. With this in mind, Jiang Cheng moved faster, and he had to confirm something. Less than a minute. He ran from the base to the entrance of the embankment. When he saw the green color covering the embankment, instead of being happy, he showed a deep sense of vigilance. Really, Jiang Cheng felt a little more worried. I remember that a few days ago, There were dead grass and dry trees everywhere on the embankment. But just one day later, these vegetation sprouted again in an abnormal state. In just one night, the trees that were originally as thick as a bowl became as thick as a bucket. The one that was 2 feet high became 10 feet tall. Looking at it, no? One would think that it was a protective forest. Instead, they would think that it was more like an ancient wetland park. Let's take a look first and then talk. Jiang Cheng got a little taller, jumped onto the river embankment, drew out his Tang sword, and waved it gently at the green grass on the side. Swish! A grass leaf was cut open, and rich green juice flowed out from the break of the grass blade like blood, taking away love. The cement pavement at the edge of the embankment made a sizzling sound. Fine bubbles appeared on the cement road. Corrosive grass? Jiang Cheng frowned and walked towards a big tree surrounded by 3 people. He also swung his sword lightly. Swish! The bark of the tree was cut open, and a viscous green liquid that was thicker than green grass sap flowed from the bark. After being hit by a knife, the big tree seemed to feel the pain and began to sway slightly. The branches rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. There were also a few growing vines that squirmed violently in the air. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng was even more certain of his suspicions. The spiritual energy above the blue star began to revive. After absorbing the spiritual energy, various flowers, plants, and trees gave birth to spiritual wisdom, such as this tree. Although it cannot speak for the time being, its reaction after being injured has fully demonstrated that it can already feel pain, and the vines on the branches obviously want to attack him. Unfortunately, they are not yet fully mature and cannot touch the vines under the tree. It seems that the second spiritual energy wave is basically a certainty. Jiang Cheng sighed, just when he was lost in thought. Whoosh! A black shadow came from behind. He reacted immediately. His eyes flickered. He held up the Tang Dao in his hand and slashed backwards without looking back. Puff! Moment. Bright red splashed, and the unknown creature was cut in half and fell on the grass. Jiang Cheng turned around and looked down at the ground and found a strange bird with colorful feathers all over its body. It looked a bit like a pheasant, but it was 2 meters long. It had a golden beak that was 10 centimeters long and a pair of long beaks. The long claws are bent backwards like an eagle, shining with metallic luster. A pheasant that is not yet fully enlightened. Information about this creature flashed through Jiang Cheng's mind. Because of Guy's previous life in the base could only barely survive. In order to replenish energy, he would also go hunting with a group of scavengers, including this kind of pheasant. Apart from the pheasants, something even more bizarre is happening. After the pheasant landed, the blood flowing from its body dripped on the grass stems and quickly disappeared. Moreover, the grass around the strange bird's body seemed to have become conscious. The leaves moved closer to the strange bird's body, constantly digesting the pheasant's body. It won't take a few minutes. The 2-meter-long pheasant immediately turned into a white skeleton. Looking at this scene, Jiang Cheng felt an inexplicable chill down his back. Jiang Cheng exhaled slowly, swung his knife to drive away the weeds approaching him, and continued to search forward. And just as he was getting ready to move forward, a long, low, high chirp sounded. Woo! The water surface began to become unstable. What? Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed. He leaned behind a big tree and looked towards the Yanghe River not far away. Not sure if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Yanghe River seemed to be wider. Look at the river again. Under the blowing of the summer wind, the layers of waves appear shining against the rising sun. However, in the center of the river, a white water splashed up and turned into ripples, spreading out in all directions, covering an area of about tens of meters. About a few seconds, the splash is getting bigger and bigger. In the most central location, suddenly, bang! A column of water as thick as a bucket rose into the sky, spraying dozens of meters high. At the same time, a giant gray beast broke through the water and jumped up. Its body was covered with iron armor and had bone spurs on it. Its shape was 100 meters long, and it jumped so high that it completely blocked the sun in front of Jiang Cheng's sight, giving people the feeling of blocking out the sky. From this giant creature, Jiang Cheng also felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Moment. A familiar memory came back to me. That day, he was beaten by a second-level death killer and fell into the water. When he struggled to get ashore, He was almost swallowed by an abyssal maw in the water. Fortunately, he had swimming skills, otherwise he would have died in the water. Jiang Cheng guessed that the giant mouth of the abyss at that time was most likely the one in front of him. See here. Data eyes open. Name, Armored Dragon Dolphin. Race, Spirit Beast. Grade, Wisdom. Strength, Agile. Comprehensive combat strength. Hiss. Looking at the data panel of this giant beast, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but take a breath. Apart from name and race, everything else is a question mark. Can't you identify its strength? According to the identification range of my second-level data eye, that is to say, its strength is definitely above the third level. The moment Jiang Cheng analyzed the results, an idea came to his mind subconsciously. If you are unable to defeat them, stay away. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng wanted to leave, but driven by curiosity, he continued to watch. The moment the armored dragon dolphin jumped out of the water, a sharp and harsh hawk's cry cut through the sky. As soon as the voice cried, a strong gust of wind blew toward the river. The originally sparkling river suddenly set off huge waves several meters high, making the rocks on the shore clatter. The giant tree dozens of meters high by the river, as thick as 3 people could hug each other, was also tilted by the wind. What? Jiang Cheng quickly hugged a tree trunk next to him to prevent him from being blown to the ground, but the dust he stirred up still made him unable to open his eyes. Unbreakable golden body. With a low shout, a golden shield immediately appeared around Jiang Cheng. At this time, the wind and sand in front of him were isolated from the shield. He looked up at the sky again. When he saw the figure in the vast blue sea of clouds, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think of a passage in his mind. I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It flies in anger. Its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. It is a bird. The ancient Kunpeng was nothing more than this. Jiang Cheng murmured. The ancient saying that Kunpeng could travel thousands of miles was definitely an exaggeration, but the big bird in front of him was beyond his knowledge. The wings spread out, roughly estimated to be 100 meters long, and the claws were like anchor hooks, dark brown in color, exuding a metallic luster, making people shudder. Data eyes open. Jiang Cheng gave a low drink and checked the information about the strange bird. Name, race, grade, wisdom, strength, agile, comprehensive combat strength. It can't be displayed? Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank in shock. The information panel of this strange bird is even weirder. Even its name is a row of question marks. This has never happened before. Is it a 4th-level creature? Guessing. Woo. As if it sensed the strange bird's attack, the armored dragon dolphin looked up to the sky and let out a long, low cry. The sound was like a loud bell, which made Jiang Cheng's head feel dizzy. Woo! There was another long cry. The armored dragon dolphin swung its giant tail, splashing a lot of water, then aimed at the figure in the sky, and sprayed out a water column with a diameter of more than 10 meters, aiming directly at the strange bird high in the sky. The strange bird let out a sharp neigh. Its eyes flashed with human disdain, and it seemed that it did not pay attention to the water column. Instead, it flapped its wings and faced the water column. Is it looking for death? Or does it have absolute self-confidence? Jiang Cheng was surprised. You must know that this water column can rush hundreds of meters into the sky. Needless to say, its pressure is very high, and its destructive power can be imagined. If an ordinary person were hit by it, they would probably be shattered into pieces. Not even the scum would be left. Even this concrete embankment, tens of meters high and dozens of meters wide, would probably be flushed out with a big hole under its impact. But the next scene directly broke his eyes. The strange bird rushed towards the water column at an extremely fast speed, with a black sound barrier flashing behind it. Mach ring. Jiang Cheng was surprised. Only when the speed of sound is reached or exceeds the speed of sound can this phenomenon occur. Ho-ho! The wind roared in the sky, and Jiang Cheng could hear it even from a few hundred meters away. Soon, strange birds and water pillars meet each other high in the sky. But the results were surprising. Not only did the water column fail to repel the strange bird, but the strange bird sliced the water column into two as easily as it sliced tofu. The spectacle is breathtaking. It won't take a few seconds. The strange bird arrived in front of the armored dragon dolphin. Seeing the strange bird break away from the attack, the armored dragon dolphin wanted to escape through the water. With a swing of its long tail, its head turned into an arched arc, and it plunged into the water. It's a pity that it is fast, and the strange bird is even faster. The armored dragon dolphin has its entire body immersed in the water. The next moment, whoosh, the strange bird came with a strong wind, grabbed the water with a pair of claws that were like iron hooks, and then flapped its wings. Wow! Between the rolling water, the 100-meter-long armored dragon dolphin breaks through the water. Looking carefully, I found that the pair of iron claws easily broke through the armor defense of the armored dragon dolphin and penetrated directly into the flesh. The severe pain of being penetrated by the sharp claws made the armored dragon dolphin struggle wildly. But no matter how hard the armored dragon dolphin struggled, it could not break free from the pair of iron hooks. The wings flapped. The body rose again and soared another 100 meters. Then, the strange bird threw the armored dragon dolphin towards the shore. "Depend on." Jiang Cheng complained and retreated frantically with all his speed. Because the location where this strange bird was thrown happened to be in the woods where he was. In less than a second he left. Boom! A loud noise sounded behind him, as countless trees were broken and sand and rocks were splashed. Looking from a distance, a large area of jungle used to strengthen the river embankment collapsed, and a 100-meter large hole was created in the embankment. If he hadn't had time to avoid it, he would have been crushed into a puddle of flesh. Damn, this is too strong. Jiang Cheng sighed. Such a terrifying armored dragon dolphin is not the enemy of the strange bird. If the target of the strange bird is him, I am afraid that he will not have a chance to take action. I found a hidden location and continued watching. The armored dragon dolphin was knocked to pieces and couldn't react for a while. The strange bird folded its wings, and its long golden beak was like an iron awl piercing the neck of the dragon dolphin. At the same time, it stepped on its body with one claw to prevent it from struggling. Not long after, the dragon dolphin's struggle became smaller and smaller, and the blood on its body flowed along the mud into the river. For a time, the river surface and the shore were dyed blood red. About an hour later, after eating and drinking enough, the strange bird looked at the dragon dolphin with only one head left. After a moment of hesitation, it spread its wings and flew towards the sky. Within a moment, it disappeared in the corner of the sky. Take advantage of the strange bird to leave. Good guy, have spiritual beasts evolved to this extent? Jiang Cheng secretly whispered and quickly came over to check. It was seen that only a skeleton of the dragon dolphin's body of more than 100 meters was left, while the dragon dolphin's head, the strange bird, did not move and was still well preserved. Something is obviously strange. Logically speaking, the crystals of general spiritual beasts will be stored in the brain. As for the reason, Jiang Cheng guessed that during the process of transforming into spirit beasts, these animals were first infected by ancient viruses and turned into zombie beasts. Then by chance, they absorbed spiritual energy and turned into spirit beasts. Therefore, the crystals also have the attributes of zombies. In his opinion, this kind of spiritual beast is not pure, but there is no other name for it. It can only be called a spiritual beast. The strange bird only eats the meat without extracting its essence. This is really unreasonable. But now that the strange bird has left, it will only give him an advantage. Jiang Cheng curled his lips, took advantage of the strange bird to leave, took out the second-level Tang Dao inside the space ring, and struck directly at the pig's head. Puff! The Tang knife penetrates the meat. After only entering half a meter, a countershock force came along the blade. Jiang Cheng was shocked and dumbfounded. He never expected that his full-strength sword attack in normal state would only split the flesh a little. You know, his strength is as high as 20,255 pounds. I can't do this anymore. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and raised the sword again. The inner energy in his dantian was continuously injected into the blade. Due to the increase in inner energy, a faint white glow appeared on the tip of the Tang Dao. A flash of thunder. The Tang knife turned into silver light and struck the dragon dolphin's head. Poof! When the knife went down, blood splashed all over Jiang Cheng. When he looked again, he saw that it was much deeper than before, more than 2 meters deep. However, in front of the big head, which was more than 10 meters high, It looked like there was only a small cut. Haha, I'm going to fight you today. Come again. Jiang Cheng shouted loudly. He still didn't believe this evil. Slay the demon. Conquer the devil. Destroy the demon. The 3 demon-killing swords were used, but they still only cut half of the meat of the dragon dolphin, which was more than 10 meters high. Seeing that a lot of time was wasted, and the strange bird might not be able to turn back at any time, Jiang Cheng stopped holding back and exploded with all his strength. Spiritual explosion. With a loud shout, all the internal chi stored in the 720 acupoints around the body exploded, and the internal chi in the upper, middle, and lower dantian surged out. For a moment, Jiang Cheng's skin turned crimson, and the sweat on his body turned into white water vapor rising from the surface of his skin before it even flowed out of his pores. His hair was blown upright by the rising water vapor. However, this is not enough. In the spiritual explosion state, the attributes increased by 210%. After conversion, the maximum strength is 62,790 kilograms. This kind of power, that of a second-level death crusher, is no longer enough. Hard Qigong. Jiang Cheng then shouted loudly. Jiang Cheng's emaciated body of 1.83 meters began to swell, and his streamlined muscles bulged high, turning into a towering man with muscles. Because of his taller body, the white short sleeves on his body were stretched out and turned into strips. Rag strips. Hard Qigong. The strength attribute increases by 100% again. In other words, the strength increased again to 125,581 kilograms. Not enough, not enough. Suck. In this extreme state, Jiang Cheng took a breath of cold air, held the handle of the Tang Dao with both hands, and shouted, "The first of the 3 swords to kill demons. Kill the demon." This style once again doubles the power of the explosion. A total of 251,162 pounds. It was definitely the strongest blow that surpassed the second-level death killer from Yanghe school. Swish! When the knife fell, it brought up a roaring wind, splitting the air and making bursts of blasting sounds. No surprises. The blade fell on the armored dragon dolphin's head without any resistance, just like chopping melons and vegetables, splitting the entire dragon dolphin's head into 2. The head was split in half, and milky white fist-sized irregular crystals were exposed in the red and white flesh. Spirit Beast Crystal. It's still the 3rd level. Jiang Cheng's eyes shone with surprise. He was lucky enough to see this 3rd-order crystal stone when the zombie wave attacked Linxian base. Although it was only a quick glance, he still remembered it freshly. Without having time to think about it, Jiang Cheng held the Tang Dao, raised the tip of the knife, and the spar immediately flew up. With a wave of one hand, the spar disappeared out of thin air and was stored in the space ring. The spar has been obtained, and he cannot waste this at least 3rd-level dragon and dolphin meat. Because the meat of spiritual beasts is an extremely precious and powerful tonic, especially for the awakened, it is definitely a great tonic. As for the virus contained in the meat, it has already been assimilated by the spirit beast. Not only can it not be infected, but it can also increase the chance of successful awakening. He directly cut several kilograms of armored dragon dolphin meat into the space ring. After doing this, Jiang Cheng put away his knife, took out a 1st-level optical invisibility cloak, put it on, and quickly ran towards the base, fearing that the strange bird would come back again. When he first arrived at the base, it was exactly what he expected. The strange bird returned, but behind it was a small strange bird that was only 1/10 of its size and looked extremely weak. The big strange bird landed on the ground. When it saw that the dragon dolphin's head was split into 2, the head was incomplete, and the crystal inside was missing, it raised its head to the sky angrily and let out a hiss, and flapped its wings randomly, beating the surrounding people. Trees fell in large swaths. The little strange bird next to it started whining, and the big strange bird just stopped. Its long beak gently combed the feathers on the little strange bird's head, and its eyes were still full of anger. But the crystal was lost. It scanned its surroundings, and after finding no trace, it spread its wings and flew reluctantly toward the sky with the little strange bird. Return to base. Jiang Cheng immediately entered the energy conversion room. He couldn't wait to take out the armored dragon dolphin crystal and threw it directly into the energy conversion furnace. The next second, A number pops up. Energy points plus 700,000. 700,000 energy points. Jiang Cheng took a breath of cold air. You know, the second-level killer only gave him more than 20,000 energy points, and the crystal of an armored dragon dolphin can actually convert 700,000 energy. In other words, putting aside the energy of 1.4-point increase, this armored dragon dolphin's crystal is worth 500,000 energy points. Grandma, you really can find wealth in danger. Jiang Cheng sighed. Excluding the transaction with Li Feng, this was the highest energy point he had ever obtained in a single time. Next, he looked at his remaining energy points, 1,098,346 points. His remaining energy points have returned to over 1 million again. Jiang Cheng looked delighted and said, System, open the secondary weapons research room for me. Byte. Secondary Weapons Research Laboratory. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior, 1600. It requires 5,000 energy points to crack. It takes 3 days to crack. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent product column. Cracked. Level 2 Doomsday Submachine Gun. It requires 6W energy points to crack, and it takes 4 days to crack. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent product column. Level 2 Doomsday Bomb. It requires 8W energy points to crack, and it takes 2 days to crack. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent product column. Glancing at the list, the first-level Doomsday Warrior in the second-level weapons research room has been completely cracked. Then what's next? Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva and said, crack the second-level Doomsday Submachine Gun and the second-level Doomsday Bomb. Ding. Do you want to consume 140,000 energy points to crack? Consume. Jiang Cheng said directly. Ding. The second-level Doomsday Submachine Gun is cracked, and the remaining cracking time is 95 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The second-level Doomsday Bomb is being cracked, and the remaining cracking time is 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Regarding the cracking of the second-level Doomsday Submachine Gun, Jiang Cheng has his own plan. Now, more than a month has passed since the Doomsday. The zombies have evolved more and more powerfully, and a large number of spirit beasts have been born. He needs more second-level weapons to strengthen the strength of the base, and he can also sell a large number of first-level weapons to the Linxian base in exchange for zombie crystals. Seeing that the 2 weapons have been cracked, Jiang Cheng exited the upgrade page of the Level 2 Weapon Research Laboratory and said directly, check the unupgraded equipment. Ding. Level 2 Biochemical Research Laboratory, 10W energy points. Level 3 Mall, 50W energy points. Level 4 Backyard, 15W energy points. Level 5 Base, 100W energy points. Level 4 Backyard and Level 5 Base require a lot of energy points. Currently, I only have about 1 million energy points. It's not worth upgrading now. As for the Level 2 Biochemical Research Laboratory, the Level 1 Awakening Potion has not been cracked yet, so it can't be upgraded. But this Level 3 Mall actually requires 500,000 energy points. I wonder what new functions can be upgraded. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng said, upgrade the Level 3 Mall. Ding. Do you want to consume 500,000 energy points to upgrade the Level 3 Mall? Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Level 3 Base Mall. The mechanical sound fell, and information about the Level 3 Base Mall immediately appeared on the data panel. Level 3 Base. There is a chance to spawn Level 5 goods, and a high chance to spawn Level 2, Level 3, and Level 4 goods. Note: after upgrading, the product column will automatically refresh once, and the product column will reach 8 columns. Refresh once every 48 hours. New. Free lottery. Level 1 lottery once a day. Level 2 lottery once a week. Level 3 lottery once a month. Level 4 lottery once a quarter. Level 5 lottery once every 6 months. And Level 6 lottery once a year. New. Paid lottery. Will increase the lottery column. Looking at the introduction at the beginning of the information, Jiang Cheng did not feel that there was any difference, but it was just adding a product column and a refresh time, which made a slight change. But when he saw the second half, he became interested. Lottery. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself and immediately said, open the base mall. He wanted to see what this so-called lottery was. Ding. The Level 3 base mall is open. Permanent commodity column. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullet, 20 energy points / round. Power can penetrate the first order mutant. Level 1 Sniper Bullet Price, 50 energy points / round. Level 1 Gene Enhancement Potion, 100 energy points after use. Each attribute increases by 1 point and has a certain antivirus ability. Level 1 Ancient Zombie Virus, 640 energy points. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 4,000 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 526:48:57. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 160 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 400 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 80 energy points. Level 2 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 4,000 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Level 2 Doomsday Bomb, 800 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Level 2 Laser Gun Energy Block, 500 energy points / block. Xianyuan Gong, 50,000 energy points. Xiao Huandan, 3,000 energy points. Demon Killing 3 Swords, 50,000 energy points. Product column. Level 2 Doomsday Life Skills Treasure Box, 2,000 energy points. After redemption, you can randomly open a Level 2 Life Skills Inheritance Crystal. The crystal can only be used by yourself and cannot be transferred to others. Level 3 Venom Armor, 80,000 energy points. Like Venom, it is transparent as a whole and attached to the surface of the host's body. Ordinary people cannot detect it. It can withstand some physical damage of Level 3 mutants. Ordinary zombies cannot break through physical defense. Level 1 Doomsday Combat Mech, 8,000 energy points. Quantity, 2. Ordinary people can drive it. Equipped with Level 1 Mech Function Block, 1,000 energy points. Will be included in the permanent product column, and each battery can last for 15 days. Level 1 Doomsday Technology Treasure Box, 1,000 energy points. After opening, you can randomly obtain a Doomsday Technology Inheritance, which can be granted to others for use. Level 1 Technology Meat Making Machine, 2,000 energy points. Rich in technology. Without any ruthless work, it extracts microscopic substances from the air to make substances with a meaty taste, which can supplement the protein needed by the human body. It can make 100 kilograms of technological meat every day and automatically consumes 100 energy points every day. Acquired First Level Warrior Inheritance Crystal, 2,000 energy points. Quantity, 3. After use, you can obtain all the strength and experience of the acquired First Level Warrior and all physical attributes +5. Innate Warrior Experience Card for 1 minute, 50,000 energy points. After use, you can temporarily obtain the strength of an innate level warrior for 1 minute, and all physical attributes are temporarily +50. Level 3 Doomsday Data Eye, 30,000 energy points. After use, you can observe the combat power of creatures below the 4th Order Mutant, which can be superimposed with the Level 2 Doomsday Data Eye. Refresh time, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Scanning the goods in the product column, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly. It should be said that the practicality of the items refreshed in the Level 3 base mall is very high. For example, the 3rd level Venom Armor can buy him time to escape when he encounters a 3rd level mutant. There is also a 1st level technological meat manufacturing machine. The 30-person survival supplies provided by the Lincian base, the compressed biscuits in it, are mostly starch, which can only barely provide sugar supplements. But the human body needs not only sugar, but also protein supplements, especially for combatants. Then there is the 3rd level Doomsday Data Eye, which makes up for the shortcomings of his detection range. If he encounters the iron-armored dragon pig and the strange bird again, he can get more complete information. As for other items, none of them are waste. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng simply said, "System, clear the commodity column." Ding. Do you want to consume 187,000 energy points to clear the commodity column? Consume. Jiang Cheng said firmly. Ding. Purchase successful. The items purchased by the host will be distributed to the host within a radius of 2 meters within 10 seconds. Large items, such as the 1st level Doomsday Battle Armor, will be distributed directly to the backyard. Please check them in time. The mechanical sound of the system fell, and Jiang Cheng only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes, which made his eyes blurry. When his vision cleared, a large number of items appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. One of the wooden boxes painted green was particularly eye-catching. This should be the second-level Doomsday Life Skill Treasure Box. Jiang Cheng looked at it and picked it up skillfully and opened it. I saw that a light green goose egg-sized crystal stone lay quietly inside. Hold it in your hand. In an instant, the crystal stone turned into a pool of soft liquid and drilled into Jiang Cheng's palm. Then, a piece of information emerged in his mind at the same time. Skill: Intermediate Diving. Description: You can hold your breath in the water for 20 minutes and walk freely as if on the shore. Looking at the description, Jiang Cheng was a little surprised. Such a skill is equivalent to him having a certain ability to survive in the water. After absorbing the skill, Jiang Cheng continued to look at a square iron box in front of him. Picking it up with some curiosity, Jiang Cheng gently opened it and saw that there was a circle of soft sound insulation cotton inside the iron box, and inside the sound insulation cotton, there was a group of transparent crystals similar to slime lying quietly. Level 3 Venom Armor. Jiang Cheng looked at the explanation of the item that came out of his mind and immediately covered it with his hand. The next moment, the originally quiet, transparent slime squirmed, and countless transparent thin tentacles flew towards the back of Jiang Cheng's hand. When the transparent silk thread was about to release the skin on the back of the hand, countless silk threads also surged out of the back of Jiang Cheng's hand and wrapped around the flying transparent silk thread, as if trying to stop it. But unfortunately, it was stuck by the transparent silk thread as soon as it touched it, and it was directly torn off, and then the torn and squirming silk thread was stuffed into its own crystal. This swallowing process took a full minute. The coverage of the level 3 Venom Armor was completed. Interesting. Jiang Cheng curled his lips and continued to look at the next item. This is a box with a full sense of technology and a white glow. When he picked it up, the 8 characters of Level 1 Doomsday Technology Treasure Box came into his mind. Jiang Cheng opened it, and when he saw the white crystal inside, he thought about it and closed the box again and put it into the space ring. As a leader, his subordinates may be more suitable than him to inherit this crystal. Next is a contact lens box in one direction. Jiang Cheng opened it very skillfully with this shape and put on 2 contact lenses as thin as cicada wings. Ding! The third-level data, eye is integrated. The mechanical sound sounded soon. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly and looked at the remaining items, which were a silver-white card, 3 transparent boxes containing white crystals, and a manufacturing machine. With a wave of his hand, he put all of them into the space ring. As for the first-level Doomsday Battle Mecha, Jiang Cheng was not in a hurry to collect it. After checking the goods, a mechanical prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding! You have a first-level lottery opportunity. Do you want to use it? Oh, this is the lottery. Jiang Cheng listened and said, What if I don't use it? Ding! You have a first-level lottery opportunity every day. You can keep it every day or combine it. 10 first-level draws can combine into a second-level draw. 10 second-level draws can combine into a third-level draw, and so on. Is that so? Jiang Cheng listened and continued to ask, What items can be drawn? The system explained, The lottery items cover various fields such as martial arts, technology, life, magic, and cultivation. The host needs to explore them by himself. Jiang Cheng said without hesitation, then draw directly. He mainly wanted to experience what this so-called lottery could draw. After the voice fell, 3 pottery jars appeared out of thin air in Jiang Cheng's sight, with numbers 1, 2, and 3 marked on them respectively. What is your choice? Asked the mechanical voice. Choice. Jiang Cheng felt that his head suddenly became big. He had bad luck since he was a child. He had no chance to win any lottery or game draws. Even when drinking beverages, he basically said, Thank you for patronage. Occasionally, he would get another bottle if he won, but the offer expired. So he had verified a truth since he was a child. He could only get what he earned with his own strength, and he had no chance to take shortcuts. Watching, Jiang Cheng stretched out his finger, pointed at a jar at random, and began to recite silently. Point to the soldiers and generals, whichever one you point to is the one, otherwise. Finally, the finger fell on the number 3 pottery jar. Let's take it. Number 3. The draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for winning. Congratulations to the host for getting a safe, super sucking, super deep sleep. No matter how he moves, he won't leak out. He got 3 packs of sweet pajamas, 100 pieces per pack. Jiang Cheng. System, are you sure you're not playing tricks on me? A row of black lines appeared on Jiang Cheng's forehead. How could he, a grown man, take out his aunt's pants? Facing Jiang Cheng's questioning, the system selectively pretended to be dead. Seeing that the questioning was fruitless, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to accept the reality and put his aunt's pants into the space ring. Maybe one day when a team member was injured, it could be used as a sterile tourniquet to try out. After the free lottery was completed, the system's voice sounded again. Can I ask if there will be a paid lottery? Listening, Jiang Cheng became energetic again and asked, what's the way to draw? Level 1 lottery, 100 energy points each time. Level 2 draws, 1,000 energy points each time. Conditions: 100 level 1 draws must be accumulated before it can be carried out. Level 3 draws, 10,000 energy points each time. Conditions: a total of 10 and 100 level 2 draws can be carried out. Level 4 lottery, 100,000 energy points each time. Condition: 100 level 3 draws in total. By analogy, if you draw 10 times in a row, you will definitely win a first level item. It's so dark, Jiang Cheng sighed. If he wants to perform a level 4 lottery, his energy points may not be enough, especially when his hands are dark. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said, then I won't smoke. I don't even have enough energy to play. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's mechanical sound sounded again. Ding! First day paid lottery, opening bonus, 20% off for the entire lottery. If you draw 10 consecutive draws at the first level, you will win a second level item. If you draw 10 consecutive draws at the second level, you will win a third level item. The items cover all aspects. Maybe the host will draw one. Martial arts elixir will directly lead to promotion to Grandmaster. After saying this, Jiang Cheng said calmly, sorry, I'm not interested. I'm a more practical person. The system did not panic and said calmly, this system is just a suggestion. The host can choose by himself. By the way, the lottery contains special items that may be of great use to the host. After the voice fell, Jiang Cheng suddenly fell into silence. What does it mean that this is useful? Is the system hinting at something? I looked at the remaining energy points, 271,346 points. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng felt that he could afford to consume the energy points from the lottery, so he simply gritted his teeth and said, then just give me 10 draws in a row. Consume 100 energy points, and the lottery is successful. Thank you for your patronage, and keep up the good work. Thank you for your patronage, and keep up the good work. Jiang Cheng rang 8 times in a row, all thanking him for his patronage. Jiang Cheng was so angry that his veins almost popped out. Fortunately, he finally got an item for the 9th time. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of special cold medicine. 3 pieces. Instructions for use. It has super antiviral ability, and it only takes 1 piece at a time to recover as before. It's a bit useless, but it's not completely useless. Jiang Cheng nodded. Finally, the results of the 10th draw were also announced. Congratulations to the host for getting the original fat one. Puff. In an instant, Jiang Cheng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell is this original fat CI? Isn't he a pervert? Moreover, this fat piece still has a purple lace pattern, and there is a pool of dark brown blood inside. At the same time, in the kitchen, Zhang Ye, who was about to cook for everyone, suddenly turned red and clenched her legs involuntarily. Transform the interior. Jiang Cheng cleverly put his underwear into the space ring. Because if you just take it out with bare hands, you won't be able to wash it away even if you jump into the Yellow River. However, because of this lottery, Jiang Cheng suddenly lost his temper and continued, I still don't believe this is evil. Give me 10 more draws in a row. Mechanical sounds sounded continuously. Thank you for your patronage, and keep up the good work. Thank you for your patronage. Thanks. Thanks. 4 times in a row, no item was drawn out, and Jiang Cheng almost cursed, until the 5th time the system's prompt tone finally changed to congratulations to the host. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed, but when he heard what happened later, his face darkened again. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of original épée. You can't get along with Yanwei today, right? Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth in hatred. Fortunately, in the remaining 5 draws, another item finally emerged, which gave me some comfort. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first-level spiritual skill, Corpse Control. Oh, Royal Corpse. Jiang Cheng listened and quickly looked at the item in his hand. Of course, he put the original épée into the space ring in advance. This is a small transparent ball that emits light. The method of use is to crush it. Jiang Cheng gently pressed his hands. Crackling. For a moment, the ball of light broke into countless small particles and flew towards Jiang Cheng's eyebrows. A wave of skills and methods of using corpses immediately flooded into his mind. Skill: Corpse Control. Description: it can swallow the mental power of ordinary zombies, put its own mental mark on the opponent's mind, and make it his slave. The zombies marked with the mental mark will unconditionally obey the orders of the zombie controller, and the first-level zombie control can only be controlled at one time. Take control of a corpse. Conditions of use: the mental attribute must reach 50 points before it can be used. This is a bit tasteless. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched. I thought I had drawn something good, but it turned out to be such a thing. With his current strength, he could deal with zombies on the second level without any problem. Why would he control an ordinary zombie? If this skill appeared when he was just reborn, it might be useful, but now? Well, more skills are better than less, and one more skill is always good. With this idea, Jiang Cheng's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he said again, "Give me another 10 consecutive draws. Consume 1,000 energy points, and win the draw. Thank you for your patronage. Keep it up. Thank you for your patronage. Is it okay, brother? Thank you, sucker." Finally, on the 7th time, the prompt sound changed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a martial arts pill. Listening to it, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Damn it. He said he wouldn't be unlucky. Next, congratulations to the host for winning a pair of level 2 Doomsday gloves. Congratulations to the host for winning 300 kilograms of toilet paper. Congratulations to the host for winning a folding stool. Although 2 pieces of junk were produced, this 10 consecutive draw was definitely worth it. After drawing this, Jiang Cheng lost interest in continuing to play, as the winning rate was too low. After packing up, he left the energy conversion room directly. But as soon as he went out, he ran into Zhanya, who had just come out of the kitchen. The strange thing was that Zhanya had her forearm across her chest, one hand covering her lower body, her pretty face flushed, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. Jiang Cheng couldn't help asking, "Sister Ya, what's wrong?" "Ah." Zhanya was startled by the sudden voice. Her charming face became even redder, and she stammered, "No, nothing. It's just..." Just when she said this, she suddenly exclaimed and ran away. Jiang Cheng looked even more puzzled, but when Zhanya left, he suddenly saw a few drops of dark red blood dripping on the floor. "Is this my aunt?" He slapped his head and understood immediately. He thought of the sweet pajamas in the space ring and immediately arranged for the medical robot to deliver them. Damn, I didn't expect this thing to come in handy. Who? Zhanya leaned against the back of her door and breathed a sigh of relief. But she became nervous again when she felt the almost invisible touch and the sticky feeling coming from below. He shouldn't have seen it, right? Who is doing this? Where did my bra go? Just as she was muttering, a mechanical voice sounded outside the door. "Master Zhanya, the leader has something for you." "Something for me?" Listening, Zhanya curiously opened the door, then took an item wrapped in a black bag from the medical robot, and then said, "Go tell the leader to thank him for me." Seeing Zhanya receive the item, the medical robot nodded and left. When the robot went downstairs, Zhanya opened the black bag expectantly. When she saw the sweet pajamas wrapped in pink non-woven fabric inside, her face flushed again, and her face showed an expression that was uglier than crying. "It's over." He really saw everything. Holding the sweet pajamas, Zhanya was ashamed and angry. At the same time, after Jiang Cheng handed the sweet pajamas to the robot, he suddenly thought of a question. When he got the original panties before, there was still brown pubic hair on them, and Zhanya is now having her period, which means that the panties in the space ring are most likely Zhanya's. What the hell should I ask? How should I explain it after asking? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Cheng finally gave up the idea of returning the underwear. Anyway, this secret must not be known to anyone. Apart from this little turmoil, Jiang Cheng went to the outer survivor base again, handed the first-level technology meat manufacturing machine to Zhou Sheng, and told him about the exchange matters, 10 crystals, and half a pound of meat. Leader, do you mean that this device can synthesize meat? Zhou Sheng asked cautiously. Before the end of the world, he also saw a 3D meat printing machine in the news, but such equipment should be high-end machines. It is unlikely that they have such equipment in their small place, right? Facing Zhou Sheng's question, Jiang Cheng was not angry and smiled. Why? You don't believe it? It's not that I don't believe it, but this technology is too. Zhou Sheng just said half of his words. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng directly pressed the manufacturing switch of the first-level technological meat. Soon, the machine started. In less than a second, a 2-pound piece of meat slid out of the equipment outlet. Jiang Cheng picked it up and looked at it for a while. The texture of the meat was closer to beef, but the fiber was more fragile than beef. How about roasting a piece to try? Jiang Cheng had an idea, and with a flip of his wrist, the technological meat was immediately wrapped in a ball of wind and suspended in the air. A finger pointed. A ball of flame flew out from the finger, roasting the technological meat with a sizzling sound. After a while, a faint smell of burning spread. Gurgle. During the whole process, Zhou Sheng kept staring at the roasted meat, especially watching the meat's surface gradually burn yellow, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He hasn't eaten meat for a month. Looking at Zhou Sheng, who was greedy, Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and a wind blade quickly cut off a small piece of rongou, and then wrapped it and put it into Zhou Sheng's hand. Try it. What's the difference with the rest of the meat? Okay. Zhou Sheng nodded quickly, and didn't care whether it was technological meat in front of him, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, he immediately showed an intoxicated look. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng curiously cut off a small piece and put it into his mouth. After chewing it twice, he immediately frowned. How to say it? He didn't like the taste of this meat very much. It was a bit like the taste of the synthetic snowflake fat roll in a cheap buffet restaurant. The meat was a little loose, and the taste was only barely acceptable. But his personal taste did not represent the taste of others, so he asked Zhou Sheng, "How is it?" "Beautiful. Too beautiful. If I have 2 more tails of wine, my life will be complete." Zhou Sheng came back to his senses, his eyes full of aftertaste. "I don't have any wine, but I'll give you the remaining meat. As long as you work hard in the future, you will have good things." Jiang Cheng smiled and threw the remaining barbecue to Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng took it and said with tears of gratitude, "Don't worry, leader. Even if you let me go through fire and water, if I frown, you can just chop me. Okay, stop talking nonsense and do your work well." Jiang Cheng cursed with a smile, and then took out 300 kilograms of toilet paper from the space ring and threw it over, saying, "There are also these toilet papers. 1 kilogram is distributed to each household, and it is said that it is a welfare issued by the base. The remaining toilet paper can be exchanged for half a kilogram for 1 crystal." "Yes, Lord Leader," Zhou Sheng said excitedly. The problem of going to the toilet has also been solved. You must know that although the sanitary area has been planned, the lack of toilet paper has always been a problem that everyone complains about. It is okay to urinate normally, but the big one can only be washed with water, which is very inconvenient. Now there is toilet paper, which finally solves a problem for people. Also, when you gather the survivors, ask if there are any talents interested in technological creation. "Yes, I'll convey it right away," Zhou Sheng said immediately. "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded, gave a few more instructions, and walked towards the backyard. Zhou Sheng looked at the backyard door that closed automatically and secretly vowed to die for Jiang Cheng. Back to the backyard. Jiang Cheng looked at the 2 first-level combat mechas placed in the backyard. It is somewhat similar to the Gundam in movies and TV shows. It is a humanoid mecha, 3 meters tall, with first-level laser launchers attached to its arms and a large metal sword on its back, which looks quite powerful. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and put the 2 mechas into the space ring. With 2 mechas and 3 acquired first-level warrior inheritance crystals, his base can have 5 more combat power. When the first-level awakening potion matures, he can also create more first-level warriors. It was a little after 6 in the afternoon. The scavenger teams outside returned to the base one after another. Some met and exchanged today's battle situation. Brother, how many crystals did you get today? Hey, not many, only 6. Awesome. I earned 2 meals in one afternoon. While chatting, suddenly a shout came from the exchange area. It's time to eat. Today we have a new menu, boiled meat. Limited supply, first come first served. Hearing this, the people who were still talking suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at the place where they were getting food in astonishment. One of them said in disbelief, "Boiled meat, did I hear it right?" Gulp. A man next to him swallowed hard and said, "It should be." While speaking, a strong smell of meat wafted from the place where they were getting food, which made everyone who hadn't eaten meat for a long time swallow their saliva. The next moment, everyone ran towards the place where they were getting food like crazy. One of the men even slapped all the crystals in the bag on his waist in front of Yi Siwen and said impatiently, "Captain Yi, meat, give me meat, no matter how many crystals you pay." Yi Siwen smiled and said, "Don't panic. This meat is limited supply, half a caddy per person, 10 crystals are required. I want it." The man quickly handed over the only 19 crystals in the bag and said, "Captain Yi, I want half a caddy of boiled meat and 3 portions of rice." Okay. Yi Siwen accepted the crystal, then took the man's 3 stainless steel bowls and said to the ant who was cooking next to her, "Chen Haobua, half a caddy of boiled meat, compressed biscuit porridge for 3 people." "Yes, Team Leaf." The ant nodded, scooped a large spoonful of porridge and poured it into 3 lunch boxes, and scooped out a piece of meat and placed it on one of the lunch boxes. "Here, this is your meal," Yi Siwen said. "Thank you, Captain Yi." Chen Haobua quickly took the lunchbox gratefully. Yi Siwen shook her head and said, "If you want to thank me, just thank the leader. This is the meat he collected specially to improve everyone's physical fitness." Chen Haobua said excitedly, "Thanks to the leader, my wife and children can stutter." After saying that, he immediately walked towards the shanty town with his lunchbox in his arms. Today, the food at home has been improved. Chen Haobua's departure was just the beginning, and everyone's enthusiasm for buying meat became even higher. Some people even took out the food they had saved for 3 days just to taste the smell of meat that they had not smelled for a long time. "Give me half a pound of meat." "And me, I want 3 portions of meat. There are 3 people in my family." I want a pound. I only have 2 at home." After a while, a full 150 kilograms of meat were sold. Looking at the empty cauldron, Zhou Xing couldn't help but sigh. "We are really lucky to meet such a leader." "Yes, this is my first time eating meat in more than a month," Wang Xiaolong said as he wolfed down the food. Yi Siwen also nodded. "If my sister and parents were here, I should be able to eat meat too. It's a pity that the family ran away on the day when the apocalypse broke out." Thinking of this, Yi Siwen felt a little depressed again. Now, shantytown. Chen Haobox hurriedly walked to his shanty with the meat, and then in front of his wife and children, he magically took out 3 boxes of lunch and a large piece of meat. "This is it?" the woman asked excitedly, looking at the large piece of meat in front of her. "The leader specially provided it for us. It only costs 10 crystals for half a caddy. I exchanged it for you and your child to replenish your body. After all, you have been hiding with me for more than a month and have never been stable for a few days." "Days," Chen Haobua said with some guilt. The woman married him in 2020, and they were in a free relationship after graduating from college. At that time, he did not have a house, and his family scraped together a gift of 30,000 yuan. However, the woman did not find it too little, and even brought 30,000 yuan from her parents' family. Together with I took back the small house I rented with the bride price. A year later, the two had their own child. Later, when the doomsday came, zombies attacked their community. The two finally escaped from the zombies, but unfortunately, they were caught by Brother Ying from Yanghe Hospital. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng's arrival, they might have perished long ago. But all this time, the woman has never complained about this, silently accompanying Chen Haobua and taking care of the housework. "Okay, stop talking so pretentiously. You'll feel cold if you don't eat meat anymore. Wash your hands quickly and come in." The woman rolled her eyes at Chen Haobua angrily, took out a piece of toilet paper from her purse, and said, "Here, the leader of each family remember to wash and wipe the ones handed out to each household." Then he took the lunchbox and shouted happily towards the shanty. Xiao Yang, look what Dad brought back today. It's Ruru. The 1-year-old child sitting on the simple wooden bed immediately clapped his hands and giggled. Ruru, Ruru, Yang wants to eat. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Chunhabwa secretly swore in his heart that if anyone dared to break this stability, he would fight to the death. It's not just Chunhabwa's family. Almost every household is overflowing with joy. Except for one person, of course. I said, Ah Fu, you can eat as much as you want. I even exchanged a portion of meat for you today. Lu Kai looked at Shen Fu and advised. Captain, you can eat. Shen Fu shook his head and refused. Okay, I'll put the meat here anyway. You can eat it whenever you're hungry. Lu Kai tried to persuade him to no avail. He sighed deeply and walked towards the shanty town next to him with his food. July 30th, 2022. Early in the morning, Jiang Cheng came out of the gym dripping with sweat and went directly into the bathroom. He has now mastered the method of mentally controlling the iron ball, but the Dawn Elf has changed the weight of the iron ball from 1 kilogram to 10 kilograms. I really don't know when it will be the end. Jiang Cheng lamented the pain of this training, but the benefits were also extremely obvious and affected all aspects. For example, he can accurately control the Tang Dao's force, direction, and damage. Of course, besides training, there are 2 other things. The first thing is to select the list of warriors who will inherit the acquired first level. The second thing is to select the user of the first level combat mecha. It's okay to say that the first level warriors the day after tomorrow can choose Zhou Sheng and the other 3, but before doing it again, I still need to enter their information and check the favorability. As for the first level combat mecha, Jiang Cheng was soaked with foam and frowned in thought. Currently, there are 5 first level awakeners: Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, Zhangya, Li Qingwan, and Yang Lao. And each person is equipped with a Doomsday Warrior, plus a Doomsday Warrior in Gu Tuanshuan's hand. There are 11 first level combatants. The second level is Meowth and the second level Doomsday Warrior. Counting him, there are 14 people in the base who are at level 1 or above. You know, it is very rare for a base of 1,000 people to have 2 first level awakeners, and his current base of 400 people has 14 first level combat forces, which is a force that cannot be ignored in Linxian and even the entire Chu province. Of course, this does not include the fact that he still has 2 first-level combat mechas and 3 acquired first-level warrior inheritance crystals. The only shortcoming is the defense problem of the outer base of Shuguan. In addition to the 10-meter-high first-level city wall, there are patrol guards. But these guards can play a minimal role when facing first-level awakeners. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng immediately decided to place first-level combat mechas at the East Gate and the West Gate respectively, and the guards would operate them, but the guards still need to be screened. After sorting out his thoughts, Jiang Cheng stopped the shower head, took a bath towel, and wrapped it around his body, and walked directly towards the room. In addition to these plans today, he has another thing to practice. After changing his clothes, Jiang Cheng waved to Meow Pass, who was still sleeping beside him, and said, "Stop sleeping, lazy guy. Go out and do something." Meow. Meow Pass yawned loudly, got up reluctantly, and then leaped and landed accurately on Jiang Cheng's shoulder, found a comfortable position, and continued to snore. "You little guy." Listening to the snoring beside his ear, Jiang Cheng was angry and amused. He pulled his collar and ran directly towards the crowded old street. Linxian was established in the 1980s. The old street was a commercial street at the beginning of its establishment. Here are the city's first breakfast shop, the first tailor shop, the first paper-making shop, the first small supermarket, etc. With the development of Linxian, the expansion of the urban circle, and the transfer of the commercial center, this commercial street has gradually aged and become an old street that the people of Linxian talk about with relish. Therefore, the residents of the old street are extremely dense. Jiang Cheng walked east along Linzhou Avenue. Along the way, he passed by the Jelly Bakery, Linzhou Experimental Primary School, and Linzhou Vegetable Market until he came to a small shop that used to sell pies, Dalong Pie. Turn left and go straight, and you will reach the old street. Standing at the entrance of the old street, Jiang Cheng's nose was a little sour. Because he had to go to the Cultural Palace, this street was a must. When he was a child, his grandfather often took him through this street to the Cultural Palace not far away. buy some brine peanuts and water chestnuts from roadside vendors, and then buy 2 shadow puppet tickets. However, he was rather naughty. He had no patience every time he watched a shadow play. He would run out halfway through the show. When Grandpa found out that he was missing, he would chase him out. In this way, one ran in front and the other chased behind. Grandpa never watched the whole shadow play until he died. Meow. As if sensing the change in Jiang Cheng's mood, Meow Pass rubbed Jiang Cheng's cheek with his furry head. Feeling the softness on his face, Jiang Cheng smiled and touched Meow Pass's head and said, "Nothing, just remembered some things in the past." He took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. Jiang Cheng took out the Tang sword in the space ring and knocked hard on the electric pole next to him, making a bang 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 sound. Not long after, a roar came. Oh! Looking up, zombies were attracted from shops or corners, and after seeing humans, they ran desperately again. "Come on," Mayapapas said to himself. Jiang Cheng took a step and rushed towards a zombie. He grabbed the back of the zombie by the collar and retreated quickly. At the same time, he said to Meowpa on his shoulder, "Go. These things are handed over to you. Remember, you are not allowed to swallow the zombie crystals. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Meow. Meowpa agreed very straightforwardly this time. He jumped off his shoulder and ran towards the zombie group excitedly. When Meowpa stopped the zombie group, Jiang Cheng looked at the zombie that was still struggling in his hand and said to himself, "Corpse control technique." After the words fell, a blue silk thread condensed in front of his forehead and flew towards the zombie, then plunged into the zombie's brain from the forehead and entangled the crystal in the brain. At this time, the zombie that was still struggling suddenly quieted down. A stuttering voice sounded in Jiang Cheng's ear. "Master, master, master, are you calling me?" Jiang Cheng looked at the zombie in front of him curiously and couldn't help asking, "Master, master." The zombie opened his mouth slightly, his voice hoarse and dry. What a magical mind control method. Jiang Cheng secretly sighed at the magic of this corpse control and at the same time tentatively said, "Squat down." The order was issued. The zombie really bent its legs and squatted down. Jiang Cheng seemed to have found something interesting and said, "Do 3 squats for me." The zombie immediately obeyed and squatted up and down. "Interesting, it's really interesting," Jiang Cheng said to himself happily, but he still wanted to continue to try to what extent this corpse control could be controlled, and immediately said, "Take out the crystal in your head and give it to me." "Yes, master," the zombie said stiffly, and then quickly raised his hand, without a trace of hesitation. With a puff, he pierced his hand from the temple into his brain, and then pulled hard, and a transparent crystal appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. 2. Master. The zombie stretched out his hand and handed the crystal over, but the action was only halfway done, and its body softened and collapsed to the ground without any movement. Looking at the crystal in the zombie's palm, Jiang Cheng felt the power of the corpse control, and then a wonderful idea came to his mind. The corpse control is to establish a connection with the zombie, bind its crystal with mental power, and have absolute control, but it can only control the lowest level ordinary zombies, which is somewhat like an extremely low-level master-servant contract. But this control is permanent. So, can he control a zombie and then feed it into a high-level zombie as the combat power of the base? Once this idea came out, it was out of control. Do it, Jiang Cheng thought secretly, and began to scan the zombies around him and select his own corpse puppet. After looking around, he finally found a very prominent figure among the zombies. Although his body was tattered and his skin was damaged to varying degrees, and there were even maggots crawling on his arms, the skeleton of this zombie was extremely large and about 2 meters tall. All companions who approached it were directly knocked away by it, but judging from its reaction speed, it did not look like a mutant. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng said inwardly, "Data, I, open. Name, ordinary zombie. Race, zombie. Level 0. Intelligence, 0.1. Strength, 4. Agility, 1. Comprehensive combat power, 5.1. Strength has reached 5. It seems that this guy had very strong muscles when he was alive." Jiang Cheng showed a satisfied look. At this time, this zombie was pushing aside its fellow zombies and moving frantically towards Meow Pass. Meow. Seeing the zombies coming, Meow Pass's dark golden pupils showed a hint of murderous intent, and he bent his body and rushed towards the 2-meter-tall zombie with one claw. Not good. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was not good. If Meow Pass caught him, he would be torn into pieces. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng flashed and quickly appeared beside the zombie, then grabbed it with one hand and lifted its collar, then stepped back and shouted, "Meow Pass, I will give this zombie to my master. You continue with the rest." Meow. Meow Pass muttered dissatisfiedly, looked at the other zombies, and turned this depression into motivation for fighting. And the zombie in Jiang Cheng's hand. Jiang Cheng turned his head and stared at the giant zombie up and down. Under the ragged short-sleeved shirt, there were bulging muscles. Of course, the skin was a little wrinkled after being exposed to the sun for a long time. From a close distance, the body skeleton was as thick as 2 adults. As for the face, it looked like an ordinary man. But because he had been a zombie for a long time and kept fighting, his clothes and pants were a little damaged, revealing some eye-catching things. Jiang Cheng frowned and simply took out the Tang's sword and gently raised the tip of the knife. Huh! A ball of unclear meat fell to the ground. The zombie in his hand also struggled more violently, as if it felt the loss of something important. Jiang Cheng said disapprovingly, "Don't move, I'm helping you. Haven't you heard that castrated pigs live longer?" Ouch! The zombie's limbs were randomly scratching in the air with a hideous face. What's next? Ignoring the struggling zombies, Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Zombies!" In an instant, threads of spiritual power came out of the body, penetrated into the zombie's forehead, and quickly wrapped around the opponent's zombie crystal. "Oh, you can still struggle?" Jiang Cheng looked surprised. He felt a sense of struggle in his mind the moment his spiritual thread tied the other crystal stone. But he was just surprised. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said regretfully, "If I hadn't gone through mental training, I might have let you break free. But now, you can only consider yourself unlucky." As he spoke, Jiang Cheng stared at the zombie, condensing a few spiritual threads on his forehead and drilling towards the opponent's crystal. The next moment, the zombie slowly stopped struggling, opened and closed its mouth, and said with difficulty, "Master, Master." Good. Seeing that he had controlled the opponent, Jiang Cheng was very excited. He directly took out an ordinary zombie crystal that he had killed before and stuffed it into the zombie's mouth and said, "As a reward, from today on, you will be called Aaron." "Owner!" Aaron shouted again, but this time, Jiang Cheng felt a joyful emotion coming from the other party's brain. After swallowing the zombie crystal, Jiang Cheng also clearly felt that the other party's mental power had been slightly enhanced, but absolute control was still in his hands. Feasible. Jiang Cheng was so happy that he directly opened the eye of data to observe the changes in the zombies. Name, Aaron, ordinary zombie. Race, zombie. Level, 0 level. Wisdom, 0.1. Strength, 4.1. Agility, 1. Comprehensive combat power, 5.2. Is the strength attribute increased by 0.1? Jiang Cheng watched and marveled at how obvious the zombie's attributes were. In other words, swallowing an ordinary zombie crystal can increase the strength attribute by 0.1. What if you swallow 400 crystals? Wouldn't it be like having a first-order mutant in place? Anyway, I have a lot of time today, so I'll give it a try. Jiang Cheng thought about it and said to Aaron, "Stay here for me and don't run around. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die." "Lord Master." Aaron nodded and shouted dryly, "Very good." Jiang Cheng nodded, then quickly rushed towards the zombies, waving the Tang knife, and started killing them randomly. With Jiang Cheng joining in, nearly 1,000 zombies were slaughtered in just 1 minute. Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, Jiang Cheng didn't believe that there were only so many zombies in the dense population of the old street. There must be some big guys here. The thought just fell. Boom. A huge figure ran out from the corner. Due to its speed, it failed to stop and directly knocked down a shop next to it. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen vigorous figures ran out from behind the huge figure. Not only that, but after these figures, mutants and ordinary zombies continued to come, densely surrounding the entire old street. "I just said it won't be that simple." Jiang Cheng grinned. Not only was he not afraid, but his face was full of excitement. This is equivalent to having a lot more prey today. He looked up at the leading figure of the superstar. About 6 meters tall, his body was covered with bone spurs, and his tail flapped regularly on the ground. The aura released from his body made him feel a hint of threat. Second-level killer? Interesting. Jiang Cheng curled his lips and opened the eye of data. Bite. Name, Death Slayer. Race, zombie. Level 2 and above. Wisdom, 0.6. Strength, 800. Agility, 100. Comprehensive combat power, 900.6. As for this second-level killer, there are 3 second-level Death Crushers and 4 second-level Death Reapers, as well as a large number of first-level Crushers and first-level Reapers, and the rest are mutants and ordinary ones. Zombies. Human, why are you invading my territory? The second-level Death Killer did not fight from the beginning, but spoke indifferently. Come in if you want, Jiang Cheng said provocatively. The second-level Death Killer listened, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, but feeling the faint threat coming from Jiang Cheng, he still held back and said, Human, get out of my territory, I will spare your life. Oh, this answer surprised Jiang Cheng. He didn't expect that a zombie known for its killing would actually say these words, but he didn't want to miss such a large group of second-level zombies in vain. So he mocked, Are you afraid that I will kill you? King, I'm here to kill him. A death smasher behind the second-level Death Slayer couldn't bear it and walked out directly. The second-level Death Killer said, Chun, you can't defeat this human being. We will go with you. After the words fell, another second-level Death Reaper nodded and stood up. 2 zombies responded and stepped out. Chun, in particular, pointed at Jiang Cheng and said angrily, Human, insult my king. You will die today. Wu Zhe's eyes were cold, and the scythes on his arms were intertwined, creating sparks, showing his eagerness to try. Since when do zombies love talking nonsense so much? Hurry up, Jiang Cheng shouted impatiently, then lowered his head and said to Mayapapa's next to him, You deal with that big hammer, and I'll deal with that sickle. Meow. Meowpath nodded enthusiastically. It was bored to death after dealing with ordinary zombies all the time. Arrogant humans, kill. Chun, the second-level Crusher, rushed out first. Compared to the first-order Crusher, Chin's speed is faster. Under Jiang Cheng's data, his agility reaches 12 points. It's a pity that Meowth is faster. Meow. With a low growl, Meowpath transformed into a white shadow and rushed forward. One beast and one corpse immediately fought together. Looking at Mayapapas who had already started fighting, Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth, swung the tang knife in his hand, stared at the second-level Death Reaper in front of him, and said, Let's start. Snort. With a cold snort, Wu, the second-level Death Reaper, moved in response. Compared with the Death Smasher, the second-level Death Reaper is extremely agile, with an agility attribute of 80 points. The moment it exploded, bursts of sonic booms sounded behind him. Come. Jiang Cheng looked at Wu, who was rushing over, holding the knife in one hand, and shouted, Thunderbolt Flash. Whoosh. The moment the inner energy surged out, his whole body turned into a silver lightning and went straight towards Wu. Zheng, zheng, zheng. The sound of metal clashing kept ringing in the air, and bursts of sparks occasionally bloomed in the air. In just a few seconds, Jiang Cheng and Wu had exchanged hundreds of blows. Boring. After one move, Jiang Cheng had already adapted to Wu's attack. His eyes were slightly serious, and he said calmly, Lin Kai. For a moment, the internal energy surged in his dantian, and Jiang Cheng's aura began to rise. The second-level Death Killer immediately sensed something was wrong with Jiang Cheng, and quickly said loudly, Wu, this human being is very weird. You have to pay attention. Yes, King. Wu nodded, but he didn't think so. No matter how weird human beings are, they are just flesh and blood. They may be strong for a while, but how long can they last? Just as the thought came up, Jiang Cheng suddenly shouted loudly across from him, Doomsday Walk. Wu felt his eyes blurred, and when he came to his senses and looked again, his pupils shrank. Humans disappeared? Slay the demon. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Human behind me? A flash of panic flashed across Wu's indifferent face, and he was so busy that he waved his sickle and turned around to respond, but he was still a little slow. The next second, puff, a burst of sword light slashed out, and the left arm and shoulder were broken at the root. Blue blood spattered, and the huge hand sickle hit the ground with a bang. I'm hurt. Wu Dang was confused for a moment. He did not expect that one day his arm would be cut off. He immediately roared to the sky angrily, and his eyes began to glow red. Want to go on a rampage? Jiang Cheng sneered. I don't have time to spend time here with you. As he spoke, the direction of the Tang's sword in his hand changed, and he shouted, Conquer the devil. The sword's glare was even worse, and it went straight to Wu's head. And after half a second, poof, the Tang knife penetrated the flesh and broke the neck bones. The huge head slid down the neck and fell to the ground. His mouth murmured, full of unwillingness. How could it be? Zila. Blue blood immediately spurted out from the broken neck, and the huge body collapsed. Jiang Cheng immediately stabbed the Tang knife into the zombie's head, raised the tip of the knife, and a gray zombie flew up. He waved it with one hand and put it into the space ring. Then, Tang Dao flicked out the blue blood on the blade. He looked proudly at the leader of the Corpse King and said calmly, Who else is there? Jiang Cheng's side has already dealt with one, and the battle on Maya Papa's side is coming to an end. Meow. Meowpath screamed wildly, suddenly jumped up, and aimed at Chun, who was charging with his fist, and clawed out. For a moment, puff, a head shot into the sky. Chun looked at this little white guy reluctantly and couldn't figure out why he lost. 2 second-level zombies were eliminated in a row, and the second-level Death Killer King's face finally moved, and he gritted his teeth and said, Chi, Lan, Hua, Shu, kill this human being. After the words fell, the remaining 2 second-level Death Crushers and 3 second-level Death Reapers stepped forward. He said calmly, Human, I will tear you alive today. Lan's face became even more ferocious. Kill this human being. The remaining zombies all have red eyes. This is interesting. Facing the 5 second-order mutants, Jiang Cheng put away his cynical attitude and became more serious. The lion fought the rabbit with all his strength, not to mention 5 second-order mutants. He secretly said to the bracelet, 1. Help Meowpath deal with the second-level Death Killer. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver metal bracelet on Jiang Cheng's wrist squirmed, turning into a pool of metallic liquid and sliding down from his wrist. Then it slowly condensed into a woman's body, half kneeling in front of Jiang Cheng, and said in a mechanical voice, Yes, owner. After giving the instructions, Jiang Cheng secretly said, Unbreakable golden body, open it. Immediately, golden light flashed on his body, and a golden cover protected him. Then, Jiang Cheng swung his long knife and said calmly, Thunderbolt flash. Swish. Under the blessing of Linkai, the attributes of the whole body directly increased by 70%. Power, 210.55, 357.935. Agility, 83.35, 141.695. Spirit, 75.2, 127.84. And with the blessing of Thunderbolt Flash, the agility and strength doubled again. The strength directly reached 715.87, and the agility reached 283.39. With such terrifying physical attributes, when Jiang Cheng swung his knife, the air was cut with a whistling sound, causing the glass of the shops on both sides to shatter. The 5 second-order mutants also looked up to the sky and roared. Their skin began to glow with a faint blue color. Their eyes turned red, and they collectively turned on the rampage mode. Kill. For a moment, the silver light was entangled with 5 second-order mutants. At the same time, Meowpath and the second-level Doomsday Warrior stood side by side, staring at the king in front of them, assuming a fighting posture. A cat, a strange metal man. The eyes of the second-level Death Killer were full of doubts, but he did not take it lightly, because just now, his right-hand man Chun died tragically at the hands of this strange white cat. Rampage, Wang said coldly. The muscles on the surface of his body began to squirm, constantly compressing, and then compressing, until he shrunk to 2 meters before stopping. At his elbows and knees, bone spurs protruded, and a tail more than 4 meters long grew out in rows. Barb. In a matter of seconds, he transformed into his final form. Level 2 Death Slayer, rampant state. With an indifferent expression, he crossed his fingers at Mayapapa's and and said in a cold voice, Come. Meow. Meowpath's fur stood on end, and his canine teeth protruded more than 10 centimeters on his snow-white fur face. One still remained indifferent, but under his drooping hands, 2 1-meter-long spikes protruded from the palms of his hands. "Enable combat mode," he said calmly. He leaned forward and disappeared with a whoosh. Meowpath also did not lose, bowed his back and ejected. The two sides immediately fought together, and at this time, Jiang Cheng passed by 5 second-order mutants. When he stabilized his body, he turned around and saw that one Death Smasher's arm had been chopped off, another Death Reaper's head had been chopped off, and the remaining one was dead. The Crusher and the 2 Death Reapers each received considerable damage. 1 round down. 5 second-level mutants, 1 dead, 1 disabled, and 3 slightly injured. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng, except for his clothes being torn by the strong wind at the extreme speed, his body was not hurt at all under the protection of the indestructible golden body. Such a record can be said to be very impressive. "I'm so angry," he said angrily, and his broken arm was still oozing blue blood. Lon looked at his sickle with several more gaps in his hand, and was silent. Hua and Shu looked at Jiang Cheng, gritting their teeth. This human is so strong. But he insulted the king. He must die. Several second-level mutants looked at each other again and rushed out at the same time. However, they changed their strategy. Lon, Hua, and Shu, the 3 second-level death harvesters, dispersed from 3 directions respectively. As a power-type death crusher, he raised a huge iron fist and blasted towards Jiang Cheng. "Oh, changed the fighting method." Jiang Cheng was surprised, but it was just a surprise. He calmly clenched his hand, and a small tornado appeared in the palm of his hand. At the same time, he controlled the surrounding wind to continuously inject, compress, and inject again, and finally turned into a basketball-sized wind ball. At the same time, 4 second-level mutants have arrived. Jiang Cheng threw the wind ball in his hand to the ground. Boom! In an instant, there was a violent explosion under his feet. The wind ball fell to the ground and turned into countless whirlwinds and released around. Although the power could not cause damage to the second-level mutants, it also blinded these guys in an instant. "What's wrong with my eyes? My eyes are itchy." The second-level mutants rubbed their eyes one after another. Jiang Cheng saw the right time, bent his legs, and stroked the handle of the Tang's sword with one hand, silently chanting. Thunderbolt flash. Puff, puff, puff. After one knife, the whistling wind stopped abruptly. On the other hand, the 4 second-level mutants all kept rubbing their eyes, motionless. Huh. After a long breath, Jiang Cheng put away his knife and stood up. Boom. The 4 second-level mutants fell to the ground with their heads and bodies separated, deader than dead. Finally, these big troubles have been solved. Jiang Cheng sighed and turned to look at the battle between Meowpass and Yi. I saw. As a doomsday warrior, Yi's short thorn in his palm went straight to the vital point of the second-level Death Killer King. Huh. The king snorted coldly and did not avoid it. At the moment when the short thorn was about to pierce, he suddenly stretched out his hand, pinched the short thorn, and then threw it with one hand. Boom. He was thrown dozens of meters away, and the shops on the street collapsed after bearing the impact of Yi. However, at the moment when he flew out, Meowpass immediately launched an attack, aiming at Wang's back and grabbing it. Feeling the strong wind coming from his back, Wang turned his body to the side, narrowly dodging the attack, and at the same time, he whipped his hand. With a snap, Meowpass was instantly hit more than 10 meters away, and after falling to the ground, he retreated 2 or 3 meters before he stabilized his body. Meow. With a soft groan, his expression was a little sluggish, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Good guy, is this Death Killer so strong? Jiang Cheng was secretly amazed. You know, Meowpass's strength attribute has reached 600, and its agility is as high as 200. It can be said that it is far beyond the average second-level zombie, and it is definitely not a problem to even fight against the Death Killer. But this second-level Death Killer is almost suppressing Meowpass, which is obviously a bit weird. While watching the battle, Jiang Cheng secretly said, Data, I, open. Ding. Name, Death Slayer, Rampage. Race, Zombie. Level, Upper Level 2, Pseudo Level 3. Wisdom, 0.6, 1.0. Strength, 800, 2,500. Agility, 100, 240. Comprehensive Combat Strength 900.6. Hiss. When Jiang Cheng saw the pseudo-level 3 in the opponent's strength attribute, he took a breath of cold air. The strength attribute directly reached 2,500 points. That is, its strength reached 125 tons, and the agility attribute was as high as 240 points. From this point of view, it is reasonable for Meow Pass to be suppressed by the opponent. Just then, Wang moved again. The bone spur on his elbow stabbed directly at Meow Pass. Not good. Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was not good, and shouted, Ling Kai. At the same time, the Tang Dao was pulled out. Thunderbolt flash. It turned into silver lightning and rushed towards the king. Just when the bone spur was about to pierce Meow Pass. Zheng. A Tang sword resisted the attack of the bone spur, making a metallic humming sound. You have good strength. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth. Under this move, with his strength attribute of 715.87, his hand was still numb, and the Tang sword almost slipped out of his hand, but he still gritted his teeth and held it tightly. Human, you are very strong, but you killed my men. You must die today. The Death Killer King spoke coldly, and the strength in his hand increased a little more. Seeing that he was about to collapse, Jiang Cheng shouted, Meow Pass, step aside. Meow. Meow Pass hummed softly and moved aside without hesitation, because it knew that staying would only cause trouble to its master. When Meow Pass retreated, Jiang Cheng finally couldn't bear it anymore. His hands loosened, and his body flew back 50 or 60 meters before landing. Jiang Cheng shook his numb wrist and said to himself that it was a close call. But then, he didn't hold back. His eyes were sharp and he stared at Wang and said, You are very strong, stronger than ordinary death killers. The tone was full of praise. Wang looked at Jiang Cheng without any emotion and said, Human strongman, originally, we didn't need to fight, but now you have killed my men, I can't let you stay. It's not certain who will kill whom. Come on. Jiang Cheng grinned, looking at the short-sleeved shirt on his body and sighing that it was a pity. This was the short-sleeved shirt he bought in a certain store during college. He had worn it for more than 3 years and had never been willing to throw it away. Now, for the sake of the battle, he had to sacrifice it. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's eyes were firm. He exited the spiritual state and shouted, Spirit explosion. Bang! The moment the spirit explosion was opened, a huge wave of air was raised all around, blowing the shop signs on both sides to the ground, and the windows banged against the wall. The internal energy of the 720 acupoints in his body all gushed out, and the surface of his body was flushed red. The sweat from the battle with the second-level mutant just now turned into white water vapor and evaporated, and his hair stood upside down, looking very imposing. At this moment, the physical attributes increased by 210%. Strength, 210.55 to 652.705. Agility, 83.35 to 258.385. Spirit, 75.2 to 233.12. But just like this, it was not enough. Jiang Cheng continued to shout, Hard Qigong. With his arms spread out, the muscles of his originally thin body bulged high like inflated, and his height of 1.8 meters soared to 2 meters. The beige short-sleeved shirt on his body was directly stretched into rags. With the activation of Hard Qigong, the body's strength and agility attributes increased by 100% again. Strength, 652.705 to 1,305.41. Agility, 258.385 to 516.77. Watching Jiang Cheng's momentum change dramatically, Wang was also stunned. It didn't expect that a mere human could hide so deeply like it. However, this is better. Finally, there is an evenly matched opponent to fight happily. Thinking of this, Wang's calm eyes gradually became hot, and his facial features twisted until they were crazy. Ha ha! Human, you are good. You are very good. You are worthy of my full strength. Then should I thank you for your appreciating me? Jiang Cheng said sarcastically. He changed the posture of drawing the sword, and instead held the sword with both hands, and then stepped forward. Boom! The ground collapsed half a meter directly, and a strong airflow overflowed in all directions. With a whistling wind, he chopped towards Wang. Good. 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 Seeing Jiang Cheng's speed, Wang shouted good 3 times in a row, roared to the sky, crossed his hands, stood with the bone spurs interlaced, and shouted, Dance of Death. Tip his toes. With this as the center of the circle, he spun at high speed. The bone spurs on his body turned into a bone net because of the high-speed rotation, which was airtight. The next moment, Jiang Cheng's Tang sword has arrived. A loud shout, Demon Slayer. Bang! A spark flew out. Jiang Cheng's Tang sword bounced back, and the 130.541 tons of force burst out by the Demon Slayer also knocked Wang away a few meters. But soon, the bone spur tornado that Wang turned into landed steadily on the ground without any damage. Damn, what's going on with this zombie? Jiang Cheng cursed inwardly, raised his sword again and rushed over, and chopped with the sword. Come again, Demon Slayer. The second Demon Slayer chopped out. The force became 261.082 tons, and the bone spur tornado finally loosened a little, and one of them even made a crisp sound. The second-level Tang sword in Jiang Cheng's hand withstood such a huge force that a tiny crack appeared on the blade. However, Jiang Cheng did not notice this. Staring at the rebounding bone spur tornado, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, gripped the hilt again, and said to himself, I don't believe that I can't cut open your turtle shell today. His figure flashed, and he raised the knife again and shouted, The third knife of the 3 swords to kill demons. Destroy demons. Open it for me. Boom. The huge blade light fell on the bone spur tornado, and with it as the center, all the surroundings collapsed. Amid the roar, a large amount of smoke and dust rose. Jiang Cheng held the Tang sword in both hands. His bulging chest rose and fell, and the indestructible golden body on his body had dissipated due to the huge consumption. Is the knot over? Muttered. The breeze slowly dispersed the smoke and dust in front of him, revealing the cracked and sunken concrete road surface. At the same time, a humanoid creature lay on his back in the depression. All the bone spurs on his body were cut off, and a deep knife wound extended from the right brain to the left waist. Half of his body was connected only by a few gray and white flesh threads. However, the vitality of this zombie is indeed tenacious. If an ordinary person suffered such a fatal injury, he would have died long ago. However, his mouth opened and closed, and blue blood continued to flow out, and he had not completely lost his vitality. Not dead yet. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he dragged the Tang sword and carefully stepped forward to observe the other party's condition. But what surprised him was that this guy seemed to be a little different from other zombies. He just lay quietly on his back, staring at the blue sky with his eyes, showing a rare human look, and stretched out a hand with difficulty, trying to touch. But the next moment, the hand suddenly softened and fell down powerlessly, and the gray pupils began to spread and lost their vitality. What's going on with this zombie? Jiang Cheng looked at this scene, and the doubts in his mind flashed away, but soon he smiled and shook his head. It's just a zombie. How is it possible? While talking to himself, he picked up the Tang knife, and a gray crystal flew out. Jiang Cheng grasped it with one hand and put it into the space ring. At the same time, Jiang Cheng did not waste Wang's body and put it into the space ring. Then he swept the surrounding zombies that surrounded this place and shouted, Meow pass. Kill them. The voice fell. There was a sound from the collapsed shop next to it. Bang. At the broken bricks and tiles, a humanoid machine stood up from the ruins, shook off the dust on his body, and mechanically said, Yes, master. As he said, his arms turned into 2 swords and rushed towards the zombies. Without the threat of the king, Miaopa was full of energy and also rushed towards the zombies. As for Jiang Cheng, he waved to Along behind him and said, Come here. Master. Master. Along opened his mouth stiffly and made a hoarse sound, taking strange steps and running quickly. When Along ran to the front, Jiang Cheng pointed to an ordinary zombie in front and said, Go, kill it. Master. Master. Along shouted, and immediately rushed towards the ordinary zombie pointed by Jiang Cheng. It must be said that Along is still very suppressive when facing ordinary zombies. Just a face-to-face, Along knocked the ordinary zombie to the ground with one punch. Because of too much force, a piece of rotten meat on the face of the ordinary zombie was also knocked off. The ordinary zombie fell to the ground, but Aaron had no intention of stopping. He threw himself on the ordinary zombie and began to bite the ordinary zombie with the most primitive fighting skills of zombies. Awoo. In less than a minute, the zombie under Aaron soon stopped moving, and Aaron's movements also stopped as the zombie stopped moving. The combat power is good, but a little dull, Jiang Cheng commented when he saw this. However, he was curious whether Aaron's attributes would increase as before if he swallowed another zombie crystal. So he said, "Along, swallow its zombie crystal." Awoo. This time, Aaron's howl was full of obvious joy. He grabbed his hand into the opponent's brain and pulled out a transparent crystal the size of a marble and put it directly into his mouth. Jiang Cheng carefully stared at every feature on Aaron's body. His 38.5 intelligence also gave him the ability to remember everything he saw. The crystal entered his stomach. Aaron's lower abdomen began to wriggle rapidly. A rotten wound the size of a fingernail that exposed the white bones actually grew fine granulations and then healed directly in just a few seconds. But the healing of this wound seemed to have overdrawn all the energy of the zombie crystal. The other wounds remained the same, but looking at Aaron's appearance, he became more powerful. Jiang Cheng whispered, "Data, eye, open. Name, Aaron, ordinary zombie. Race, zombie. Level, 0 order. Wisdom, 0.1. Strength, 4.1 plus 0.1. Agility, 1. Comprehensive combat power, 5.3. The strength attribute has changed from 4.1 to 4.2. It seems that, as I guessed before, an ordinary zombie can bring 0.1 strength attribute to Aaron." Jiang Cheng analyzed, and then looked at a flexible mutant next to him. His eyes lit up. What if he swallowed a mutant crystal? For him, except for the crystals above the first order, which could not be taken out for experiments, he didn't feel bad about the other mutants or ordinary zombie crystals. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng flashed, and in less than a second, he appeared in the same place again, with a light gray glass bead-sized crystal in his hand. Where the mutant had just stood, there was only a zombie corpse with its body torn apart. "Swallow it." Jiang Cheng threw the mutant crystal at Along. Aaron was even more excited than before, grabbing the crystal of the mutant and stuffing it into his mouth. Soon, his body changed again. The fist-sized rotten wound on his chest grew a circle of granulation and began to heal, and the wounds on his 2 arms were the same. In less than half a second, the wounds on his chest and arms were all healed, but the wounds in other parts were still hideous. After all, the transformation into a zombie takes a long time, and the flesh on the body will be eaten by catastrophic over time. Jiang Cheng opened the data eye and continued to observe. Name, Aaron, ordinary zombie. Race, zombie. Level, 0 order. Wisdom, 0.1. Strength, 4.2 plus 0.5. Agility, 1 plus 0.1. Comprehensive combat power, 5.9. The strength attribute increased by 0.5, and the agility attribute increased by 0.1, which means that a mutant can provide 0.5 strength attribute and 0.1 agility attribute. Jiang Cheng wrote down this data and began to hunt for the crystals of the mutant and feed them with all his heart. However, after feeding 10 mutant crystals and preparing to feed the 11th mutant crystal, Aaron not only did not show joy, but there was a hint of fear in his gray eyes. What's going on? Jiang Cheng did not force the 11th crystal to be fed, but checked its data to see if he could detect any clues. Name, Aaron, mutated zombie. Energy saturation. Race, zombie. Level, 0 level. Wisdom, 0.1. Strength, 9.6. Agility, 2.1. Overall combat power, 11.8. Energy saturation? When he saw these 4 words, Jiang Cheng finally understood the reason, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. It seems that it is not possible to swallow infinitely. Let's wait and see tomorrow. With Meowpath and the 2nd-level Doomsday Warrior, all the zombies around him were eliminated in half an hour. Counted the harvest. There are 15,674 ordinary zombie crystals, 1,579 mutant crystals, 58 first-level mutant crystals, 7 lower-level mutant crystals, and one upper-level death killer crystal. After looking at the zombie corpses everywhere, Jiang Cheng said directly, "My papas, these corpses are all yours." Meow. After receiving the owner's permission, Meowth's cute furry face showed excitement. He let out a soft cry, jumped to the center of the zombie group, and slowly opened his mouth. An invisible suction force came from the front of the mouth. At a glance, you will find a black hole the size of a football appearing in front of his mouth, and the zombie corpses lying on the ground are flying towards the black hole involuntarily. Almost 3 minutes later, meow. Meowpath screamed with satisfaction. His body became visibly bigger, and the snow-white fur on his body became smoother, reflecting a dazzling luster in the sun. Licking his paws, he jumped towards Jiang Cheng's shoulder in 3 steps at a time. "Oh, have you become stronger again?" Jiang Cheng could clearly feel that Maya Papas's aura was more than a little stronger. Secretly said, "Open the eyes of data." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed with golden light. Name, Meowpath. Race, devouring beast, growing period. Level, lower than 2nd level. Wisdom, 1.2. Strength, 600 plus 100. Agility, 200 plus 20. Spirit, 100. Power, devour, can swallow all objects and turn them into nutrients for itself. Comprehensive combat strength, 1021. You have indeed become stronger. Looking at the data, Jiang Cheng also smiled broadly. The investment of more than 10,000 zombie corpses was finally not in vain, and the overall combat power increased directly to 1021. With such strength, as long as he doesn't encounter the mutated 2nd-level killer just now, he can crush almost everything. Compared to Aaron, Jiang Cheng glanced at Aaron next to him again, said hello, and then led Aaron towards Dawn Base. However, not long after a few people left, suddenly a little head poked out of the glass window of a residential building on the old street. After confirming that there was no one around and there were no zombies, he immediately ran downstairs and rushed into a large supermarket nearby to start searching. Return to base. As soon as Jiang Cheng entered, Zhang Yi came up to him and reported that someone was looking for him, and it was from Tian'an Base. "You mean, the people from Tian'an Base came to me to ask for peace?" Jiang Cheng said with great interest. Zhang Yi secretly glanced at Jiang Cheng's handsome profile and immediately said seriously, "Judging from the other party's tone, it's most likely yes." "Where is that person?" Jiang Cheng smiled again. "I didn't let him in. He is still waiting at the door." Zhang Yi said, "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded and asked, "But do you think there is any other purpose besides suing for peace?" Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, "It's hard to make a conclusion yet. We will have to wait for communication before we know anything." "Okay, since you said so, let's go watch it quietly." As Jiang Cheng spoke, he seemed to have thought of something again and added, "By the way, called Dad, Xiao Jian, Qingwan, and Sister Lu." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yi asked curiously. Jiang Cheng's lips curled up. "Since it's a negotiation, it's necessary to show off the strength of my Dawn Base." At the same time, the gate of Dawn Base, a young man with gentle eyes stood under the scorching sun, looking at the 10-meter-high city wall in front of him, with some complicated thoughts in his heart. "I should have come in person in the first place. Otherwise, we wouldn't have caused such a major mistake." And just then, one of the subordinates who was traveling with him was too hot and couldn't help complaining. "Captain, I think we should leave. This Shuguang base has clearly left us alone. There's no rush. As the attackers, it's understandable that we're being left alone. For this reason, we have to appear more sincere." Sherdong came back to his senses. The younger brother had no choice but to nod. His captain had said so, so what else could he say? He could only find a place to enjoy the shade under the shade of a tree on the side of the road. However, just as he sat down, the door to Dawn Base slowly opened. Sherdong's eyes lit up, and he looked busy. I saw a tall, handsome young man stepping out, followed by an old man and 4 indifferent-looking women. Judging from the posture, there is no doubt that the young man clustered in the middle is Jiang Cheng. "You are trying to intimidate me." Sherdong sighed secretly, but still went up to meet him, stretched out a hand, and said, "I am the 2nd captain of Tian'an Base. Sherdong, I came here today to apologize for the sneak attack on you a few days ago." "Apologize?" Jiang Cheng twisted his mouth and sneered. "Sorry, I don't accept it. Faced with Jiang Cheng's rejection, Sherdong did not panic. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Chief Jiang, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. In my opinion, the sneak attack a few days ago was too expensive. Fong didn't lose much, but I, Tiannan, suffered heavy losses. Of course, I'm not accusing you. On the contrary, I think you are so powerful that we can completely cooperate. By then, Tiannan and Linxian will be within our grasp. Chief Jiang, what do you think? Sherdong said it with confidence at the end. He thought that anyone would consider it under his eloquence. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Jiang Cheng said impatiently, Have you finished farting? Sherdong's face turned black, and his clothes looked like he had eaten SHD. He thought that Jiang Cheng might refuse or agree, but he didn't expect that the other party would directly scold him. He felt like a lump in his throat for a moment. However, his good psychological qualities still allowed him to calm down, and he forced a smile and said, Chief Jiang, I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand this. I don't know how your leader thought of sending you here as a lobbyist. Or is your leader also an idiot? Jiang Cheng continued to scold. Sherdong listened. His face became darker, and even a vein popped on his forehead. However, he continued to suppress his smile and said, Chief Jiang, please consider it. Our leader is extraordinary, and you will definitely not lose if you cooperate with us. Are you done? Jiang Cheng suddenly said. Sherdong said subconsciously, That's it. Go to hell after that. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy suddenly flew over. Sherdong didn't react at all. When the energy got close to him, he panicked and wanted to react. He shouted, Move. As soon as he finished speaking, half of his body began to become transparent. But he was fast, and Jiang Cheng was even faster. Before his body completely disappeared, Sherdong felt his sight suddenly rise, and then quickly fell. Bang! His head fell to the ground, and a last doubt flashed through his mind. Why did he kill me? Captain is dead. The younger brother who followed Sherdong looked at the headless corpse in front of him. His mouth trembled, and his body collapsed to the ground, unable to believe the facts in front of him. Lin Ro and others were also shocked by Jiang Cheng's sudden attack. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Jiang Cheng shook the blood on the knife and put it into the space ring. He smiled at the younger brother who was sitting on the ground and said, Do you want to live? The voice sounded in the younger brother's ears like the whisper of a devil. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and he nodded like pounding garlic, saying, Yes, I want to live. Then give me a message. Go back and tell your boss that peace talks are impossible. Let him clean his neck and wait. Anyone who hurts my Dawn base, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I, Jiang Cheng, will kill him. Jiang Cheng left a sentence, looked at the younger brother indifferently, and uttered a word softly. Get lost. Yes, I will definitely convey it. After hearing this, the younger brother hurriedly got up from the ground, and after saying it several times, he didn't even bother to care about Sherdong's body and ran away directly. Until the younger brother disappeared, Jiang Cheng turned around and smiled. Are you curious why I want to kill this person? Lin Ro and others hesitated for a while and nodded. Jiang Cheng didn't care and explained with a smile. This person is called Sherdong, a first-level awakener and the military advisor of Tiannan base. The attack on Shuguang base was planned by this guy behind the scenes. Now that I killed him, it is equivalent to cutting off an arm of Tiannan base. In this way, the awakener of Tiannan base is only Luo Fan, and it will be easier for us to fight back. He has always adhered to the principle of killing threats in the bud, especially after experiencing the Huang Shui incident. He has become more determined to do so. After getting Jiang Cheng's answer, Lin Ro and others immediately understood. After solving the problem, Jiang Cheng turned to the guard at the door and said, Hang Sherdong's head at the door of the base for public display. Without my order, you are not allowed to take it down. After saying that, Jiang Cheng pointed with one hand, and a wind blade shot out from his finger, cutting Sherdong's lower abdomen. He hooked his finger, and a crystal-clear crystal flew out of his lower abdomen. Run. At this moment, there was only this word left in my mind. He didn't even feel the fatigue of his body. He kept running forward desperately. In the past, ordinary people would need to walk for 3 hours, but he ran back in 2 hours. When he saw the Tian'an base in front of him, he shouted excitedly, "Hurry! Take me to see the boss." After saying that, his legs softened and he fell directly to the ground. His whole body was soaked with sweat, and he was no longer able to get up. Hearing the sound, the guard at the door hurried over. After recognizing the person, he hurriedly followed his instructions and carried 2 people on both sides and ran towards Luo Fan's command room. Arrived in front of the door, someone came forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a voice came from inside the door. "What's the matter?" "Boss, Ermatzi is back and has something to report," the guard said hurriedly. Inside the door, Luo Fan heard the person coming and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he still suppressed his mood and said calmly, "Come in." As the voice fell, the door opened. A familiar face held by 2 people appeared in front of him. Looking at his appearance, Luo Fan's heart became restless, and he asked first, "Where is Sherdong?" As soon as the words fell, Ermatzi, who was still holding back, burst into tears on the spot. He used his remaining strength to break free from the guard, knelt on the ground, and cried, "Boss, you have to avenge the captain." "Revenge? Could it be?" Luo Fan suppressed his increasingly restless mood and said in a deep voice, "What happened? Captain Shi is dead. His head was chopped off. The other party asked me to tell you that it is impossible to negotiate, and you should clean your neck and wait." Ermatzi said in one breath, tears streaming down his face. "Sherdong is dead?" This news was like a fuse, which completely ignited Luo Fan's anger. He slapped the table next to him. Bang! The quartz tabletop broke into countless pieces on the spot. He said angrily, "Who said this?" "The leader of the Dawn base, Jiang Cheng." "Good Jiang Cheng, I must kill him," Luo Fan shouted angrily, looking at the other side of the Yanghe River in the distance, his eyes burning with flames. He looked for a moment. Reason still defeated anger. Luo Fan sat down slowly, looked at Ermatzi, and said, "Go. Tell everyone in the base that from today on, the gate of Tian'an base will be closed tightly. No one is allowed to enter or leave except the team that goes out to search for supplies." Listening to the boss's decision, Ermatzi and the 2 guards who followed him were stunned, but still responded, "Yes. Well, okay, everyone go out." At the same time, Dawn base, Jiang Cheng led everyone directly into the rest area. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Jiang Cheng said, "Now, there is only Luo Fan left in Tian'an base. In the short term, there will be no threat to our Dawn base. Next, the defense of Dawn base and the outer base will be handled by Zhang Ye and Qing Wan, and medical care will still be handled by Sister Lu, Old Man, and Xiao Jian. You each lead a small group of people to collect zombie crystals." After making arrangements, Jiang Cheng plunged directly into the energy conversion room. He had not had time to convert the zombie crystals that he had just hunted in the morning. He came to the conversion furnace. Jiang Cheng put all the crystals directly into the conversion furnace. A mechanical sound sounded immediately. Energy points plus 219,436. Energy points plus 110,530. Energy points plus 121,800. Energy points plus 147,000. Energy points plus 49,000. Energy points plus 4,200. Remaining energy points, 920312. Looking at the row of numbers in front of him, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it has to be in an area like Old Street. The energy points that had bottomed out quickly returned to nearly 1 million. Next, Jiang Cheng checked the equipment. What has not been upgraded yet is the second-level biochemical laboratory, but because the first-level awakening potion has not been completely cracked, it still cannot be upgraded. Then there are the 4th-level backyard and the 5th-level base. Upgrading the level 5 base requires 1 million energy points and is temporarily unavailable. Upgrading the 4th-level backyard requires 15W energy points. Although it can be upgraded, Jiang Cheng does not intend to upgrade it immediately. Now that the overall strength of the base is still insufficient, the more than 900,000 energy points would obviously be better spent on improving the strength of the team members. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng directly opened the 1st-level martial arts research room. Level 1 Martial Arts Research Laboratory. Xianyuan Gong. 50,000 energy points. which can be cultivated to the innate level. It requires 10 W energy points to crack. The cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent product column. Cracked. Small return pill. 3,000 energy points, which can increase the internal strength for 10 years. It requires 5 W energy points to crack. The cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent product column. Cracked. Zio Wandan. Taking it can increase Jingchuan's internal strength for 10 years. Each person can take it up to 3 times in a lifetime. The first time the strengthening effect is the best, the second time it is halved, the third time the power is only 1/10, and the fourth time taking it is ineffective. 3 demon-destroying swords. 50,000 energy points. Each sword can double the power. The maximum stack is 3 swords. It requires 10 W energy points to crack. The cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent product column. Cracked. The Xiaohuan Dan has been taken by everyone and can no longer exert its effect. All that is left are the techniques and moves. Although the old man's method of absorbing qi is practical, it is still far inferior to Xianyuan Gong. Then there are martial arts. Everyone's strength is now based on superpowers, and they also learn from their father's martial arts, but their power is limited. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation, "Exchange me for 5 copies of the 3 demon-slaying swords and 5 copies of the Xianyuan Gong." Ding. Do you want to consume 50 W energy points to redeem items? The system voice reminded. Exchange. Ding. The exchange is successful. The items will be distributed to the host within 2 meters. Please check them carefully. The mechanical sound fell. A white light flashed in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes. The light disappeared. 10 white wooden boxes appeared in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he put them into the space ring. Then he said, "Open the permanent commodity column." The Dawn Guard is about to be established, and he needs to improve the combat effectiveness of these guards. Permanent commodity column. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullet, 20 energy points, /round. Level 1 Sniper Bullet Price, 50 energy points, /round. Level 1 Gene Enhancement Potion, 100 energy points after use. Each attribute increases by 1 point and has a certain antivirus ability. Level 1 Ancient Zombie Virus, 640 energy points. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 4,000 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 503:49:58. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 160 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 400 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 80 energy points. Level 2 Doomsday Assault Rifle, 4,000 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 47 hours 53 minutes and 51 seconds. Level 2 Doomsday Bomb, 800 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 47 hours 53 minutes and 51 seconds. Level 2 Laser Gun Energy Block, 500 energy points, /block. Xianyuan Gong, 50,000 energy points. Xiao Huandan, 3,000 energy points. Demon Extermination 3 Blades, 50,000 energy points. The guard team consists of 4 teams, each with 3 people, a total of 12 weapons, and then there is Li Feng's side. The strength of the Lincian survivor base is okay to deal with 1 or 2 first-level mutants, but if it encounters something like a first-level killer or other mutants, it will be a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Exchange for 80 first-level Doomsday submachine guns, 80 first-level Doomsday pistols, 5,000 first-level Doomsday pistols, 100 first-level Doomsday bombs, and 72 first-level gene enhancement potions." Ding. Do you want to consume 152,972 energy points to exchange for items? Exchange. As Jiang Cheng's voice fell, his vision was full of guns and ammunition. However, his remaining energy points became a pitiful 267,340. Looking at the remaining energy points, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but show a look of laughter and tears. He was a millionaire just now, and now he has returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Fortunately, he has experienced such things too many times and quickly calmed down. Putting the items into the space ring, Jiang Cheng exited the energy conversion room and walked towards the gym on the 2nd floor. He still has an important thing to do. Stepping into the gym, Jiang Cheng directly took out the reward he drew yesterday, the Great Huandan. Unlike the milky white porcelain bottle that contained the small Huandan, the bottle that contained the Huandan was a jade bottle that was completely green. Even someone like Jiang Cheng, who didn't know much about jade, could tell at a glance that the bottle was extraordinary. If it were before the end of the world, he would have to learn from the male protagonist in the urban cool novel and pawn it at the pawnshop for hundreds of millions. But now, the only function of this bottle is to throw it into the conversion furnace as an energy point and contribute the last bit of value. Jiang Cheng looked at the jasper bottle and pulled the cork. The strong medicinal fragrance spread immediately. He just sniffed it lightly, and suddenly, the internal energy in the dantian began to circulate involuntarily, and the bottleneck that had been at the 7th level of the acquired realm began to loosen, showing signs of being able to break through at any time. What a strong medicinal power! Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he resisted the urge to break through, and turned his hand to pour out the Da Huandan in the jade bottle. Instantly, all the information about this Da Huandan flooded into his mind. Item: Da Huandan. Effect: after taking it, it can increase the pure internal force by 30 years. Each person can take it up to 3 times in his life. The first strengthening effect is the best, the second time is halved, the third time is only 1/10 of the medicinal power, and the fourth time is ineffective. 30 years of internal force. Doesn't that mean that 1 Da Huandan is equivalent to the effect of 3 Xiao Huandan? No. Jiang Cheng immediately denied his wrong idea. According to the internal force and usage conversion, 1 Xiao Huandan can only be used 3 times. That is, the internal force increased by 3 pills is only 16 years of internal force, while 1 Da Huandan can bring 30 years of pure internal force, which is far beyond the reach of Xiao Huandan. Immediately, Jiang Cheng opened his mouth, put the Da Huandan into his mouth, and then sat cross-legged in the middle of the gym, opening the information about Xian Yuan Gong in his mind. As stated in the opening, Xian Yuan is to open up the 12 meridians in the body. When all the 12 meridians are opened and connected to the 2 bridges of heaven and earth, that is, the Ren and Du meridians, one can reach the innate realm, which is fundamentally different from the Qin take method. The Qi gathering method focuses on the accumulation of internal energy, and there is no formal method. However, the Xianyuan Gong is a collection of Taoist exercises, and it is necessary to open up the 12 meridians. After reading the description, Jiang Cheng was a little confused. If he wants to break through, he needs to open up the 12 meridians, and opening up 1 meridian represents a realm. So what is the current postnatal 7th level? Forget it. Each family has its own method. Anyway, the Xianyuan Gong is a Taoist exercise, and it does not conflict with the Qi gathering method. It is okay to practice it. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng began to circulate the internal energy according to the description. First, the Han Tien Lung Meridian. The spiritual energy enters from the Tianmen, passes through Zhongfu, Yunmen, Tianfu, passes Xiaobai, Chai's, etc., and finally concentrates on Xiaoshang. What is this? After circulating according to its acupuncture points, Jiang Cheng made a new discovery. He found that this Xianyuan Gong coincided with what he had learned in the gym before, or in other words, after learning Lingbao, his 720 acupoints were already opened, and now he just needed to connect them together. And under his operation just now, the 11 acupoints of the Han Tien Lung Meridian were easily connected together. This landscape is like 12 reservoirs, which do not flow to each other. After being connected together, it is like building a long ditch, so that the internal energy of the 11 acupoints can flow to each other, and the flow and capacity are more than doubled? Good fellow, if it follows this rule, then the group fight can directly connect all the 12 meridians into one piece and reach the innate. Muttering to himself, Jiang Cheng immediately continued to operate. In the dantian, because of the medicinal power of the Da Huandan, the internal energy is very abundant, and the second meridian, the Han-Jian pericardium meridian, is also quickly opened. Next, the Shaoyin heart meridian, Yangming large intestine meridian, Shaoyang triple burner meridian, Taiyang small intestine meridian, Taiyin spleen meridian, Jian liver meridian, and Shaoyin kidney meridian were all completed in one go. But when it came to the Yangming stomach meridian, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to stop. Because after the Dahuan Dan connected the 9 meridians, the medicinal power was completely consumed, and it was no longer possible to connect the next meridian, the Shaoyang gallbladder meridian. Huh. A breath of white air shot out of his mouth, condensing for a long time without dispersing. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with brilliance, like stars in the sky, shining brightly. But soon, the internal energy returned to the Dantian, the light dissipated, and his eyes were restrained again, but more energetic than before. System, check my profile. Ding. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Level, acquired 9th layer, First Order Awakener. Spirit, 0.9, Special 3.0. Normal state can increase combat power by 180%. Spirit Special Burst can increase by 300%. Wisdom, 38.5 plus 10. Ordinary human is 1. Strength, 210.55 plus 20. Ordinary human is 1. Agility, 83.35 plus 10. Ordinary human is 1. Spirit, 75.2 plus 10. Ordinary human is 1, equals 1. Virus resistance, 3.6 plus 0.2. Immune to 3rd level mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpowers, creation, awakening degree 199%. Super speed regeneration, awakening degree 160%. Skills, hard qigong, meditation, double strength, swimming, advanced. Doomsday swimming step, fighting, special, thunderbolt flash, 2nd level sword skill. Spirit return, unbreakable golden body. Demon slaying 3 swords, corpse control. Kung fu, qi gathering method, Xinyuan gong, 9th level. When Jiang Cheng saw Ling's line, he gasped in shock. Hiss. Is this the increase brought by Xinyuan gong? In the state of spiritual opening, the increase is 180%, and this is only when the spiritual attribute is only 0.9. In other words, the spiritual value has different effects according to different skills. Every 0.1 spiritual value can increase by 20%. And the spiritual explosion is even more terrifying, directly increasing by 300%. With such strength, even if he encounters a 3rd level monster, Jiang Cheng has the confidence to fight. Then there is the strength attribute, which reaches 230.55, which is 23,055 kilograms, which is equivalent to 11.5275 tons. Such strength is comparable to the 2nd level Death Crusher. The agility attribute is 93.35, which means that the movement speed reaches 653.45 meters per second, which is close to twice the speed of sound, exceeding the 2nd level Death Harvester. Based on the above data, he can fight against the 2nd level mutant in normal state. Okay, close the data panel. Jiang Cheng directly exited the interface with a flickering look. In this way, he should also find an opportunity to eliminate the threat of the ship community. Apart from this matter, there is also the transaction with Li Feng. He needs a large amount of crystals now, but the progress of collecting them at the outer base of Dawn is still too slow. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng then took out the satellite phone and dialed it. Soon, a voice sounded. Brother Jiang, is there anything? His tone was a little happy. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Why? Can't I find Brother Li if there is nothing? Brother Jiang, that's not the case. As long as Brother Jiang invites you, Brother will have time at any time. Li Feng patted his chest and guaranteed. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng looked satisfied and did not chat, but went straight to the point and said, Brother, I have got a batch of weapons now. I wonder if you are interested? How much? Li Feng's tone immediately became excited. Jiang Cheng always surprised him with what he took out, especially last time, when he made their Lincian survivor base show its face in front of the special envoy. Afterwards, Commander Xiang of the Chuda headquarters called to praise him. You know, this is not someone else, but the highest commander of the Chu province military region and the highest commander of the Chu capital survivor base, Xiang Chu. This commander has experienced countless battles, and he has risen from a private soldier to his current level. With such a resume, all the generals of the great Zhou dynasty can be counted on one hand. Listening to Li Feng's words, Jiang Cheng felt even more satisfied. This shows that the other party has a full intention to take down this batch of goods. So he said, 68 first-level Doomsday submachine guns, The gun has a capacity of 30 rounds, which can penetrate the first-level mutant, 68 first-level Doomsday pistols, 4,000 first-level Doomsday bullets, 80 first-level Doomsday bombs, and 60 first-level gene enhancement potions, which can greatly improve the physical fitness of individual soldiers. Are you interested? Gurgle. Listening, Li Feng held the phone, stared with wide eyes and swallowed hard, and couldn't help but said in a lost voice, "Brother Jiang, are you robbing the arsenal? Just ask if you want it." Jiang Cheng smiled. Li Feng said decisively, "Yes, of course, but the quantity is huge this time. At present, there are only 5,000 ordinary zombie crystals in my Lincian survivor base, and there are only 2 first-order mutant crystals. The rest need to be applied to Chudu and cannot be delivered at one time." Speaking of this, Li Feng's old face turned red, and he said awkwardly, "Brother Jiang, can these weapons?" He does not have so many crystals at present, but he can't let this batch of weapons stay in Jiang Cheng's hands. If some force intercepts it, it will be more than worth the loss. Jiang Cheng said without thinking, "Just like last time, trade first. Brother, I still trust your reputation." "Thank you so much. I wonder when Brother Jiang has time. I will send Wang Chong over." Li Feng said excitedly. If this batch of transactions is completed, the strength of his Lincian survivor base will be able to reach a new level. "No need. I will personally escort this batch of weapons over later," Jiang Cheng said, and hung up the phone directly. With the strength of Wang Chong and his men, he was still worried about handing over such a large amount of weapons to them for escort. If something unexpected happened, it would be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng went out immediately, got on the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle, and sped towards the Lincian survivor base. Lincian survivor base. After hanging up Jiang Cheng's phone, Li Feng hurriedly ordered Guopeng, who was sorting out the information on the side. "Quick, call Deputy Captain Wang and ask him to gather all the soldiers and gather at the gate of the base." "Captain, is there something big going on?" Guopeng on the side couldn't help but ask curiously. He rarely saw Li Feng so excited. "Stop talking nonsense. There is a big happy event in our base," Li Feng said more anxiously, and kicked Guopeng's, but directly. Guopeng was not angry, and ran out with a smile. He could guess that this happy event was probably related to Brother Jiang. Soon, at the gate of the Lincian survivor base, 42 soldiers stood straight in 2 rows with their chests and stomachs held in. Li Feng and Wang Chong stood in the middle of the 2 rows, followed by Guopeng and Tang Yong. Since they captured more than 50 people from the Tianan base and received the news that the Awakeners from the Tianan base were killed by Jiang Cheng, Tang Yong was very happy. At Li Feng's invitation, he directly joined the Lincian survivor base and became the captain of a squadron. "You all listen to me. When Brother Jiang comes in a moment, you will use all your strength to shout, 'Welcome, welcome, warm welcome to me.' Do you understand?" Li Feng yelled. "Yes." The soldiers shouted in unison. After a small battle, their energy and spirit improved a lot. The words fell. The roar of a machine sounded from a distance. The sound moves from far to near. Everyone looked around and saw that it was a huge military green vehicle. Although it was not the first time they had seen it, the shock brought by the Level 2 Doomsday armored vehicle still lingered in their hearts for a long time. Especially Wang Chong. He witnessed with his own eyes how this behemoth easily crushed a first-order mutant in front of him. Looking at the Level 2 Doomsday armored vehicle, Wang Chong showed fascination and murmured to himself in a daze, "Grandma, if I were allowed to drive it for a day, I would be willing to die." The words fell. Li Feng slapped him angrily and said, "You, my captain, have come to your senses. Even I haven't. You still dare to be crooked." "Yes, yes, Captain, you are right." Wang Chong came back to his senses, rubbed the back of his swollen head, and said with a smile. During the conversation between the two, the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle braked to a stop. All the soldiers in Lincian base took a deep breath nervously and stared solemnly at the armored vehicle in front of them. Chi! A sound. The closed door of the armored vehicle opens. A young man wearing casual short-sleeved shirts jumped out of the car. At the moment of landing, all the soldiers shouted in unison, "Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome." After shouting, Wang Chong walked out first, gave a straight salute, and then shouted, Welcome Advisor Jiang to our Lincian survivor base. This battle frightened Jiang Cheng to the point of being stunned. It took a while. Only then did Jiang Cheng react, and he couldn't help but say something quintessentially Chinese. FCK. Wang Chang smiled and said, Brother Jiang, are you satisfied with our welcome ceremony? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Listening to Wang Chang's joke, Jiang Cheng said angrily, I'm very satisfied. It almost gave me a heart attack. Hee. Wang Chang laughed jokingly, then lowered his voice and said, I heard from that guy Li Feng that I got a lot of good stuff this time, right? Jiang Cheng didn't hide anything and nodded directly. Yes. Hearing the news, Wang Chang laughed loudly, grabbed Jiang Cheng's shoulders and said, Ha! Brother Jiang, let's go to the command room and talk in detail. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded, then turned to face the Level 2 Doomsday Armored Lane next to him. Armored Vehicle Number 1, start automatic parking. The parking place is in front of the teaching building of Lincian Survivor Base. Yes, Master. The mechanical sound sounded. The second-level Doomsday Armored Vehicle started up again under Wang Chang's envious eyes. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he turned to look at Wang Chang and Li Feng and said, Okay, let's go. Brother Jiang, please come with me. Wang Chang reluctantly came to his senses and said straightforwardly. Soon, several people entered the Lincian base command room. The original command room was a temporary military tent. But now, due to the need for long-term stationing, Li Feng changed the command room to a classroom. Just entered the command room. Jiang Cheng said to Li Feng and others, You guys stand aside first. Good. Li Feng, Wang Chang, and Guopeng stood obediently in the corner of the classroom. They had already seen Jiang Cheng's ability to transform objects out of thin air, so they were very familiar with it. Sure enough, Jiang Cheng waved one hand towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of black firearms appeared out of thin air on the ground, and they were neatly arranged in several rows. The first row is the first-level Doomsday submachine gun, followed closely by the first-level Doomsday pistol. The third row is the first-level Doomsday bomb, and the fourth row is rows of crystal clear green liquid in transparent glass tubes. Next to these items are piles of first-level Doomsday bullets. Looking at these items, Li Feng's eyes almost went straight. He was naturally very familiar with the first-level Doomsday pistol, but he was extremely curious about the new first-level Doomsday submachine gun and the transparent test tube, and hurriedly asked, Brother Jiang, can I try it? Please. Jiang Cheng smiled and made a gesture of invitation. After receiving the permission, Li Feng quickly stepped forward and picked up the half-meter-long black firearm. But the moment he picked it up, his wrists sank involuntarily. Hiss! What a heavy guy! Secretly sighing, he thought he had touched a lot of guns, but this level of Doomsday submachine gun almost made him look embarrassed. Fortunately, his body has already been strengthened by strength potions, and he has already reached the strength of 1,000 kilograms. It is natural to pick up the first-level Doomsday submachine gun, which weighs only more than 20 kilograms. Adjust your posture. Li Feng took out a first-level Doomsday bullet from his waist. As a soldier, he was very skilled in unloading and reloading the magazine. The whole process was very smooth without any lag, which made his eyes sparkle when he looked at the firearm in his hand. After reloading, Li Feng pointed the gun at the wall next to him and pulled the trigger. Bang! A fiery snake emerged from the gun's muzzle. Under the tremendous pressure of the gunpowder explosion, the bullet was squeezed out of the muzzle, spinning toward the wall. Li Feng also felt a strong recoil on his shoulders, causing him to take half a step back. The recoil of this gun is so strong. I'm afraid if a soldier wants to use it, he must have at least 200 kilograms of strength. Li Feng secretly thought and looked towards the direction of the bullet. Almost instantly, the wall was like a piece of tofu, easily penetrated by bullets, and then the bullets shot towards the wall of a moral education building opposite the teaching building. After penetrating 3 walls, the bullet hit the trunk of a big tree where 2 people were hugging each other, leaving a hole as thick as 2 fingers before stopping. What a gun! Li Feng cheered. If they had a submachine gun that could fire 30 bullets continuously and face the first-order mutant again, their chances of winning would increase by more than 10%. Putting down the first-level Doomsday submachine gun, Li Feng picked up another first-level genetic enhancement potion. Without any hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves and plunged it directly into his arm, then pushed in every drop of the green liquid inside. In muscles, just the next second after the injection, Li Feng suddenly felt a warm current flowing around his body. Different from the feeling of increased strength last time. This time, he had an intuitive feeling like in martial arts novels, where the meridians and bones of the whole body are strengthened. 1 minute later, cool, Li Feng shouted loudly and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He has never felt so good physically and energetically as he did today, and some of the hidden ailments brought about by his long military career have completely disappeared. It's like the body has been completely reborn. At the same time, Jiang Cheng, who was standing aside, said secretly, "Open the eyes of data. Name, Li Feng. Race, human race. Level, none. Wisdom 2.2. Strength 1.3. Agility, 3.1. Spirit 2. Power, none. Comprehensive combat power, 20.3. Looking at Li Feng's various attributes, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly. Such data is definitely comparable to that of a semi-awakened person. Even if he encounters a first-order mutant, with the equipment he sells, he can definitely deal with it alone. Observation room. Li Feng looked at Wang Chong and Jiang Cheng excitedly, wanting to share the joy at this moment. But the next second, he found Wang Chong covering his nose and backing away, looking distant, and then looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, he also retreated silently. "What are you doing?" Li Feng asked, confused. Did something go wrong after he injected the medicine? The next moment, Wang Chong then said, "Captain, you'd better take a shower quickly." Take a shower? A flash of doubt flashed in Li Feng's eyes. But soon, he asked as a thick stench poured towards his nose. Vomit. He almost vomited out all the stuff in his stomach. Fortunately, as a soldier, he resisted the urge with his iron will and managed a smile. "Just wait a moment. I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the command room as fast as he could. A few seconds later, outside the command room, the sounds of retching from the soldiers were heard one after another. At this time, Wang Chong just breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still lingering fear in his eyes. Half an hour later, Li Feng returns. You can see a hint of red on your dark face, and you don't know if it's because of the half-hour shower or because of the embarrassing thing just now. But none of this matters. The important thing is that he just rushed to the bathhouse, and it only took 5 seconds. You know, it took him only 5 seconds to walk from the command room to the bathhouse, which was at least 200 meters, which meant that his speed reached more than 20 meters per second. And the bathroom door handle. Because he was anxious to open the door, he pulled hard, took it, and ripped off the door and the door handle. Such power was something he had never dared to imagine before. "Brother Jiang, does this potion have any specific effects?" Li Feng couldn't help but ask. Jiang Cheng curled his lips and smiled. "The strength is increased by 100 kilograms, the speed is increased by 7 meters per second, and the energy can reach twice that of ordinary people. It can also expel impurities from the body, repair hidden injuries, etc., and has no side effects." After hearing Jiang Cheng's introduction, Li Feng and Wang Chong looked at each other. They made a fortune. "Brother Jiang, this batch of goods must be given to us no matter what." Li Feng spoke subconsciously, but as soon as he said the words, he realized his gaffe and looked a little embarrassed. Jiang Cheng didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "This batch of goods was originally traded with you, Brother Feng, so there is no need to talk about it." Yes, yes. Li Feng nodded quickly. Wang Chong also helped. "Brother Jiang, the captain is just too excited." Jiang Cheng smiled and said nothing. "Next, Brother Jiang, please calculate the total price so I can apply to the headquarters." Li Feng scratched his head and said sheepishly. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "No problem. Scan the items and start counting them one by one. The first-level Doomsday submachine gun costs 5,000 ordinary zombie crystals each, and 68 of them are 340,000 ordinary crystals. The first-level Doomsday pistol costs 2,000 ordinary crystals each, and 68 of them are 136,000 ordinary crystals. The first-level Doomsday pistol bullets. Each bullet is worth 200 ordinary crystals. 4,000 rounds are worth 800,000 ordinary crystals. First-level Doomsday bombs. Each one is worth 1,000 ordinary crystals. 80 pieces are worth 80,000 ordinary crystals. First-level gene enhancement potion. Each one is worth for 1,000 ordinary crystals. 60 weapons are 60,000. This batch of weapons has a total of 1,416,000 crystals. When this number was calculated, Jiang Cheng himself was shocked. If calculated according to the conversion rate of energy points, if this transaction is successful, he will have 19,824,000 energy points. He wants to upgrade equipment and purchase the base mall. Items are also a breeze. After calming down his inner excitement, Jiang Cheng reported a number with a smile. His 1,416,000 pieces. After Li Feng heard this number, he took a deep breath. The permanent population of Lincian City is only 1 million, and the number of these crystal stones has long exceeded the total population of Lincian City. Even if he kills all the zombies in Lincian City, he can't exchange for this batch of supplies. However, just because he didn't, it didn't mean that there wasn't one at the headquarters. Judging from the information learned from Tang Yong during this period, except for the Lincian base, which consumes a large amount of crystals, all bases in Chu province hand over the hunted crystals to Chu capital and do not use them for their own use. Chu province claims to have a permanent population of 80 million, and Chudu has a floating population of 20 million. These 1.41 million crystal stones are not too big. Thinking about it, Li Feng picked up the satellite phone and dialed. Soon, the operator's voice sounded. "This is the Chuda base. Please tell me something," Li Feng said. "I am Li Feng, the Commander-in-Chief of Lincian Base. I have something important to report to the Commander-in-Chief of Chudu. Please transfer it to me." Good. Perhaps because the name Li Feng appeared many times, the operator immediately transferred the line. Half a minute later, an old and familiar voice sounded, and Li Feng immediately recognized its identity. He stood up straight, and his expression became solemn. On the phone, the man's tone was not so serious, and he was even a little grateful, saying, "Boy Li Feng, what good things do you want to tell this old man like me this time?" Miao Feng brought back a lot of good things from Lincian last time. He still remembers the power of that pistol. Ordinary RPGs can only match the first-level mutant variant. Under the so-called first-level Doomsday pistol, he was directly penetrated by a shot. Although it was not fatal, such a penetration Torali is scary enough. And that armor? Ordinary bullets shot on it will leave almost no trace. Even a sniper rifle can only leave a tiny white dot on it. Such a weapon is enough for him to remember the word Li Feng firmly. It's a pity that there is only one pair of gun and armor, so it can only be thrown into the laboratory and its materials can be slowly studied. Commander-in-Chief, our Lincian base has purchased 68 first-level Doomsday pistols, 68 first-level Doomsday submachine guns, 80 first-level Doomsday bombs, and 4,000 first-level Doomsday bullets. We need to apply to Chudu base 1,416,000 ordinary zombie crystals and 60 first-level gene enhancement potions. This item can strengthen the physical fitness of ordinary soldiers without any side effects, so I must ask for your approval," Li Feng said nervously. Although the crystal stones applied for were not large compared to the total population of Chu province, the quantity was not small, and he was afraid that the commander-in-chief would refuse. "With such a large number of weapons and potions that can strengthen the body, have you confirmed their power?" Mr. Xiang's tone also became serious. There are about 300,000 standing soldiers in the Chuda base. Together with some heavy weapons, they have collected a total of nearly 3 million zombie crystals. Some of these zombie crystals are used for research, and the remaining ones are only more than 2 million. Such a number of zombie crystals is definitely a huge amount for them. It has been confirmed. Especially the first-level Doomsday gene-enhancing potion can increase the strength of ordinary people by 100 kilograms, double the speed of ordinary people, and can heal hidden wounds. The effect is very powerful. I dare to guarantee it with my life. Li Feng seriously. "Okay. How many soldiers are there currently in Lincian base?" Commander Xiang asked. Li Feng didn't understand the meaning of his words and said directly, "Including me, Tang Yong, Wang Chong, there are a total of 46 warriors." "Very good. Next, I will send 200 soldiers to receive the items. At that time, you will keep 20 of the items you have obtained, and the rest will be transported to Chudu," Xiang Lao said. Hearing this, Li Feng's face was a little depressed. He was still hoping that Chudu would leave him more, but he didn't expect that there was less than one-third left. But on second thought, Chudu would not let him have such a large number of weapons in his hands. Thinking of this, he was relieved. However, as if afraid that Li Feng would be dissatisfied and think that Chudu had cut in, Xiang Lao continued. Of course, I won't take your boy for nothing. This time, you can select 50 soldiers from the team that comes to receive the items to stay, which is my compensation to you. In addition, I will also add 200 people's survival supplies for 1 month. What do you think? Thank you, Commander. Li Feng's mood was slightly relieved. With 50 soldiers, he has 95 soldiers available. If all this force is used to collect zombie crystals, he can trade a batch of items with Jiang Cheng. However, he also had a lot of caution. In the future, when trading items, he would need to hide some of them in private. Okay, stop pretending, kid. You must be uncomfortable after your things were taken this time. But you need to remember that you are a warrior of the Great Zhou dynasty. Everything you have is given by the Great Zhou dynasty. As a warrior, you cannot hide anything. All the items traded must be reported in full without any concealment. Okay, that's all. The crystal will be delivered in the evening. Xiang Lao reminded at the end, explained the time, and hung up the phone directly. Hearing that the crystal issue was resolved, Li Feng's nervous heart was relieved. Putting down the phone, looking at Jiang Cheng, he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Jiang Cheng, fortunately, you have fulfilled your mission. It seems that Brother Feng has also wasted a lot of effort. Jiang Cheng said, yes, the number of zombie crystals traded this time is too huge, and there are probably not many crystals available at the headquarters. Li Feng said with emotion. That's it. Jiang Cheng nodded. According to the population of Chudu, even if 99.99% were transformed into zombies, it would only be over 19 million. He asked for more than 1 million zombie crystals in one breath, and the other party couldn't get them. It's normal. Moreover, zombies are evolving now. In the past, a zombie crystal was only worth 1 energy point. He asked for 10 times the price, which was actually not much, because the energy points required for these weapons were actually right in front of him. Now a zombie crystal was its worth 10 energy points, so it can only be said that he is lucky. It seems that if you want to obtain more crystal stones, just having a Linxian base is no longer enough. But there is no way to contact more partners in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng felt a little worried. The crystal is the source of energy for the base. Once the crystal is gone, his base will be unsustainable. What to do? Apart from the zombie crystal, there should be something that can replace it, etc. Something to replace the crystal. Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Not to mention, he really came up with a good idea. In addition to zombie crystals, there are also various spiritual beasts and spiritual plants that can also be used. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng suddenly asked, Brother Feng, when the soldiers went out to collect zombie crystals recently, did they find anything unusual? Abnormal? Are you referring to the abnormal place of the zombies, or something else? Li Feng asked in confusion. If it is a zombie, the virus evolves extremely quickly inside the zombie, and the zombie's intensity will increase almost every few days. For example, if you enter the community the day before, there are about 1,000 ordinary zombies and only a few dozen mutants. If you go back in a few days, the number of mutants will increase exponentially. It's not just zombies. Jiang Cheng said. If it's not a zombie. Li Feng frowned and thought for a while, but couldn't think of anything different. Wang Chong, on the other hand, suddenly interjected. If you want to talk about abnormalities, there are indeed some. After saying these words, Jiang Cheng and Li Feng's eyes were attracted to Wang Chong, especially Li Feng, who hurriedly said, Tell me quickly. Wang Chong recalled for a while and said, When I entered the community several times to search for survivors, I found that the greening in the community was very good, almost covering the entire community. This was the case in several communities I visited, so I and my team members we sigh, the economic development of Linxian is really good. FCK. Li Feng swore directly and almost slapped him in anger. Jiang Cheng stopped Li Feng, who was having a fit, and asked Wang Chong uncharacteristically, Then did you find anything different about these plants? What's different about plants? Wang Chong held his chin and thought for a moment, slapped his hand, and suddenly said, It's really a little different. The leaves of those plants are very strong. We hit them with bullets several times, but only a few leaves were broken. What's more, the growth rate soon. A seedling that originally took several years to grow into a towering tree only takes one day. Do you think this is abnormal? Abnormal. Before Li Feng could curse, Jiang Cheng suddenly said excitedly, "This is it." At this time, Wang Chang and Li Feng both looked over curiously. Li Feng couldn't help but ask, "Brother Jiang, is there something abnormal about this plant?" Wang Chang also asked, "Yes, is there any problem?" Jiang Cheng slowly explained, "According to my observation, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is getting stronger and stronger. I have encountered mutated animals and plants several times by the Yanghe River embankment. These mutated animals and plants are extremely dangerous. And even once, if I hadn't escaped quickly, I might have died." "Brother Jiang, are you alive?" "It's impossible." Li Feng couldn't believe it. He had seen Jiang Cheng's ability with his own eyes. Let alone turning the world upside down, he would have no problem killing hundreds or even thousands of zombies in a minute. Will such a master be threatened? Wang Chang also looked in disbelief. Will a man who can fight a first-level mutant in a single fight be in danger? Who would believe it? Jiang Cheng nodded seriously and said, "Anyway, this is indeed the case. I advise you to be as careful as possible when encountering similar creatures in the future. Of course, there will also be crystals in these spiritual beasts. Similarly, according to their quality, it can also be used as an exchange weapon." "Are you serious?" Li Feng's eyes lit up and he asked. This exchange made him discover the shortcomings of the crystal storage. It would be great if he could exchange it with crystals other than zombie crystals. Of course, Jiang Cheng nodded in affirmation, but still urged, "Anyway, you must remember that when you encounter dangerous spiritual beasts, avoid them if you can, and don't confront them head-on. These guys are different from zombies and are extremely intelligent. And don't go into densely populated areas. These plants love nothing more than capturing animals and absorbing their flesh and blood as nutrients." "Okay, we remember it." Seeing that Jiang Cheng was serious, Wang Chang and Li Feng also solemnly agreed. After giving these instructions, Jiang Cheng explained the restrictions on the use of the first-level Doomsday Gene-Enhancing Potion to avoid waste caused by repeated injections by Li Feng and Wang Chang, and then took the 5,000 zombie crystals and 2 first-level mutants in stock at Lincian Base Crystal, said goodbye, and left. Wait until Jiang Cheng leaves. Wang Chang couldn't help but look at Li Feng and asked, "Captain, is what Brother Jiang said true? Whether it's true or not, since we've been told, let's be careful." Li Feng said unhappily, then changed his tone and pointed at the first-level Doomsday Gene Enhancement Potion on the ground and said, "Okay, inject this thing first. At present, you and I are too weak. If we want to gain a foothold in Lincian, we need to be stronger." That's right. When talking about getting stronger, Wang Chang immediately got excited. He grabbed 2 first-level Doomsday Gene Enhancement Potions, rolled up his sleeves, looked at the green liquid inside, and stabbed it into his arm without hesitation. Li Feng also picked up a gene potion and injected it again. Less than a minute. 2 male voices came one after another in the command room of the Lincian base. Dawn Base. As soon as Jiang Cheng returned to the base, he immediately announced that the hunting competition would be held in 2 days. The time starts at 6 a.m. and ends at 6 p.m., a total of 12 hours. During this period, whoever can obtain more zombie crystals will win. The top 10 will be rewarded with rich food, and the top 3 will have other mysterious rewards in addition to the food. This notice was announced by Zhou Sheng, Yi Siwen, and Wang Xiaolong, and the notice was posted on the inner wall of the base. For a time, the scavengers who saw this notice were eager to fight and waited. The instigator Jiang Cheng went directly into the gym after announcing the news. It was 10:03 p.m. Everything was quiet. The survivors of the Shuguang outer base had already fallen asleep, leaving only the patrol team outside to patrol the base. Everything was in order. In the gym, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Xianyuan Gong is really a good thing. After practicing, his 9-layer realm was further consolidated, and the fatigue of the day was swept away. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the internal energy returned to Dantian. Jiang Cheng slowly stood up and said to the micro-communication device on his body, "Come to the gym to gather. The exchanged items should also be distributed." It took less than a minute for the words to come out. Zhang Ye walked in first. Then came Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, and others. After everyone had gathered, Jiang Cheng took out 10 white wooden boxes the size of makeup boxes from the space ring. What is this? Lu Xinru asked curiously. Jiang Cheng smiled mysteriously and said, "Open it, and you'll know." "It's so mysterious. I want to see what treasure it is." Lin Ro curled her lips and opened the box directly. There was a fist-sized light green transparent crystal lying inside. If you look closely, you will find that the surface is emitting a faint light. Crystal. Lin Ro was even more confused. The other women, including Father Yang, were all like this. But soon, everyone's face became unsettled, especially Father Yang. The moment he held the crystal, a stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. This is the martial arts inheritance crystal. He lost his voice. What is the martial arts inheritance crystal? Lin Ro asked curiously. Listening to this, Old Man Yang suppressed the turmoil in his heart and reluctantly explained. The so-called martial arts inheritance crystal is that some ancient innate masters, when their lifespans are about to end, use secret methods to store their inheritance in special crystals in order to avoid losing it. Moreover, such items only exist in some extremely ancient martial arts families and sects, and the number does not exceed one at most. As he said this, he sighed again and again. At the beginning, my Tian sect also had a similar inheritance crystal, but it was a pity that it was lost in the early years. At the end, he showed regret. However, after Old Man Yang's words, the girls also heard the preciousness of it, and looked at Jiang Cheng with a touch of emotion. For a while, the girls had their own thoughts. Jiang Cheng didn't care about the eyes of the crowd. Although these things are precious, they are insignificant compared to everyone's lives. What's more, as long as they can increase everyone's strength, even if it is an item like the Great Rejuvenation Pill, as long as it is available in the mall, he will not hesitate to buy it and give it to everyone. Xianyuan Gong is a martial art that can directly reach the innate state. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient, the innate state is only a matter of time. As a combat martial art, the 3 demon-slaying swords can help you turn the tide of battle when facing an enemy one level higher than yourself in the future. That's all I have to say. After you have absorbed all the martial arts knowledge in it, go and rest. After Jiang Cheng explained a few words, he waved and left. This kid is really willing to give up. Looking at Jiang Cheng's back as he left, Father Yang sighed, then immediately crossed his legs on the ground and began to absorb the information in Xianyuan Gong. Seeing this, the other women immediately followed suit. At the same time, Xianchu Expressway, a military jeep was speeding in front, followed by 10 iron trucks and 4 armored vehicles. Inside the military jeep, a man in his early 30s sat upright in the back seat, guarded by 2 soldiers with live ammunition. However, the man frowned and even looked a little nervous. This was not the first time he had walked the Linxian road, but this time, the situation was a little different. To reach Linxian from Chudu, one had to pass through Seoul, and just yesterday, a car carrying 5,000 crystals disappeared inexplicably on the Honshu Expressway when it was heading from Seoul to Chudu. Until today, no information has been received from the Seoul base. This was particularly suspicious. Now, they were passing the Honshu Expressway. Although 200 soldiers were assigned to escort this batch of supplies, he always felt inexplicably upset. Thinking about it, he looked at the slightly tired driver again and reminded him. This trip to Linxian is very important. It was ordered by Mr. Xiang himself. There can be no mistakes. Everyone should be alert. Yes, Captain Miao. The soldier, who was originally tired because of driving for 5 hours in a row, bit his tongue hard, and immediately, the fishy and salty taste filled his mouth, but he also cheered up and looked at the road again. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Team Miao, there is an enemy attack." The moment he said this, boom, a violent explosion sounded in front of the car. Because of the violent explosion, the big jeep was directly overturned by the heat wave and rolled several times on the ground. And Miao Feng, who was sitting inside, felt dizzy. But soon, in a violent collision, he briefly lost consciousness. The accident happened too suddenly. The team behind didn't have time to react. Zila. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground continued to sound. Bang, bang, bang. One truck after another rear-ended another. Fortunately, they all kept a considerable distance from each other. After the collision, the soldiers in the car reacted immediately, jumped out of the car, opened the safety, raised their guns, and rushed towards the green belt where the jeep overturned. Quick, save Commissioner Meow. Pay attention to the enemy around. The captain shouted and commanded. But just as they approached the jeep, a black fist-sized ball rolled over from the ground, and it was 3 meters away from them. Suddenly flashed a dazzling red light. Lie down. A soldier who reacted shouted immediately, but he just shouted. Boom. The red light became stronger, and in the next second, it exploded directly. Suddenly, a ball of fire with a diameter of 5 meters rose in front of them, and the strong airflow generated by the explosion rushed over quickly. Several soldiers were unable to dodge. Their faces were burned by the heat wave, and their bodies were knocked back by the shock wave. In a moment, the 10 soldiers who went to the jeep to rescue were immediately blown unconscious. Seeing the casualties of the soldiers, the other soldiers immediately retreated to the truck and scanned the surroundings to find the direction of the enemy. But the next moment, bang, an invisible shock wave hit. The truck in front of them flew out from the side and hit the green belt. Then, there were continuous explosions. At the same time, there were shock waves flying from nowhere. Almost all 200 soldiers were wiped out in 3 minutes. Wait until the explosions ended. The surroundings returned to calm. From the edge of the green belt, several figures slowly walked out. One of them jumped onto one of the trucks with great agility and tore off the canvas covering it. When he saw what was inside, he immediately said excitedly, "Boss, we've made a fortune this time." The leading man listened with a hint of joy on his face and turned to his men beside him and said, "Old Jiang, the cleaning of the battlefield is up to you." Yes. While they were busy, what they didn't know was that a figure quietly climbed out of the deformed door of the jeep, plunged into the green belt, and disappeared into the night. 1:30 in the morning. Linshu Expressway, Honshu section. In the green belt, the man looked at the people on the road with red eyes, memorizing their faces one by one. After the group of people left, he crawled out of the green belt and stumbled towards Linsien. Early July 31st, 2022. Dawn base. Ding. You have a new call. Do you want to answer it? The voice sounded. Jiang Cheng rubbed his eyes and woke up from his sleep. Pushing open the dormant hatch, he picked up the phone next to him. At this point, the zombie crystals of Linsien base should have arrived. Jiang Cheng thought, and his heart was excited. That was more than 1 million zombie crystals, enough for him to upgrade all the base equipment again. He quickly pressed the answer button. Li Feng's voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Jiang, something bad has happened. Come here quickly." His tone was anxious, and it was obvious that the matter was very serious. Jiang Cheng's face sank, and he felt something was wrong. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" "The crystal was robbed." Li Feng said these 4 words lightly, but it was like a thunder in Jiang Cheng's mind. "What? The crystal was robbed?" Jiang Cheng obviously didn't believe it and hurriedly confirmed it again. "Well, it was on the Honshu Expressway. 200 of our soldiers were wiped out. Fortunately, Commissioner Meow survived. I only knew about this when I met Commissioner Meow this morning." Li Feng's tone was a little sad. "Those were 200 living lives. Well, I know. There are still some things to deal with at the base. I will come back in 2 hours." Jiang Cheng suppressed the anger in his heart and said lightly, "Okay, I'll be in the command room. We'll talk about the details after you come over, Brother Jiang." Li Feng could hear the anger in Jiang Cheng's tone, and there was a bit of caution in his words. "Well, I'll hang up first." Jiang Cheng responded expressionlessly. "Hang up the phone." "Huh." Jiang Cheng exhaled fiercely and took a deep breath, forcing himself not to explode. You know, this batch of goods was exchanged by him with hundreds of thousands of energy points. If the crystal stones can't be found, he will suffer heavy losses. Forcibly waving away the anger in his heart, Jiang Cheng quickly put on his clothes and plunged into the gym. "Shuguang, skip the mental training today and do regular training." "Yes, master." 2 hours later, Jiang Cheng walked out of the gym sweating profusely. After a simple wash, he jumped directly into the second-level Doomsday Armored Vehicle. Start. Armored Vehicle Number 1, Destination, Linsien Survivor Base. Ding. The location has been confirmed. Are you going to the destination? Go. Give me the maximum horsepower. Jiang Cheng said impatiently. Yes. After receiving the order, the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle started instantly. At the same time, Miao Feng was lying in the command room of the Lincian base. His clothes were soaked with blood, his face was pale, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was very rapid. It seemed that the situation was very critical. Li Feng paced back and forth in the command room. What should I do? Our medical conditions here are limited. If we drag on like this, the life of Commissioner Miao will be in jeopardy, Li Feng said to himself. Wang Chong was also anxious. He glanced at Miao Feng. His eyes suddenly lit up and said, Captain, why don't we try that gene enhancement potion? Maybe it will work. After all, this thing can treat hidden injuries in the body. Can it be effective? Li Feng hesitated. In fact, he had thought of this a long time ago, but if the person still died after using it, wouldn't his first-level gene enhancement potion be wasted? You know, the price of a first-level gene enhancement potion is very expensive, a full 1,000 zombie crystals. Wang Chong seemed to understand Li Feng's hesitation and said directly, It's time now. Isn't it just a gene potion? Crystals can be collected later, but if people's lives are gone, it will be a major loss for our team. Okay. After being said by Wang Chong, Li Feng simply gritted his teeth and agreed. He took out the key in his hand, opened the filing cabinet next to him, took out a green potion from it, walked to Miao Feng, and whispered, Comrade Miao Feng, what you are injected with now is a first-level Doomsday gene enhancement potion. This is also our only medical method. Whether it succeeds or not depends on you. Miao Feng seemed to have heard what Li Feng said, and his eyelids moved. Li Feng immediately rolled up Miao Feng's sleeves and stabbed him with a needle. After the injection of the first-level Doomsday gene enhancement agent, Miao Feng's originally pale face turned a little red, and gray impurities continued to precipitate from the pores on the surface of his body. Perhaps because he was seriously injured and dying, the gene enhancement agent lasted twice as long on Miao Feng as on ordinary people. Cough, cough, cough. After a violent cough, Miao Feng suddenly sat up and opened his eyes and subconsciously shouted, I want revenge. This violent movement suddenly affected his wound. The main function of the first-level Doomsday gene enhancement agent is to improve the user's physical fitness and strengthen his muscles and bones, but it does not have a good effect on external injuries. For a moment, the wound that had just solidified opened again, and a large amount of blood on his body precipitated from his clothes again. After shouting, Miao Feng, such a big man, actually burst into tears. Brothers, all the brothers are gone. Seeing this, Wang Chong quickly comforted him. Commissioner Miao, the deceased has passed away. Now we just need to find out who attacked you. Yes, now you should take good care of yourself first. Otherwise your body will collapse before these people are found. Li Feng also consoled him. I know, but that's 200 lives. Miao Feng covered his head in pain and allowed the wound to bleed. Seeing this, Li Feng and Wang Chong stopped trying to persuade him and allowed the man to vent his emotions. Once upon a time, they were not the same as Miao Feng, helplessly watching their brothers die in front of them. But now it's better. With Jiang Cheng, their strength has improved a lot, and the lives of their brothers are also guaranteed. Just as the atmosphere in the command room fell into silence, a voice came from outside the door. Captain, Advisor Jiang is here. Quick, please invite Brother Jiang in. Hearing the word Jiang Cheng, Li Feng's calm face showed a hint of joy. Soon, the door opens. A handsome young man with short broken hair walked in, glanced at everyone in the room, and finally laid his eyes on Miao Feng. Wang Chong immediately introduced. This is our Commissioner Miao Feng from Chudu, the person in charge of escorting this batch of crystal stones. After the introduction, Wang Chong patted Miao Feng on the shoulder again, looked at Jiang Cheng, and said, This is the security consultant of our Lincian survivor base, Jiang Cheng. We are able to become so strong thanks to Brother Jiang Cheng. This time, if you want to take revenge and deal with those awakened people, you have to rely on our Brother Jiang. Jiang Cheng. Miao Feng stared at Jiang Cheng blankly, especially after hearing Wang Chong's last words. His dull face gradually regained its expression. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, plop, Miao Feng suddenly got up from the bed and knelt down facing Jiang Cheng. Bang, bang, bang. After ringing his head 3 times in a row, Miao Feng's forehead swelled up. Commissioner Miao, what are you doing? Wang Chong tried to help me, but Miao Feng threw him away with one hand and shouted, "Don't help me. Comrade Miao Feng, why are you doing this?" Li Feng also advised from the side. Miao Feng's eyes were red, and he looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Advisor Jiang, I, Miao Feng, am here to beg you. As long as you help my brother avenge my life, Miao Feng will be yours from now on." This, Jiang Cheng was also startled by Miao Feng's battle. He frowned and refrained from asking, "Commissioner Miao, get up first and then talk." "No, you won't get up unless you promise me. Only you can help me now," Miao Feng insisted. This batch of goods was robbed, and he had no face to go to the headquarters for help. For the current plan, we can only turn to Jiang Cheng for help. He had witnessed Wang Chong's extraordinary abilities with his own eyes, and as the provider of the mysterious potion, Jiang Cheng would only be stronger. Still fighting to the death, Jiang Cheng was puzzled. To be honest, it's not that he doesn't want to help. This batch of crystal stones was shipped to him, not for this person, but simply for the crystal stones. He would do it, but he is willing to do what he wants. If someone forces moral kidnapping, he will feel a little uncomfortable. His expression changed, and he said calmly, "Why do you think I must agree to you?" Miao Feng thought for a while and replied, "As the security consultant of Linxian base, Captain Li Feng's weapons should be provided by you, right?" "So what?" Jiang Cheng nodded lightly. Miao Feng listened and continued, "The crystal stones we transported to Linxian were used to pay for this shipment. These robbers robbed your items. Don't you want to get them back?" As soon as Miao Feng said these words, Li Feng felt something was wrong. "I just wanted to stop it." Sure enough, Jiang Cheng's expression turned cold, and he said, "Take it. Of course I have to get it back. But does this have anything to do with me helping you get revenge?" After saying this, Miao Feng was stunned on the spot. While retrieving the goods, shouldn't this group of robbers be killed? Isn't it natural to avenge him? They have killed so many soldiers. As the security consultant of Linxian base, don't you have the obligation to assist Linxian base in eradicating these threats? Isn't this the right thing to do? Obviously, he thought something wrong. That is, Jiang Cheng and Linxian base are just a cooperative relationship, and if Linxian base wants to ask Jiang Cheng to take action, it must be done voluntarily. To put it bluntly, it is to give you this face. Seeing the atmosphere in the command room becoming increasingly anxious, Li Feng quickly winked at Wang Chong. Wang Chong understood immediately and immediately said, "Commissioner Miao, I don't like to hear what you are saying. Look at what you said. How can you be morally kidnapped? Besides, is our brother Jiang that kind of person? What you said, it's so unreasonable." After listening to Wang Chong's words, Jiang Cheng's expression softened slightly. Li Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Miao Feng suddenly spoke again. "Consultant Jiang, I don't know why you want to use weapons to replace these zombie crystals, and I don't know what use these zombie crystals are to you. But I understand one thing. You need these zombie crystals." Commissioner Miao Yu. Upon hearing this, Li Feng secretly cursed the idiot in his heart and was about to speak, but was directly interrupted by Jiang Cheng. I don't know if he laughed out of anger or what, but he said, "Keep talking." Miao Feng got the answer and continued. "The storage capacity of zombie crystals in the Chudu base is limited, and there are not many high-level crystals collected every day. Therefore, even if you have a large number of weapons, it will be difficult to find other buyers in a short time." "Yeah," Jiang Cheng nodded. "That's just the way it is. He needs a lot of zombie crystals, but neither Chudu nor Linxian can provide him with them in large quantities. He desperately needs more partners." Seeing Jiang Cheng nodding, Miao Feng secretly thought that he had made the right bet and continued, "I know a friend in Kangwu province. He has a high status in Kangwu base. I can act as a matchmaker to open up the channels for your Wu base." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a little moved. You must know that Kangwu province is adjacent to Chu province and has the same roots since ancient times. The permanent resident population is 80 million. As the capital of Kangwu province, Sangdu has a year-round floating population that is only slightly lower than that of Chudu, but there are also 1,800 people. Thousands of numbers. With a population of this size, there are definitely not a few people infected. However, he still didn't know if what Miao Feng said was true. If he was just tricking him into helping him get revenge, he would have to give it a try. And judging from the look of this guy, it was obvious that he had put his life and death aside for revenge. "What proof do you have?" Jiang Cheng stared at Miao Feng. The other party was not afraid and looked at Li Feng and said, "Captain Li, please lend me your satellite phone." "Yeah." Li Feng frowned, but still agreed. Things had developed to such an extent that he was no longer able to control them. In his heart, he just hoped that this Miao Feng would be more reliable and not really offend Jiang Cheng and implicate him. "Take the satellite phone." Miao Feng dialed a series of numbers. Soon, a voice sounded. "This is Tsangdu Base. Please tell me something. I am Miao Feng from Chuda Base, with the rank of captain. There is an emergency, and I need to contact Colonel Gunghauren. Please help me get through immediately." Miao Feng said. The operator didn't hesitate and immediately transferred the number. Watching Miao Feng's operations, Li Feng explained in a low voice. "The satellite phone in each of our bases has a single line, and the number is kept confidential." Jiang Cheng nodded in understanding. He was asking why the operator believed Miao Feng's words directly. It turned out to be this reason. In less than 3 seconds, a rough and powerful voice sounded. "I am Colonel Gunghauren. Please speak if you have anything to say." "Old Gung, this is Miao Feng. There is an emergency situation that needs to be explained to you." When the call was dialed, Miao Feng was also holding a gamble. After all, the doomsday broke out and zombies were rampant. In order to fight zombies, the army sacrificed many soldiers, including some senior generals. But Gunghauren's voice immediately dispelled his concerns. "Miao Feng, you are still alive." The other party's voice was full of surprise. Miao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Still alive, but the situation is not good. I have encountered some troubles and need you to solve it." As soon as these words fell, the other end of the phone fell into a brief silence. But it was only a few seconds, and Gunghauren's voice sounded again, with a helpless tone. "I know you're here for something. Tell me. Do you know about the zombie crystal?" Miao Feng asked. "The thing in the zombie's brain? There are a lot of them in our base warehouse, and I heard they are used for zombie virus research. But there are too many of them, and they have no other use. The higher-ups are asking me to find a way to deal with them." Gunghao explained truthfully, and then asked curiously, "Why are you asking this?" "Don't worry about what I ask, just answer it." Miao Feng said bluntly. Gunghauren was not angry, and nodded. "Okay, you ask, but let me make it clear in advance that I can't tell you anything confidential." At this point, his tone changed, and he suddenly teased. "Of course, if you ask your wife or your old man, you might know more." "Okay, stop talking nonsense." Miao Feng was obviously a little impatient when he heard the two of them. The other party was also tactful and shut up. Miao Feng nodded and asked again. "During your battle with the zombies, of course, I mean the battle with the first-order mutants, did you encounter any trouble?" "You mean that big guy? It's really troublesome. Guns can't penetrate it, and RPGs can't kill it. Our base lost a lot of soldiers because of this big guy." Gunghauren was honest and said directly, "What if I have a weapon that can kill that big guy?" Miao Feng said seriously, "If you are talking about tanks, planes, and heavy machine guns, forget it. These things are bulky and troublesome to fight, and those first-order mutants are flexible and have a low chance of hitting." Gunghauren curled his lips and said, "No, I mean a weapon that can kill these things, can be controlled by one person, is very flexible to use, and has strong penetration." Miao Feng said word by word. Gunghauren said in disbelief, "Old Miao, stop kidding me. Satellite phones consume a lot of electricity, and electricity is very expensive now. Also, if we really had this thing, would we be so passive? If you really had it, I would even call you Dad. Then I'll definitely accept you as my son. Do you really have it?" Gunghauren also heard the clue and said uncertainly. Miao Feng said seriously, "I really have it, and I." He paused and looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng gave him a reassuring look and said, "I have it any time." Miao Feng got the answer and continued, "This batch of weapons can be used at any time, but it needs zombie crystals to exchange. It depends on whether you want it. Yes, only a fool would not want it. Anyway, those things are also taking up space in the warehouse. You name a price." Gunghauren said hurriedly. Jiang Cheng immediately quoted the price. A first-level Doomsday pistol costs 2,000 ordinary zombie crystals, with a capacity of 6 rounds, and can penetrate first-level mutants. A first-level Doomsday submachine gun costs 5,000 zombie crystals, with a capacity of 30 rounds, and can penetrate first-level mutants. A first-level Doomsday bullet, each with 200 zombie crystals, can be used with a first-level Doomsday pistol and a first-level Doomsday submachine gun. A first-level Doomsday bomb, each with 1,000 zombie crystals, can seriously injure a first-level mutant. A first-level gene enhancement potion, each with 1,000 ordinary crystals, can enhance human strength by 100 kilograms, increase speed by 7 meters per second, enhance human spirit, and has a certain degree of healing effect on human hidden injuries. However, this potion can only be injected twice per person, and the second injection will have a reduced effect without any side effects. Jiang Cheng reported on the side, and Miao Feng repeated it. Especially when talking about the first-level gene enhancement potion, the other party obviously took a deep breath. After Miao Feng finished his report, Gung Haoran calmed down his excitement and asked hurriedly, "Are you sure these things really exist?" "Of course, I guarantee it with my life." Miao Feng patted his chest and promised. "What about the first-level gene enhancement potion? Can it really improve the quality of individual soldiers?" Gung Haoran continued to ask. This is what he is concerned about. If there is such a potion, it can reduce the casualties of soldiers. To be honest, he never wants to see his brothers go to participate in some bullshit experiment and never come back. It really works. Miao Feng emphasized again. Gung Haoran took a deep breath and said, "Okay, wait a minute. I will report to the higher-ups now." After that, the phone became quiet. Jiang Cheng and others also surrounded the phone and waited patiently for a reply. Finally, 5 minutes later, Gung Haoran's voice sounded again, excitedly. The higher-ups agreed. "I want to ask when you will discuss? Or when do you need us to come?" "The sooner the better, preferably today." Miao Feng said. "Okay, then I will organize people now and bring 500,000 zombie crystals over first. We will discuss everything in person when the time comes." Gung Haoran said and hung up the phone. After the contact was completed, Miao Feng looked at Jiang Cheng with a sense of relief and said, "Can you agree to my request now?" "Of course." Jiang Cheng smiled and stretched out a hand. "If this deal is concluded, revenge is just a side thing." Miao Feng shook it excitedly. But the next moment, something strange happened. Puff! Miao Feng spit out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness gradually blurred. At the same time, Wang Chong and Li Feng's anxious shouts came to his ears. "Are you going to die?" "But, brothers, someone has avenged you." The thought fell, and he fainted directly. On the other hand, Wang Chong and Li Feng looked at Miao Feng lying on the ground with wounds on his body, and their faces were anxious. Wang Chong said, "Captain, what should I do?" "You ask me, who should I ask?" Li Feng was also in a bad mood. The soldiers at Linxian base were only bandaged when they were injured, leaving everything to fate. Miao Feng was so seriously injured now that even after 2 injections of first-level gene enhancement drugs, it was not necessarily good, and he had no other options. Just when the two were worried, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Don't worry, leave Miao Feng to me. There are doctors in my base." As the contact person with Kangwu province, Miao Feng is related to the future partner of Shuguang base. "Now is not the time to die." "That's great," Li Feng said hurriedly. "Okay, let's go now without further ado." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he hugged Miao Feng, and Wang Chong and Li Feng followed closely. But Jiang Cheng was very fast and disappeared in front of them in the blink of an eye, and at the same time left a sentence. "The situation is urgent. I will take him over first. You are too slow. Just take my Doomsday armored vehicle over." After this, the two looked at each other. Jiang Cheng sighed. In less than a second, he arrived in front of the Doomsday armored vehicle and said directly, "Doomsday armored vehicle number 1, destination, Dawn base, number of passengers, 2, identity information is Li Feng and Wang Chong." "Yes, master." The mechanical sound sounded immediately. After Jiang Cheng entered the command, he took a step with Miao Feng in his arms and jumped dozens of meters high. The thought moved. A pair of huge wind wings grew behind him. With a flap of the wings, he flew towards the Dawn base at a high speed. Wait for about 10 seconds after Jiang Cheng left. Wang Chong and Li Feng appeared in front of the Doomsday armored vehicle. Looking at Jiang Cheng, who had disappeared, Wang Chong came back to his senses and looked at the behemoth in front of him. His eyes turned into little stars, and his mouth was drooling. He reached out and gently stroked it. "Damn it, I didn't expect that I could ride this big guy in my lifetime. Miao Feng's injury is really worth it. Li Feng cursed angrily. You bastard, Miao Feng is seriously injured, and it is still uncertain whether he can survive. You are still here to make sarcastic remarks. After saying that, he secretly said in his heart, Miao Feng is injured in a wonderful way. Hee, you are just jealous of this thing. Wang Chong laughed. Both of them jumped into the armored vehicle. After entering, they were shocked by the equipment in the armored vehicle again. Holographic operation panel, holographic road condition real-life display, and many things they did not recognize. Just when the two were shocked, a mechanical sound rang out. Destination, Shuguang Base. Passengers, Wang Chong, Li Feng. Please fasten your seatbelts. Estimated arrival time, 5 minutes. As soon as the voice fell, the vehicle flew forward. At the same time, in less than half a minute, Jiang Cheng landed from the sky in front of the base gate. Shuguang, open the door. Yes, master. The gate opened in response. Jiang Cheng hurriedly carried Miao Feng through the main door and headed straight for the operating room. Just after entering the door, Lu Xinru was just about to come out. Jiang Cheng said without thinking, Hurry, Xinru. This person is seriously injured. Okay. Lu Xinru just glanced at the clothes of the man in Jiang Cheng's arms and understood the general idea and said directly, Put him in the medical cabin first. Okay. Jiang Cheng did as he was told. When Miao Feng lay in the medical cabin, the hatch was immediately closed. Lu Xinru said, Scan the patient's status and report this person's vital information. After doing this, he said to the advanced medical robot beside him, Lu Yi, go. This person is in your hands. Yes, Dr. Lu. After a set of operations, it was smooth and flowing, and Jiang Cheng was stunned. He actually didn't often go into the operating room, but now he saw that whether it was Lu Xinru, the medical robot, or these equipment, their emergency capabilities far exceeded his expectations. But just when he was stunned, a pleasant voice beside his ear said worriedly, Jiang Cheng, did something happen this time? When the people from the Chudu base were transporting crystal stones to us, they were attacked by the awakened, and the whole army was wiped out. Jiang Cheng told the story in detail. The more Lu Xinru listened, the tighter her eyebrows became, and she said, What are you going to do? Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed sharply. Of course I want to grab the things back. If you take his things, be prepared for his crazy revenge. During the conversation between the two, the nearby medical warehouse has been scanned. Ding. Fractured ribs on the left side, bleeding spleen, extensive abrasions on the body, and 30% skin damage. The vitality is less than 20%. Do you want to consume 400 energy points for emergency rescue? Consumption. Jiang Cheng reacted and said directly. To be honest, he was also curious about the treatment effect of the medical warehouse. Ding. The medical warehouse is being activated. Please wait patiently. As the voice fell, green transparent liquid was slowly injected into the medical warehouse, completely immersing the unconscious Miao Feng in it. It was a bit like the nutrient solution in science fiction movies. However, from the introduction to the medical warehouse in my mind, we can know that the liquid inside is a recovery nutrient solution with extremely high oxygen content, also known as life potion. Even if the person is seriously injured and on the verge of death, he can be restored to life. Hang the person for 15 minutes. It can be said to have surpassed the limits of current human civilization. The advanced medical robot assistant performed remote control next to the computer, dipping the scalpels into the solution and cutting open Miao Feng's skin and fat layer to expose the ribs inside. Then, several more robotic arms stretched out from the medical warehouse, continuously breaking through the white sticky agent on its bones. This white sticky agent is a kind of bone cell with the ability to differentiate, and it is extremely sticky. Even if it is a comminuted fracture, it can be glued back. Most of Miao Feng's ribs were split in the middle, and it didn't take much time to glue them together. After gluing the ribs together, a pair of robotic arms began to sew up the damaged spleen. Just like that, about 4 minutes passed. The operation is completed. The robotic arm did the final stitching. After the skin and flesh were completely sewn together and soaked in green mucus for about 5 minutes, the green transparent liquid slowly faded away. Steam. The glass hatch opened, and a burst of white gas came out. Jiang Cheng and Lu Xinru looked around and saw that Miao Feng was completely naked except for a pair of shorts in the medical warehouse. However, most of his damaged skin on the surface had basically recovered, and there was still a faint streak of blood on his abdomen. It's the incision mark left by the surgery I just had. Master, this person has completed treatment and has recovered to 90%. Full recovery will take a week and 15 hours. Advanced medical robot assistant is reported to be dull. As Jiang Cheng listened, he was already shocked by the recovery ability of the medical warehouse in front of him. Although I have all the information about the medical warehouse in my mind, seeing it and hearing it are completely different things. He had witnessed Miao Feng's injuries with his own eyes. He thought that the medical warehouse could only recover half of the recovery at most, but he did not expect that it would recover to 90%. Even the wound that had just been operated on was healed directly. With such medical equipment, he felt that as long as it was not fatal injuries or zombie infections are basically no problem. Just as he was sighing, "I am not dead." Miao Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked at the bright white ceiling full of science fiction in his sight, feeling in a daze. Fortunately, with his strong willpower as a soldier, he quickly reacted, sat up slowly, and looked around. When he saw Jiang Cheng beside him, he immediately understood and said with excitement, "Brother Jiang Cheng, no need to thank you. You deserve this." Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Miao Feng was able to help him complete the connection with Kangwu base, and this sincerity was enough for him to spend energy points for treatment. "No, I still want to thank you." Miao Feng stood up and saluted Jiang Cheng. Then he said gratefully, "If it weren't for Brother Jiang Cheng, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to avenge my brothers with my own hands." "Yes." Seeing Miao Feng's insistence, Jiang Cheng did not refuse and accepted the compliment. To be honest, Jiang Cheng doesn't actually dislike Miao Feng and even respects him a little. He is sincere to his brother, avenges his brother, and does not hesitate to sacrifice his own life in exchange. How is this behavior different from his own? The two of them are just in different camps. Just when Miao Feng was about to continue speaking, a mechanical sound suddenly interrupted him. "Ding! Wang Chang and Li Feng of Linxian base want to see you. Can you please open the base gate?" "Oh." It arrived pretty quickly. Jiang Cheng felt relieved and quickly said, "Turn on." "Yes." At the same time, Wang Chang and Li Feng stood at the ordinary and even peeling vermilion gate, looking at each other. "This is Brother Zhang's base?" Wang Chang couldn't help but ask. Maybe experts have different ideas." Li Feng was also surprised. They thought that Jiang Cheng's base might be a very large community, or it might be in a school, but what they didn't expect was that it was just a small 3-story private house. Such a house looked very strong, but in fact it couldn't bear it. Live a blow from the first-level mutant. Just when the two of them were stunned, a mechanical sound sounded. "Ding! The identity has been confirmed. The door is open. Welcome to the Dawn base." The two of them suddenly came back to their senses and stared blankly at the door opening, feeling a sense of disbelief. "Voice-controlled door?" Wang Chang asked. Li Feng shook his head and said, "Probably not." At this time, the two people looked down upon each other from the beginning and became a little curious. Soon, the door was completely inserted into the walls on both sides. A humanoid robot stood at the door and mechanically said, "Please come in." "Hey, there is another robot. Brother Jiang is not a man in science and engineering, right?" Wang Chang immediately became happy. Li Feng slapped Wang Chang on the back of the head. "Stop talking nonsense and get in quickly." Somehow, his intuition told him that it wasn't that simple. "Got it." Wang Chang rubbed the back of his head dissatisfied and followed Li Feng into the base one after the other. "Wait until you enter." The door suddenly closed behind him. The two of them turned their heads sharply in fright. But the next moment, a burst of fresh air came, and the two of them took a deep breath unconsciously. Suddenly, the pores of their whole bodies opened unconsciously, and a cool feeling radiated from the inside out, making people feel extremely transparent, and together with the morning the feeling of fatigue that I felt when I woke up also disappeared. For a moment, both of them saw the magic here from each other's eyes. "Boy, the master has been waiting in the operating room for a long time. Please come with me," the medical assistant's robot reminded. "Okay, please lead the way." Li Feng felt that he had lost his composure and said quickly, The medical assistant's robot nodded, turned around, and left. The two of them followed closely, just like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. Their eyes were not only shocked, but also shocked. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng, they would have thought they had entered an alien base. After walking for half a minute, the two finally arrived in front of the operating room. Just opened the door. The sight of the naked upper body man made them freeze in place again. Commissioner Miao? Wang Chong asked suspiciously. Captain Wang, and Captain Li, you are here. Seeing Wang Chong, Miao Feng smiled and greeted him. No, 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 this is impossible. Wang Chong looked at the man in front of him who was 99% similar to Commissioner Miao. He turned to Li Feng and said, Captain, do you think he is Miao? When? Li Feng was also embarrassed. It was Jiang Cheng who saw the problem between the two of them and explained, Don't worry, he is indeed Miao Feng. Brother Jiang, are you sure you're not joking? Miao Feng was seriously injured before. I bandaged him myself. There were at least 60 wounds on the surface of his body. But this one, except for a red scratch on his lower abdomen, the rest of the place is as clean as a girl. How is this possible? Li Feng expressed his doubts. Hearing this, Lu Xinru and Miao Feng, including Jiang Cheng, laughed. This made Li Feng and Wang Chong confused for a while. It took a long time. Jiang Cheng just calmed down and said with a smile, Brother Feng, come here, let's do an experiment, and you will know. As he spoke, he pulled Li Feng over, then flipped his wrist, and a Tang Dao appeared in the palm of his hand. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Li Feng was puzzled. Jiang Cheng smiled and said nothing, but a cold light flashed in his hand. Puff! The next second, a 10-centimeter-long scratch appeared on the back of Li Feng's hand. Because of the break in the skin, blood flowed uncontrollably. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Li Feng was even more puzzled, and even a little panicked. However, many times of cooperation and Jiang Cheng helping Lin Xianbei solve crises many times made Li Feng choose to trust the other party. Jiang Cheng, however, remained calm and gestured to Lu Xinru. Xinru, it's up to you now. No problem. Lu Xinru smiled and stretched out her finger with a thought. A faint green light shimmered on her fingers, a little towards the back of Li Feng's hand. A magical scene happened. At the moment of clicking, the bleeding wound immediately solidified, and then granulation grew at a speed visible to the naked eye to replenish the broken area. Just 10 seconds. The 10-centimeter gash on the back of Li Feng's hand has recovered as before, without even leaving a scar. Li Feng said in shock. Is this the ability of the awakened? This is amazing. If Dr. Lu is at our Chuda base, I don't know how many soldiers' lives he can save. The tone of his voice was filled with envy. Hearing these words, Jiang Cheng didn't react at all, but Lu Xinru, who looked a little anxious, immediately said, I'm sorry, Captain Li. The leader saved my life, so my life can only belong to the leader. The meaning behind the words was expressed extremely clearly. It is impossible for her to join the army. She will only serve Jiang Cheng. Listening, Li Feng's eyes darkened. With what he just said, he did mean to poach someone, but unfortunately he also knew that Lu Xinru would not be able to follow him there. So I had to half-jokingly say, Dr. Lu is worrying too much. I just admire Dr. Lu's miraculous methods and have no other intention. That's the best. Lu Xinru said coldly. It is absolutely impossible for her to leave Dawn Base. Only a fool would give up the food that enhances her strength every day, give up the soft, comfortable, and smart bed, give up her sincere loyalty, and give up her teammates who can give their back to each other. Here, she has obtained the greatest satisfaction in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. And Lu Xinru knew very well that everything here, including her abilities, was given to her by Jiang Cheng. Without Jiang Cheng, she was nothing. Haha. Seeing Lu Xinru's cold face, Li Feng smiled awkwardly. It was Miao Feng who broke the calm and said, Captain Li, what are our plans next? This depends on how Brother Jiang arranges it. Li Feng quickly borrowed the donkey from Poxia. Wang Chong also echoed. Following Brother Jiang, there will be a hail of bullets in front of you, so I feel relieved. After a burst of rainbow farts from everyone, the topic returned to the right track. Everyone looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng said, Thanks to everyone for looking up to me. Let's go to the leisure room to briefly discuss the battle plan. After that, he said to the medical assistant's robot beside him, "Go, boil a pot of spiritual water and bring it over." "Yes, master." The medical assistant's robot responded and immediately went out and entered the kitchen. Then, Jiang Cheng said to Lu Xinru, "Xinru, go and gather everyone here." "Yes, leader," Lu Xinru said seriously. He glanced at Li Feng and others angrily and left the operating room immediately. "Brother Feng, Brother Chang, and Commissioner Miao, come with me." Jiang Cheng greeted, and Li Feng and others immediately followed. Not long after, everyone at Shuguang Base gathered in the leisure room. Jiang Cheng said, "I have already met you, Brother Feng and Brother Chang before, so I won't introduce them further." As he spoke, he looked at Miao Feng and said, "This is Captain Miao Feng, who was specially assigned by the Chudu base to deliver crystal stones to us." "Hello everyone, I am Miao Feng, affiliated to Chudu base. I am responsible for the task of transporting zombie crystals and survival supplies." Miao Feng introduced himself, but when it came to transporting zombie crystals, his face was full of bitterness. Next, Jiang Cheng introduced Miao Feng. "This is Father Yang." Father Yang opened his mouth, smiled and waved, and said, "Boy, if I have a chance, I will tell you about my romantic past. I guarantee it will be wonderful." Miao Feng listened with a dull look on his face. He didn't quite understand what the middle-aged man in front of him was saying, and his name was Old Man Yang? Then the parents of this big brother are really good at naming. Jiang Cheng's face also darkened, and he held his forehead and introduced the next person. "This is the doctor of our base, Lu Xinru, Dr. Lu." Lu Xinru nodded lightly, her face full of frost. "Next, this is Lin Ro. This is Qing Wan." When introducing Zhang Yu at last, Li Feng and others looked at the woman in front of them with dull eyes and couldn't help but have an idea in their hearts. "I want to get her." When the idea came up, Li Feng and others were immediately shocked. Logically speaking, they have a will of steel, and it is impossible for them to have such a dirty idea. But little do they know that even the strong can be crushed by Zhang Yu's softness. Jiang Cheng saw the clues and knew that Zhang Yu saw Lu Xinru's dissatisfaction with these people and deliberately teased her. He said with a dark face, "Sister Yu, stop it." "Oh." Zhang Yu pouted in dissatisfaction, like a little girl, with a pink and red light flashing in her eyes. Immediately, the thoughts of Li Feng and others immediately dissipated. But he still didn't understand why this happened. He just thought that he was lustful in his heart and turned his head away, not daring to look into Zhang Yu's eyes again. The introduction is over. Jiang Cheng's face straightened. "Since the introduction of the people has been completed, then next, I will talk about my plan. Currently, we don't know the situation in Seoul. There is a saying in the art of war that know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in any battle. Our first task is to go and find out the situation, such as the location of the opponent's base, how many awakened people there are, and their strength level. So I plan to go and find out the situation clearly, and then formulate a battle plan after I understand the distribution of the opponent's combat power and am sure of it." "What do you think?" Jiang Cheng expressed his thoughts. "I agree." Li Feng raised his hand first. Jiang Cheng is Lin Xian's highest combat power, so it is most appropriate for him to gather information. There are two reasons. First, as an ordinary person, when facing the awakened, it is basically a dimensionality reduction attack. Secondly, Jiang Cheng has many methods and strong strength. He can fight when he is in danger, and he can retreat no matter what happens, but it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to escape. "I agree too." Wang Chong raised his hand and laughed at himself. "With our three-legged cat skills, let alone gathering information, it is difficult to get close. Only Brother Jiang is strong and capable." Miao Feng also raised his hand in agreement. All three people from Linxian base passed. On the other hand, look at Dawn base. The girls and Father Yang held different opinions. Lu Xinru was the first to say, "I don't agree." After saying this, everyone looked at him one after another. Lu Xinru explained calmly, "As the leader of our Shuguang base, I am opposed to Jiang Cheng's behavior of putting himself in danger." Lu Xinru had looked down on these people since Li Feng poached them. Besides, it's not so cheap to let the people in Shuguang base take risks while the people in Linxian reap the benefits. "I agree with Sister Lu's point of view." Lin Ro said the same. Zhang Ye also nodded and said, I object. Even if we want to investigate, it is your people to investigate. After all, it is not us who lost the things. We also fulfilled our responsibilities as sellers and delivered the goods safely. We lost the goods, but let others we sellers are looking for it. How can there be such a good thing in the world? I object too. Li Qingwan weakly raised her hand. Anyway, she didn't want Jiang Cheng to be in danger. Father Yang shrugged and did not express his opinion. As a member of the Shuguang base, Jiang Cheng naturally had his reasons for volunteering. Seeing that most of the girls objected, Li Feng, Wang Chang, and Miao Feng looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, was moved. Everyone's words all revealed their concern for him. However, in order to ease the embarrassment, Jiang Cheng explained, Xinru, Sister Ya, Xiaojing'an, Qingwan, old man, the actual situation is not what you imagined. I agreed to participate in this operation because Commissioner Miao Feng agreed to help us cooperate with Kangwu base. That won't work either, Zhang Ye blurted out. There is no reason for you to take risks if you cooperate. Lin Ro nodded vigorously and said, That's right. Although Li Qingwan and Lu Xinru didn't speak, their attitudes were very obvious. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Li Feng said awkwardly. Jiang Cheng also shook his head helplessly. There was obviously no room for him to interrupt now. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, Miao Feng suddenly said, In that case, I will go with Brother Jiang. Speaking of this, he showed regret. I am the person in charge of this transportation, and all the brothers were wiped out under my leadership. In any case, this incident was all caused by me, so I am responsible for Lincian. Go ahead, Dr. Lu, what do you think? Not enough. Zhang Ye still shook her head and refused. Although Miao Feng looked pitiful, there was no reason for a base leader to take action on his own. Then what about adding me? Wang Chang stood up and explained, I am originally a detective and have experience in detecting the enemy's situation, but I just don't know if it will be useful to the awakened ones. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Ye hesitated and looked at Li Feng. Li Feng thought for a while and said, In this case, I will send 20 more soldiers to follow Brother Zhang's orders. As for me, I should have gone, but Wang Chang and I are the only two people in Lincian base who are capable. If the two of us together, the Lincian base is leaderless. Zhang Ye originally wanted to fight back, but Jiang Cheng glared back at her. Jiang Cheng immediately said, Okay, that's the arrangement. Brother Chang and Commissioner Miao Feng will go with me to investigate. Brother Feng will be responsible for guarding Lincian base. After saying that, he looked at Father Yang and others and said, The remaining enemies in Tianan base have not been eliminated. We cannot take it lightly. Wait, after I leave, the defense of the base will be handed over to Xiaojing'an and Qingwan. Sister, you will take charge of the rest of the base. Sister Xinru will still be responsible for logistics and medical care. The old man, who is the most powerful after me, will be responsible for guarding the base. Yes, leader, Father Yang and others said in unison, without any further opinions. Lincian base also responded in unison. Then, let's wait for the people from Kangwu base to arrive. Jiang Cheng stood up directly as he spoke, and then told Zhang Ye, Sister Ye, Brother Feng and the others will be left to you to entertain them. After saying that, he threatened again with his eyes. Zhang Ye knew that Jiang Cheng was warning her not to use tricks to harass people anymore, so she pouted slightly and said casually, Oh, I got it. Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded and walked directly towards the energy conversion room. Seeing Jiang Cheng leaving, Zhang Ye immediately let go, looked at everyone at Lincian base with a smile, and said, Everyone, is there anything you want to eat? Li Feng and Wang Chang listened, shaking their heads like rattles. No matter how dumb they were, they understood from Jiang Cheng's repeated glaring that their confusion was caused by the master in front of them. Now that Jiang Cheng had left, who knows if he would mess with them again? Li Feng immediately refused and said, Don't bother, Miss Zhang. We can just sit for a while. You said you didn't need it, not me. I have something else to do. I'm sorry I won't accompany you. Zhang Ye stood up and left after saying that. The rest of the people in the Dawn base also returned to their posts. Hearing this, Li Feng secretly said, as expected. Although Wang Chang was dissatisfied, he was also afraid of offending this woman. After all, he was not her opponent. If he was mean, that would be the end. He didn't dare to imagine it. Miao Feng sat quietly on the sofa. He hadn't recovered from the fact that his brothers were annihilated. However, not long after, a mechanical sound sounded from beside them. Everyone, this is the Lingqi tea prepared by the master for you. Please enjoy it slowly. While speaking, cups of steaming light green tea were brought up. Oh, Brother Jiang is still thoughtful, unlike that woman, who is like a tiger. If I can't beat her, I will have to teach her a lesson. Wang Chong complained a few words of dissatisfaction, picked up the tea, and drank it all. Li Feng glanced at Wang Chong, but he didn't say a lesson. He obviously agreed with Wang Chong's statement, picked up the tea, and tasted it slowly. Just sipped. Li Feng was slightly stunned. He only felt a warm current sliding down his throat. This warm current was different from the first-level gene enhancement agent injected before. It flowed very slowly, moisturizing every inch of the body bit by bit. Wait until the warm current disappeared. Li Feng suddenly felt full of strength. He didn't know if it was his illusion, and hurriedly looked at Wang Chong sitting next to him. The next second, the two looked at each other. The two of them confirmed from each other's eyes that it was the problem with the cup of tea, and then they all looked at Miao Feng. Miao Feng was also shocked. The three of them immediately realized that they had drunk something good, so they all looked at the medical assistant's robot beside them. Li Feng said directly, "Please give me another cup." "Me too." Wang Chong was afraid that he was a step slower. Miao Feng, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed and stammered, "Give me one too, please. I'd love to hear from you." Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.